or do like little like clips through the day. We can add that to a TikTok. Got it.
Well, here we are, out in the middle, looking at this pitch today for the third and final one-day international. Gotta say, lots of green on it, in marked contrast to the two pitches that we've seen previously in this series, which have been pretty straw coloured. If you just follow me down, Matt, as you do it, you can see a big covering of green on here, patchy in places. Just having a few of the players here throwing a few balls. The pitch that we had on Wednesday at Dunnington, very evenly paced, ball coming onto the bat nicely. Batsman had a really good time. This one, I think it's going to be a bit too paced. I don't think the bouncer's going to be consistent. I think if you win the toss, you put the opposition in.
Good morning, we're here at Handsworth Cricket Club as England have already wrapped up the Stonehill Cup, as you can see in front of me, but there's still another day of cricket action as England over 60s take on West Indies in the third and final one-day international of the Stonehill Cup. Join us on the England 60s YouTube channel.
Queen's head, and there's a Scottish pound. Okay. Okay. So we're going to have it back. Okay. Thank you very much.
Well, the toss just taken place. England won the toss and they've elected to bat. Just have some photographs with the officials and the two skippers, and hopefully I'll grab a quick word with them. Gents, if I could just grab a quick word with you, the skippers. Sammy, come in. So, Ed, winning the toss 2-1, I think, in the tosses. Different pitch than we've had from the first couple. There's a lot more green on it, but no hesitation batting. 4 changes to your team today. As my papers just go away. Out go Simon Ralph, Phil Deakin, Nick Gaywood and Mark Wilson. Steve Aston, Jim Phillips, wily old character Jim. Graham Shaw and Kevin Watson. Competition for places. The series already won, but a massive series coming up against Australia. Still a lot to prove.
Rash indeed. You know, the wickets looking okay. They scored 240 on here yesterday. You know, we need to keep batting as we have been batting and put a total on and then get the bowlers to bowl us out. But of course, yeah, the final look really before the Aussies appear, and a challenge which is something we really look forward to.
Super stuff. Ed, I'll let you get back in your schedule. Thanks for your time. So, I mean,
yes, sir.
It's been a tough series so far, but as I mentioned in the pre-match build-up that we had when we spoke, a lot of heart and a lot of character shown by your side on Wednesday at Dunnington. 367 for 5 England piled up, but good runs, particularly for yourself, 46, a couple of half centuries as well. The batsmen have got the ability to do it, it's just all getting them to do it at the same time.
Yeah, that's you know, the second game was a glimpse of what we are capable of in the batting. What we need to do now is restrict them to a lower total than 350. We're looking to to restrict them to about 225 or so, and hopefully that little glimpse in the second game will come back and we will be able to overcome that total that they put up.
Yeah, you had chances in that second game. England are 117 for 3. You know, the quick wickets of Richard Merriman and Melisay. A couple of drop catches at crucial times. I think that could have turned it. But as you say, the boys played with a lot of heart and a lot of spirit. And hopefully, we bowl well today. Good luck to you and the rest of your team. Thank you for joining me. Well, there you go, folks. Wind just getting up here. It should be fine and dry. Just a tiny bit of drizzle, I think, just moving over. Pitch, as you heard Ed Gordon Lennox say, played on yesterday, 240 runs. The series already won by England, but as you heard the skipper say, competition for places is up for grabs with that all-important Australia series coming up. Play due to start at midday. The anthems will be at about 11:45. So for this third and final one-day international, England winning the toss, and they will bat.
sorry, the soundman's just covering up his equipment because it's starting to rain. He can give us a couple of seconds. West Indies on a bit of mix on a wing to the air. Oh. England, we'll love you now, but West Indies are a weak spot.
You're not on my camera, are you?
We're definitely covering two, aren't we? Thursday, Friday, Monday. Yeah. There must be a little one on the weekend, but we're not covering it. And we're here with Trevor McIntosh. So Trevor, obviously big history here at Handsworth, with being the only black club in Birmingham. Tell us all about it.
Well, this is Handsworth Cricket Club, and we've been here for over 40 odd years. This club is the only Afro-Caribbean club, a matter of fact, in Birmingham. You know, it stemmed from when we started the Birmingham Commonwealth Cricket League, which was started by a gentleman by the name of Kazi, and slipped my name, the other one. So basically, we got together, all the black clubs in the area, and we compete against each other for many years. Fortunately, it collapsed in 1976, and we all amalgamated, and this is where we are today. And it's it's the last bastion that we are definitely trying to keep going for as long as we can. And even if we can't, we'll ensure that there's a legacy. That's all that will be here. Because anybody know the history of this club? There's no greats that's not played here. Cause we used to have the Birmingham Sports and Cultural Day. We had Viv Richard Gunn. All the top stars have been here at some point, playing in the Sports and Culture. So we have great history, and it's an honor to see this game for me personally. Because I look young, but I'm a veteran. So it's an honor for me to come and see this game today, and to know it's in the area. And I'm trying to make as much people know about it as possible, because I see it is a once in a lifetime opportunity. Because I had the privilege of carrying the baton in the area, so I see it on those level, keeping black cricket alive. Well, there's a flicker of light. It's not over yet, but we're still here.
Yeah. And of course, you live locally to the club as well. How much does it mean to yourself and of just the local community? It's just such a big part of the area, isn't it?
Well, for me personally, right, when it comes to cricket, I've been here from the 70s, right? And for me, as a young lad, when I was homeless. I slept on a park bench before, and I ended up in a hostel, the only hostel for black youths in the 70s, called Arambe Hostel. And I could have gone other way in life. And I started to play cricket, and it has made me the person I am today. So I'm always grateful to be around it, because it has changed my life, it's made a difference to my life, because I know I've seen 3 riots in this area, and I know which way I could have gone, but it's such a great balance of cricket, and I would love for the next generation to understand that, yes, it can change you, because it has changed me, and because I've been here for well over 40 odd years.
Thank you, Trevor. Yes, some great work being done by Trevor here. Trevor McIntosh, thank you very much for joining us. And we're here at Handsworth Cricket Club. We'll be here for England versus West Indies, the 3rd ODI later on today. Thank you.
Great.
Hans. So we're here now with the England captain Ed Gordon-Leonard. Ed, welcome. So it's been a positive series so far in the Stonehill Cup against the West Indies. What have you made of the series so far? Already wrapped up the Stonehill Cup.
Well, thanks for that, Owen. Yeah, it's lovely to be here at Handsworth. You know, a lovely green spot in the middle of Birmingham. A real West Indian flavour today. We've got big speakers here, and so we're expecting a cultural experience as well as a cricketing experience. The series has gone well. The West Indians got off to a slow start, off an aeroplane, 2 quick games, and we capitalised on that. And of course, at Dunnington, lovely Dunnington last week on Wednesday, we managed to win the second ODI and therefore the Stonehill Cup. The Lions played yesterday, day before yesterday, and beat them as well. So we're in for a 5-0 here if we keep focused and keep performing.
Yeah, and what do you expect from the West Indies today? Obviously, like you say, that first ODI, obviously there was a bit of jet lag involved, plus the 2 games in a row almost, and of course maybe no pressure on them today. Obviously, we saw a bit more of what they're about on Wednesday. What do you expect from them this afternoon?
Well, they've got nothing to lose now, Owen, and I hear this morning they've got a couple of new players in. One an injury and one has had to go home, so there's a bit of variety there, and we don't know what that's all about. But they've got nothing to lose, so we've got to be ever cautious, ever wary, but just stick to our skills and play our game.
Yeah, so obviously in recent games as well, we've seen some really high scorers, especially Steve Small getting that 119 not out on Wednesday. How pleasing has that been as captain to see so many high scorers across the team?
Well, it's not just the team, Owen, but we've, as you may know, we've created a squad here of 34 players. And the importance of a squad is that it allows us to manage both an England side and the Lions side, and allowing everybody to have their go. And I'm absolutely delighted that we've got selection challenges from people performing well, which bodes well as we move forward, and having to dial up to the Aussies who arrive this week.
Yeah, how excited are you for that? Those series of games, 5-day one-day internationals against Australia. It's going to be a great occasion, isn't it, in July?
It's going to be a great occasion. They've of course got 17 games, not just the 5 ODIs, so they've got to manage themselves as well. And we'll be alongside them there as well. So look, what a privilege to be playing seniors cricket in a Grey Ashes series at home, with a squad that's just coming into its best. So a great joy.
Ed, thank you very much for joining us. And yes, we'll be seeing what's happening this afternoon here at Handsworth as the third and final one-day international gets underway between England and the West Indies. Join us from midday.
Well, we're in the pre-warm-up for this third and final one-day international. Got the West Indies skipper next to me, Zamin Amin. Zamin, good to be here at Birmingham. We're set for a lovely, lovely day. The third and final match of the series. It hasn't gone your way, let's fair to say, but I think your team has showed a lot of composure, a lot of grit, determination, particularly in that second one-day international at Dunnington, chasing 367.
Yes, of course. The batting was a little bit better than the first game, a lot better actually. So there's some resistance shown in the batting, but we still have to come good with the bowling and the fielding to overcome the English side.
Yeah, there's going to be changes to your team today. We'll get to that later on post pitch. But Birmingham, massive West Indian community in Birmingham. We're expecting quite a decent crowd here. Have you been to Birmingham before? Do you have friends, relatives here, or friends and family coming down?
No, first time in Birmingham. No relative, no connection. But I have heard that there are a lot of West Indians in Birmingham, and I hope they show up. I will need their support.
Well, Zaid, I'll let you carry on with your routine and speak to your team. Thank you for joining me, and we'll speak to you later on at the toss. There you go, just a few words from the West Indies skipper. Really nice fellas. I mean, he's really shouldered the burden. There's some very, very good batting from him on this tour. Him and his team will look to finish the international leg of their tour of the UK with a victory here at Handsworth. Play due to start at 11 o'clock. We'll have all the team news and catch up with the captains at the toss, which should be about 11:30.
And we're here with Trevor McIntosh. So Trevor, obviously big history here at Handsworth, with being the only black club in Birmingham. Tell us all about it.
Well, this is Handsworth Cricket Club, and we've been here for over 40 odd years. This club is the only Afro-Caribbean club, a matter of fact, in Birmingham. You know, it stemmed from when we started the Birmingham Commonwealth Cricket League, which was started by a gentleman by the name of Kazi, and slipped my name, the other one. So basically, we got together, all the black clubs in the area, and we compete against each other for many years. Fortunately, it collapsed in 1976, and we all amalgamated, and this is where we are today. And it's it's the last bastion that we are definitely trying to keep going for as long as we can. And even if we can't, we'll ensure that there's a legacy. That's all that will be here. Because anybody know the history of this club? There's no greats that's not played here. Because we used to have the Birmingham Sports and Cultural Day. We had Viv Richard, Gunn, all the top stars have been here at some point playing in the sports and culture. So we have great history, and it's an honor to see this game for me personally, because I look young, but I'm a veteran. So it's an honor for me to come and see this game today, and to know it's in the area, and I'm trying to make as much people know about it as possible, because I see it as a once in a lifetime opportunity, because I had the privilege of carrying the baton in the area. So I see it on those level, keeping black cricket alive. Well, there's a flicker of light. It's not over yet, but we're still here.
Yeah. And of course, you live locally to the club as well. How much does it mean to yourself and of just the local community? It's just such a big part of the area, isn't it?
Well, for me personally, right, when it comes to cricket, I've been here from the 70s, right? And for me, as a young lad, when I was homeless. I slept on a park bench before, and I ended up in a hostel, the only hostel for black youths in the 70s, called Arambe Hostel, and I could have gone other way in life. And I started to play cricket, and it has made me the person I am today. So I'm always grateful to be around it, because it has changed my life. It's made a difference to my life, because I know I've seen 3 riots in this area, and I know which way I could have gone, but it's such a great balance of cricket, and I would love for the next generation to understand that yes, it can change you, because it has changed me, and because I've been here for well over 40 odd years.
Thank you, Trevor. Yes, some great work being done by Trevor here. Trevor McIntosh, thank you very much for joining us. And we're here at Handsworth Cricket Club. We'll be here for England versus West Indies, the 3rd ODI later on today. Thank you.
Great.
Hans. Hello everybody, welcome to Handsworth Cricket Club. Of course, we were meant to get underway at 12 o'clock midday, but as we can look now, it is 12:47. We've had quite some heavy rain. I'm Owen Mason. I'm joined alongside Matt Evans. Matt, welcome. Good afternoon. Bit of a delay to proceedings, but it looks like the sun's out and looks like we might get some cricket on this afternoon.
Yeah, we just had skipper Edward Gordon Lennox come in and tell us they're hoping to start 1, if not before. Just a bit of a shower. Such a shame. A lot of effort's gone into setting up the cricket club, and Handsworth Cricket Club obviously really looking forward to a big day, and a lot of people's here to watch, and barbecues going up and all sorts. But hopefully that's the rain passed over and we can crack on with some cricket. And Gordon Lennox still has no reduction overs yet, so still got the full game to go ahead as long as the weather behaves itself.
Yeah, that's a positive sign, Matt, isn't it? Because obviously when it comes to a day like this, when the rain's a bit hit and miss, and you don't exactly know what's going to happen within the next few... Obviously, we've had a bit of a weather update there. There might be a light shower coming up soon, but obviously it might be one of those days like we had last year where we... At Smethwick, we had a few rain delays, and then the game ended up getting called off. So hopefully not one like that today. But of course, it is the third, as you've seen with our interviews. Hope you've enjoyed our interviews with Ed Gordon Lennox, the captain, and Trevor McIntosh at Handsworth Cricket Club. Some great interviews there. Just some great insight into this wonderful cricket club that we're at here today in Birmingham. And as Trevor said, Matt, just getting a bit of word on his, in terms of the only black cricket club in Birmingham. That's quite incredible, isn't it? In terms of, for the area, how important, right slap bang in the middle of the Friends of Handsworth Park. It's a lovely, lovely area, isn't it? Just to be, and what a great, what a great community to be a part of, Trevor was saying. He was really reiterating that, wasn't he?
Yeah, we got here nice and early, didn't we? We bumped into Trevor, who gave us a lovely tour of the clubhouse with some amazing old photos, and he's given us this handbook of the journey, the Birmingham Commonwealth Cricket League, which is absolutely fascinating. And Handsworth Cricket Club actually was born from Continental Cricket Club and Rangers Cricket Club. They played at Handsworth Park here since 1974, and both clubs later merged into Handsworth Cricket Club. These clubs also played in the Birmingham Commonwealth Cricket League, the Blackwood Pavilion Handsworth Cricket Club clubhouse, which is still there today. That was opened by Councillor Ken Brown and Viv Richards, nonetheless, vice-captain of the West Indies, and Bob Willis, who's captain of Warwickshire in England. And everyone, it's a real community spirit. We said it at Newport, wasn't it, with everyone? But there's kids here, there's families here, there's barbecues. You can hear there's a real kind of party vibe with some massive speakers over there, which you can see on my my Twitter with the photos of it, which is kind of the West Indian way, isn't it? But real family community occasion, and they're if this rain stops and we get on with it, I think it'll be an absolutely cracking day, to be honest. Yeah,
it's been so nice to chat to everyone today, Matt. Just everyone seems so passionate about this club. It really is just in the centre of the community here in Handsworth. Really just shows how important and how crucial, sports clubs in general are for all generations of people. Trevor was speaking about being involved since the 70s, and then you've got the new generation, so some young kids dancing about, weren't they, as well? They were loving it. So the new generation coming through as well, which is always lovely to see. But we did get an update from Ed Gordon Lennox, as we say. No reduction in overs yet, and we are looking to get underway at 1 o'clock. So it will be an hour delay for that. But yeah, hopefully we'll get underway very soon. It's quite the downpour though. It looked like it was just going to be a light shower, Matt, and it ended up being quite a heavy downpour. But you've got a bit of news on, you've got a bit of news on something that's happened in the wider world of cricket. Some quite sad news.
Yeah, sadly this morning announced that David Sid Lawrence has passed away this morning. He's obviously made his England debut back in '88 against Sri Lanka. He was the first British-born black English cricket player, so that was really good. He obviously diagnosed with multi-neuron disease last year, and sadly it was announced that he's passed away this morning at the age of 61. So obviously thoughts and prayers go out to his family and friends and everyone connected with him, and it's really sad. He was he got an MBE just last year's King's List honours. So again, thoughts and prayers with his family and friends of David Lawrence.
Yeah, certainly so, Matt. A big character in the cricketing world has sadly passed away there. David Sid Lawrence at the age of 61.
Gloucestershire player as well. So
yes,
my neck of the woods. Far better than those rubbish Worcester Pears people. So
Steve Small, he's flying the flag for Worcestershire. Flying the flag for Worcestershire. What a lovely county
he had a
it is.
great knock last game, didn't he?
Really good.
We were going to try and get a chat with him, but with the rain and setup, that didn't quite happen. But yeah, what was he say? It was 118, was it, last innings again?
That's right.
118,
yeah.
Knocked out, so carries bat, and really good. But probably the best batting performance I've seen in all the games we've done so far. Really good knock.
Good.
And say he's playing today, and hopefully the same. There's got a few different players in for the West Indies. Rumours of some ringers coming in to swing the last tie, but the West Indies fielders are now out there warming up. The covers have gone, the stumps are in place. Rash is busy mopping up his spot. He got the brunt of the bad weather on the side of the tent there, unfortunately. So he will be with us shortly once he clears up his spot. Do you want to run us through the teams?
Yes, can do indeed. Yes, so we can get the teams for you in just a moment. I'll be able to hopefully get that for you. Hopefully on the screen in just a moment. A few technical difficulties here, but I will read them out. Obviously, this is match 3 of the Stonehill Cup. Of course, match 1 was last Monday at Littleborough, where the West Indies were bowled out for 63. Obviously, there was a bit of, jet lag in there, plus the fact that they played a game on the Sunday, so they were quite a tired bunch on the Monday, wasn't it? Unfortunately, so we didn't really see the best of the West Indies on Monday. You then look at Wednesday up in Dunnington. We saw a lot better from the West Indies, didn't we? Of course, England batted first, 367 for 5 in the end, and they won by 140 runs in the end. So obviously, it was a good return from the West Indies. Of course, they were never going to get to that total, Matt. We kept mentioning that in commentary. Obviously, you were doing a bit of camera work on Wednesday. You were front and centre getting sunburnt. But yeah, it was. But it was like you were covering it as well. The West Indies, they were really good account of themselves, albeit in defeat.
Absolutely, 100%. They obviously, like we said, having seen them perform the second game to the first, we all kind of looked at each other and said, yeah, definitely jet lag played a part in that first kind of drubbing they had, because their performance at Dunnington was far superior, and they fielded, bowled, batted far better than the first game, and really showed some encouraging signs. Unfortunately, the English batsmen had just, what was it? I think it was 11 and over they needed from the word go, thanks to a dominant batting display by England. So just beaten by the better side on the day. But yeah, much better performance from the West Indian over 60s in the last game.
Definitely so, Matt. And it'd be nice. You say they've got a few more games to come, the West Indies, this summer. So it'd be nice, another run out for them. You know, just to show what they're about ahead of another few games this summer. Of course, it's as we keep mentioning, it's a busy summer for England, as they still have series against the USA, and of course the Grey Ashes to come against Australia at the end of June and early July. It's going to be a great contest, that is, and we're going to be covering most of those games. England versus Australia, always just one of the most classic cricket fixtures there is, isn't there? But for the over 60s generation, the Grey Ashes, you know, what a time that'll be for the England side. Ed Gordon-Lennox and the team will be loving it if they could get a series win there.
Yeah, definitely. They're looking for that, and obviously this is all the build up to the big one. Not to show any disrespect to these other teams, but from an English point of view, when you're an English cricketer or a cricket fan, it's the big old enemy is Australia. So all going well so far to plan, and there's looking like some really good form in the England team, as we just see the West Indies boys doing through their warm up again. Obviously, we had the pitch inspection from Rash earlier, very green in that wicket, and then we had the toss which Ed Gordon-Lennox won and chose to bat, which both me and Rash were very surprised at. But I think the mentality, like Rash was explaining, is getting the England batsmen out there to have a bit of a knock rather than it being a quick finish game, which I don't think it will be. I'd say that first early game I think was all down to jet lag. But me and Rash both commented that, you know, with that much grass on the wicket, it looking a bit different to what we've seen so far this summer. You thought Edward Gordon-Lennox might put them into bat and have a look at the pitch first. You know, when you bowl and field first, it does give you a chance to see how the ball reacts, if there's any crazy bounces, any big turns going on. So we were just a little surprised that he did choose to put England to bat. But as the two openers come out on the field now, what umpires have walked out there. Ivor and Benny are just putting the final touches into mopping up after this this downpour we've had here at Handsworth Cricket Club in Birmingham. Actual sunshine coming through the clouds, and a bit of blue sky above me now as the West Indies skipper just makes his way onto the pitch and they start heading towards their fielding positions.
Yeah,
and I presume he's got who we got opening? Did we get the lineup in order? I don't know what it was. I was just sorting that out for the teams. As we you see from the overhead camera we've got on display at the moment. England won the toss, chose to bat, so the West Indies fieldsmen just making their way out to the centre. Umpires are sticking the bails on, so all positive signs before we get underway here. Again, good crowds here at the clubhouse, really, really well supported cricket club, and as Owen was explaining, Trevor McIntosh, a real stalwart of the club. You need these volunteers and people like that at this level of the game, and he was taking us through the history of the club and explaining that it's the only black club in Birmingham, and you can obviously, from the crowds here now, Owen, they're proud of that fact.
Oh, they certainly are, Matt. You know, it's a great, like we said earlier, a great community to be a part of. A great smattering of West Indies flags and supporters here. We were speaking to a nice lady from Barbados, weren't we, when the rain was coming down with our rain delay. Commenting on the fact that I didn't bring a coat with me today, so I got a bit cold during the rain. But oh well, the sun's out again now. Not as sunny as it has been, Matt, but it's not a bad temperature to play cricket in, especially with that wind as well.
It's not cold, is it?
No,
I mean,
certainly.
I've got my jumper on. It's warmed up already, so it's just a question. So we've got getting ready for the first ball here. I think Steve Small's facing the first ball. Left-handed, and Radic at this end, and then we've got Tony Boyker, who's going to open up the bowling for the West Indies.
Yeah, just a quick run through of the England team. Obviously, had Gordon Lennox, the captain, Steve Aston, Razi Ahmed, Mel Hussain, Richard Merriman, Nick Newman, Mike Palmer, Jim Phillips, Paul Radic, Graham Shaw, Steve Small, and Kevin Watson. And we're underway. Here, the first ball by Boyker. Oh my goodness.
Blimey. Steve Small, after his ton knock the other day, he's just leant forward for a defensive shot there, and it snuck past the edge of the bat, and luckily for him, no contact made with the willow, and it's gone straight through to the wicket-keeper, but that'll encourage the West Indian side straight away.
Yeah, similar to the other day, Matt, where England almost lost a very early wicket. And
He's got LB as well.
Umpire unmoved. That could have been, as you say, led before wicket there.
That's a very nervy start, isn't it? One past the edge and one on the pads that the umpire's not been interested in as we finally get to welcome Rash on board. He's tidied up his wet little patch in the corner there, and he's joining us on comms now.
Afternoon, boys. Afternoon, everyone. Well, two interesting deliveries to start.
In again. And England will be away. Boundary prevented though, Matt, from the West Indies. To say that. Bit of loose bowling there.
Big boundaries either side here today, boys.
Yeah.
Straight boundaries. Not too much room from the 30-metre circle. The viewers might be able to pick up the white disc, but either side, they're a long way out.
Yeah, I was worried that the shortest boundary seems to be the one straight at us. So having a little bit more, they're going for a cheeky little two, and I'm not sure he's going to make it in. He has made it in easy, yeah. So that's 4 up on the board for England. Yeah, just talk us through the field positions there, Rash, as you've got a little bit more knowledge than us. They've got a 2-man leg side field, so it's quite a bit of faith in the bowler.
Yeah, it's a pretty orthodox field to start with, Matt. These West Indies boys saw a lot of Steve Small on Wednesday at Dunnington as Boyker in again beats him, and that ball kept a bit low. Now this is a much different pitch, as I did in my pitch report, to the one we saw at Dunnington. That was a pitch that the ball came onto the bat. The bounce was true. I alluded to it that I think this pitch is going to be a bit too paced. Played on yesterday, lots of grass, humid conditions really. Maybe a touch of movement off the seam for Boyker to start.
Benny, we're on your camera. So you know.
Yeah, I did explain to the listeners, Rash, before you were here about we had a look at the pitch, and we both said we were a little bit surprised of the selection of going out to bat, and then we thought, well, yeah, he just wants to have a look at the batsman, but yeah, I'd have liked to have a look at what the ball did with the West Indies in bat before I got out there to bat myself.
Yeah, it took us by surprise, Matt, didn't it? But you could hear the afterwards when we spoke to Ed Gordon and Lennox, the rationale behind it, and he knows far better than us three what he wants from his side. Obviously, the series won, but as Owen mentioned, the blockbuster series against the Australians coming up. Not too far away now, about 10 days before the first one-day international at Littleborough, I think on the 30th of June. So if you're in the Rochdale area or in the northwest, please come along. Littleborough do an absolutely brilliant job in support of seniors cricket. But not a bad first over from Tony Boyker. Steve Small played very, very well on Wednesday, boys, didn't he? He looks an absolute class act. 119 not out, and his debut for England was against Scotland at Saltburn a few weeks ago. 80 odd he got there. So there's a wideish slip, and at 45 on the leg side. Mid wicket. Big gap between mid wicket and the fielder at long on. That's a wide to start with. It's one of the new players brought into the team. On the offside, you've got third man, orthodox point, and on the deep cover boundary, cover, and a wideish mid-off. Oh, it's Carlisle Stewart with that delivery. Steve Small looking to hit it through mid-wicket, top edge, straight over the bowler's head. Straight over the wicket-keeper's head. 2 more to him then. 6 without loss.
Yeah, also a bit of a nervy start here for the England over 60s. We've had a couple of balls whizzed by the edge, an LBW appeal, and that was a nervy top edge over the keeper's head to get a couple of runs, but certainly not the solid, confident start we saw the other day, Owen.
Yeah, certainly so, Matt. You know, Ed Gordon Lennox said that there wouldn't be no pressure on the West Indies side. Obviously, the series is won by England now, and he was very interested to see how the West Indies would start out this afternoon. As we say, that early wicket almost, you know, at LBW, that was almost an interesting start. But as we say, looking to just settle down now. 9 for the loss of no wicket now for England. And it's another chance for England, Matt, just to see how, you know, Ed was saying about how many selection headaches he's got now ahead of Australia.
Yeah, we were out there, weren't we? That's a wide down the leg. There was a bit of a debate when they mentioned that this morning. They're not going to be super strict on it, as you'd see on the television at the India-England game today, but they are going to be a little bit tight on that, and that drifted far enough for the umpire to signal a wide to move England to 10 for 0.
There we go. After a few gremlins in the system, you can see the score on the live stream. As you can see, 10 for the loss of no wicket now.
Yeah, and that delivery there, Rash almost seemed to dig in and rise up to the batsman. Exactly what you're saying about a couple of pace and some funny bounces out there.
Yeah, it did, Matt. It took Paul Radish by surprise. You can see his reaction. He was expecting that to come up. He was on his toes, and it literally dug into the pitch. Didn't see any loosening of the top surface, but something to monitor. Oh, that's a full toss. And that'll be a wide ball. Well taken by Roy Singh. Different opening partnership for England today. Steve Small and Paul Radish, both very, very good batters. Richard Merriman just dropping down the order. And different combinations, different batting styles.
Yeah, a few different combinations, as we said there, for England, in terms of, as you say, a positive partnership, as we've seen from Steve Small. As we say, 119 not out at Dunnington. Of course, that 85, as Rush mentioned, That's Scotland.
Sorry, Aaron, I thought
No,
I thought
I was
you
gonna
got
say
an edge. I
close
thought
one
I heard
then.
a noise. You got an edge to it.
Well, that delivery surface definitely moved. You can see Paul Raddish after playing that shot. Just doing a bit of gardening. There's a bit of rain that did get onto the pitch, a bit of confusion on the ground staff when we had that squally shower. Just break off as Stewart comes in again. That's a fuller delivery. Hits straight back and well fielded. And you're going to run.
Go for it.
Good running in the end. Good effort by Stewart. It's hit back powerfully by Raddish. Yeah, a bit of moisture got onto the pitch. A bit of confusion with the ground staff, as I said, and it was pretty heavy rain. But certainly, nearly at the end of the second over, we've seen variable bounce.
Yeah, and I guess from the flip side, it will just encourage the England bowlers because they'll have that sort of movement and scene when they get to bowl later on. Very, very wide delivery there from Carlisle Stewart. He seems to be just struggling to get his rhythm here. We've had 3 or 4 wides, and then he puts in that corking delivery that nearly found the edge of Steve Small's bat. But was this the 9th delivery of the over? No, he has given it wide. No, I was going to say the same there, Rash. We thought the umpire wasn't signalling wide. It was down leg side. He just took his time till the ball was back in the keeper's gloves and he has signals wide. So we're going to be heading towards our, I think, our 10th ball of this over. Is that right, from looking at the screen? That was, yeah, it was a wide. It was a full toss again, wasn't it? Oh. As Rush's carry bag takes off in the wind. We're having a bit of gusty winds now, aren't we, Owen?
We are, yeah.
It's obviously challenging conditions for the bowler out there. He's struggling to find his rhythm here.
Yeah, it's an interesting point because we had a fairly, oh my goodness, there's a few awry deliveries there by Stewart, and even a few comments there from Tony Boycott.
I've been on shorter holidays than this over's taken.
Crikey, yeah, as I say, it's a long one there. But yeah, in terms of that, Matt, you say, as in terms of the different weather conditions, in terms of that really does put a difference down. He's really having to work out really how he's going to bowl here, and that's a bit better. Yeah, still wide though, extraordinary. We had a fairly clear day of it, didn't we, at Dunnington, in terms of the, not much wind. Compared to today, it's really swirling about the Friends of Handsworth Park.
Have you seen anything of Carlisle before, Rash? Is this his debut? He didn't play last game, did he?
No, Matt, I haven't seen him before. 3 changes to the team that played on Wednesday for the West Indies. Maurice Sukul, Carlisle Stewart and Steve Linton come in. Hafiz Mohammed and Hafiz Ali are the men that are out, as well as Pramesh Sehalt. Don't know anything about him whatsoever. And, the West Indies skipper, Zamin Haman, was a bit coy when I was asking him about who he was and what have you. He just said, we've got a couple of players in.
Well, I'm not sure he'll be in for very long after that over, but maybe he just had a loosener.
I'm sure he was nervous, Carlisle. I'm sure he'll settle in. It just reminds me a bit. Do you remember a few years ago that player turned up at Southampton on trial? And he was meant to be the brother of somebody famous, and he was absolutely useless. I'm sure Carlisle will prove me wrong. Be nervous, but always a bit damp. He'll get into his stride. It's 18 for no wicket after 2.
I know, I think it happened to Liverpool when they thought they signed George Weah's brother, the African footballer, and he was about as good a footballer as I am, so he didn't last more than 2 weeks. So hopefully Carlisle was just having a loosener and he'll be back to it. So we've got changed the bowler already, yeah, I think. So that's a bit of spin, isn't it? Has he seen something in the wicket already?
Yeah, Zamin Amin, the skipper, coming on from the pavilion end. Bowled well on Friday up at Martin. Couple of wickets in and over. And he's bowled well during the series, I've got to say.
Yeah, it was a good win rush for the Lions at Martin. Obviously, achieved the total in half the overs, 22 and a half overs. They, acquired the target that the West Indies put upon them. Ooh. And just, continues what's been a really good summer so far for both the 60s and the Lions side. An unbeaten start to this summer for both sides as we head into that mammoth set of fixtures against the Aussies.
Oh, he's edged that. It's gone past. It's nearly hit his wickets on the way past. The first wide slip has dived and missed it, and it's gone for four leg buys. He's given that. I thought I heard bat on that, Rash.
That was a good delivery from and Paul Radage, the delivery before, just held up in the pitch a bit. That one, flatter, reached him a bit quicker than he actually thought, wrapped him on the pad, and went away for 4 leg buys. Radish playing off the back foot, into mid-wicket, well fielded, and there's no run. So it's definitely now we're midway through approaching the end of the third over. We've seen variable bounce and variable pace. Tricky pitch to bat on. That one didn't get up at all.
Yeah, I think the Windy skipper's seen something in this. He's put himself straight on. I think he's looking actually quite keen and bouncing around. I think he really fancies this now. He's seen how the pitch is reacting.
Yeah, definitely, Matt. That's the end of the over. 22 for the loss of no wickets, and the first boundary just seen there. But a decent start from England, despite that lengthy second over. And he's back on, is he, Matt Carlisle?
No, I think he's put Tony down that end, hasn't he? Or he's switched ends, and unsurprisingly, he's given Carlisle Stewart a little rest after that 48 ball first over. So you're going to have Tony Boyker at the far end. What are we going to call that, lads? The flag end? We've got the pavilion end this side, obviously, so far end and the pavilion end. So Boyker's now coming from the far end. Skipper of the West Indies made a very, very quick decision to change bowling. Boyker puts a really, really good delivery, just forward defensive from the England batsman. As Boyker makes his way back to his mark. Oh, Boyker's wrapped on the pad, so that looks a little bit leg side for me, yeah, and height. And the umpire's not interested. Yeah, a bit leggy, bit high, wasn't it, Rash?
Yeah, it looked it from him. We're not at the perfect angle, but Steve Small, I don't think he was unduly troubled. Just going back in his crease, however, a ball that did bounce a bit. But, height for me, and possibly going down leg.
Good running from England there. How does the umpire deal with that, Rash, when you've got such variable bounce and then you have an appeal like that? Because like you say, he was going back towards his stumps. He did wrap the pad. What sort of decision goes through his head there?
It's height more than anything, Matt. I think on that one, height, it wrapped him way above the knee roll. He's not 8'4", Steve Small, but with that bounce, the trajectory, the umpire's going to think, well, yes, he was back in his crease, but height, hitting him above the knee roll, possibly going over the top. Certainly when the West Indian boys have sort of pitched the ball on a good length, he is doing things, concentrating the batter's mind.
Another signal there, added to the total. 24 for the loss of no wickets now. So there's great crowds building here in Handsworth. Really local feel to this. Yeah, people on the park benches watching along as well, which is always lovely to see. Take them Dodd for a walk. You get a game of cricket as well. Oh, it's a close one again there, Matt.
Yeah, Boyka's put a little bit wider delivery, and Steve Small's flashed at that, kind of trying to cut it out towards point area and missed it, but hasn't got anything on it, so no appeal from the West Indies side this time. He's done it again. That's wrapped the pads. He's given it. He's out. Yeah, it's out. He's had a swing at that right on the correct line. The umpire likes it, and Steve Small, having made a century last innings, is walking back to the pavilion for 8 runs. See the replay coming in now. Good ball from, yeah, you can see that's clipped the back leg. And the umpire's happy that was going on to hit the stumps, Rash.
Yeah, interesting that one. Steve Small had a little nibble at a wider one, the previous delivery from Tony Boyka. That one, his right foot went away, leaving his left foot moving across the stumps. The ball didn't get particularly high at all. And as a result, he was wrapped right in front of the stumps. A very, very easy decision for umpire Dave Gowratt standing at the far end. So after his heroics on Wednesday, it's how cruel a game of cricket can be.
We haven't got the ideal angle, like you said, Rash, but I wonder whether that just seamed in a little bit because the form he's on playing down the line, as we saw so beautifully last game. I wouldn't be surprised if that hadn't turned in a bit.
Yeah, possibly. It's difficult to say, Matt. I think he was just trying to give himself a bit of room. He got a bit cramped the one before, trying to play that expansive shot through to the cover region. He just moved his front foot, his right foot, outside the line of leg stump. But in doing so, it obviously, it's human movement. Your left foot moves across. The ball didn't get very high. I think that was a good decision by the umpire. And West Indies strike, and strike early. England's 24 for 1.
Yeah, they'll be pleased with that. The West Indies have to get, a few close calls there. You might obviously. Mel Hussein's back in now. The next to bat for England. He'll be open for a bit more than he saw at Dunnington on Wednesday. But that's the psychology, isn't it? When you lose a wicket like that, Matt. In terms of, especially how Steve Small has had some fantastic days so far. That 85 at Hartlepool against Scotland at the end of May, and obviously only at Dunnington at 119 a few days ago, and obviously out for 24 this afternoon. What's going through his head with that?
Yeah, I mean, they do look a little bit more lively for me. It's a bit like Rash said. Maybe the Windies are just playing with a little bit more freedom here. The series has gone. They've got nothing to lose here. I do get the feeling, looking at the skipper, he's really licking his lips at this because he's really firing this ball and he fancies there's a bit of movement out there. Like Rash explained, we're not quite at the right angle to pick it up, but Mel Hussein's clipped a lovely one off his hip for a single. Sorry, Radic did, and it's given Mel Hussein the chance to face 2 or 3 balls just to get his eye in. Yeah, we expect so much of him. He didn't quite hit those heights, did he, in the last game?
Yeah, that's right. That's the end of the over. 25 for the loss of 1 wicket. As we say, Steve Small, if you've just joined us, Steve Small has become the first wicket lost for West Indies have gained there. They'll be happy with that, very pleased with that. As we say, no pressure on them as the Stonehill Cup is already wrapped up. The wins at Littleborough and Dunnington gave England an unassailable 2-0 lead in this series. But again, just a real test just for Ed Gordon-Lentz to really find his best side ahead of those big internationals to come against Australia.
That's going to be Tony Boyka again from the far end. Got the England and the West Indies flag floating in the background behind him as he charges up the slope towards the pavilion. Radic on strike. Furious with himself there, Rash. really stretched and went for something he shouldn't have done there.
Yeah, 14 deliveries Paul Radich has faced so far. Just a 3. He's normally a very, very good player through the offside, but chased a wide one from Tony Boyker as he comes in again. That's better, but hit straight to the fielder. One bounce. Well done by the skipper. And even though the series is won, as Owen said, these boys know that they've got to perform. Such is a competition for places, particularly the top of the English batting order. They want to put on a good show and place themselves firmly in the selectors' minds. And as it goes on as an opener, 16 deliveries now, Paul Radich, normally a very, very quick accumulator of runs. He'll be just starting to get a bit nervous. Pitch is doing a bit, variable bounce. There's a lot of factors at play.
Yeah, you raise a good point there, Rash, because you even look at when England were bowling on Wednesday, were fielding, sorry, and you look at how, like, in terms of some of the efforts made by the likes of Merriman and Razi Ahmed just to prevent any boundaries. Merriman went into the crowd of people to retrieve the ball, and then Razi Ahmed went into a wall almost. You think that there were 200 runs up at that point, so you think in terms of that was won on that day, you wouldn't want to lose this today going into that Australian series, because you wouldn't want any complacency, really. I don't know if that's the right word, but you wouldn't want that going into Australia at all, would you? Because that just puts you're going into a grandstand series there. You wouldn't want any bad feeling going into that.
Shot.
That's a great shot.
Well, that was better from Radich. Picked the length very early, just a bit of width, rock back, played it powerfully into the offside, but it's straight to the man. A wide-ish third man. A single off the last delivery of that over them. 6 overs gone here at Handsworth Cricket Club. England 26 for 1 after winning the toss and electing to bat. The man out, Steve Small, in Tony Boyker's previous over. LBW for 5. And it'll be the West Indies skipper, Zamin Amin, to continue from the pavilion end.
Yeah, the skipper waved his arm around there trying to move the field around. He really does fancy picking up a couple here as he... Great glove work by the keeper there. Just missed the outside edge of the bat. He picked it up and took the bails off in a flash. Looking at the leg umpire to see if he was out of his popping crease, but he's safe at the moment. But yeah, really fancies it, the windy skipper here. He's really up for it.
There we go. And that's going to be a boundary coming towards us and the OB truck. And that's another 4 to the total for England. 30 for the loss of 1 now. And as we say, before that boundary, Matt, there's flashes of what we saw on Wednesday coming into fruition here for the West Indies. Quite the positive start, getting the early wicket. And of course that boundary aside, like you say, Amin looks really up for it, doesn't he?
Yeah, it's just that there's the things Rash has mentioned, the variable bounce. I think some are digging in and rising up, and for my money, so we haven't got the angle, but I think there's quite a bit of turn in this wicket. I think it's going to put doubt in a batsman's head straight away, so they're going to not be as kind of flashy and playing the expansive shots that we saw straight away at a really good batting wicket at Dunnington the other day. But it'll be interesting again. You never judge a match until both teams are batted, so I think we're on for a cracker here today. So that's the end of the 7th over. It's 30 for 1 for England. 1 wicket down, which was Steve Small, who had a cracking innings last game, and he he's gone early, Rash.
Yeah, Steve will be disappointed. As an opener, you want to set the tone, and we know all about his quality. We've seen it live on 2 occasions. But I think he was unsettled by the delivery before from Tony Boyker. He was annoyed with himself, and because of that, he just tried to give himself a bit of room to play one of his favourite shots through the covers. And in doing so, just exposed his back leg to a delivery that I don't think did too much, apart from being pretty straight. That's a lovely shot from Melisane. That's running towards the boundary. Is it going to get there? Yes, it is. Trademark of saying that. Very strong off his legs. Just roll the wrist round it. And even on this slightly slow outfield, be drying up all the time. Wait for 4. He gets off the mark.
Yeah, this West Indies bowler goes with the generation I grew up with. It looks like one of the fastest bowlers I've seen in all the over 60s games I've done, which goes with the traditional sort of stereotype of the West Indies side. He's really pinging it down. Oh, it's gone. There you go. What a delivery.
Great delivery.
Is that Hussain? Yeah, he's gone to just cut that back to the third man like he did an over before, and it's gone straight into the hands of kind of a first and second slip. He's in between, but the great delivery. He's gone to cut it, and it's gone straight into the midst of the slip.
Yeah, it was a bit fuller and a touch quicker from Tony Boyker at that time, and it bounced. Melisane looking to give himself some room, trying to play it somewhere through the cover region, thick edge, but a very, very well judged catch. The fielder somewhere between second and third slip. It was really travelling, made it look very, very simple indeed. But a good grab. England lose their second wicket. Melisane, the man out for 4. England 34 for 2.
Yeah, it was a great delivery, just coupled with a really great reaction there. What a catch up was to catch out Mel Hussain. And as we say, within 10 runs of each other, Steve Small and Mel Hussain out, and the West Indies will be very, very pleased with how that started, Matt.
Yeah, I think there must be some movement out there off the seam and the wicket, because a player of Hussain's quality doesn't kind of send that straight to the slip in a match like this. So I think it's being a former bowler, I'm really looking forward to see what we get dished up here. And Boyker's obviously putting it right in the money and making the batsman play for it. I say as he tosses up a full toss to be driven straight down the ground.
Yeah, it really was a fantastic catch by Keith Lawrence. It really did travel, and he made it look exceptionally easy. The new man in for England, the England stumper today, Steve Aston, off the mark first ball. Forcibly playing it into the offside. Bringing Paul Rodgers onto strike. Oh, that's nicely played. Just turned it into the leg side. Chanderpaul Singh runs around from his position at mid-wicket to do the fielding. 1 more to the total then. Yeah, well, Steve Aston this time. Bit of width offered, thick edge. No chance for Keith Lawrence on that occasion. Off it went for 4.
Yeah, but you'll soon run out of luck. Oh. You'll soon run out of luck on those ones, though, won't you, Rash? That was again top edge. It wasn't a superb cricket shot. He's just got lucky that it raised up and flew over the slip's head. Right down the stumps, the final ball of that over, and Aston just back foot drove it. Bit of a defensive onto the offside as they change ends in. I just Wonder what the discussion between the batsmen there going on will be. They're probably going to be discussing what's going on with the ball and the movement and how it's performed the first 8 overs.
Yeah, I think they're obviously going to have discussions about that, Matt. Realising, look, 2 back in the hutch, less than 10 overs in. It's not ideal. Just need to apply themselves. See the next 4 or 5 overs out. Get to 50. Have a reassessment and then go again. But it's been a very good start by the West Indies. And I agree 100% with you, Matt. Zamin Amin, the windy skipper, definitely saw something in that first over. That's an appeal for LBW. I fancy that came off his glove. But he definitely saw something. He was bounding along, skipping along like a newborn lamb. He couldn't wait to get the ball in his hands. And he's bowled well.
Yeah, a big thank you to everyone joining us on the YouTube stream. As we say, a bit delayed. If you have just joined us, you're expecting us to be a few overs further than we should be. As we say, we're only 8 overs in because of the rain delay. We started at 1 o'clock. A big thank you to H. Barder 1978. The match versus the West Indies in England is very good. A big fan of the cricket. Thank you very much for that. Great shot, isn't it? But it will be prevented. That boundary by Chanderpaul Singh. As we say, really limiting, this great bit of fielding from the West Indies, just preventing anything at the moment. Those 2 wickets lost, 42 for 2 now. Yeah, it's all in that delivery, Matt, isn't it? In terms of just... That's the end of another over. As we say, 42 for 2. Coming up a bit later on, we will have some people on the commentary desk that have been involved here at Handsworth Cricket Club. Ken Rose, the cricket chair, and Martin Knight, who's the youngest captain in Handsworth Cricket Club history. They'll be joining us a bit later on. Similar to how we had Roland Butcher on at Dunnington. It was great to hear from him on Wednesday.
Yeah, on our arrival, Trevor McIntosh let us in at 9 o'clock this morning. He's telling us all about the history, some fantastic photos down here in the clubhouse. He's given us a booklet here, The Journey, the Birmingham Commonwealth Cricket League, which is absolutely fascinating, and I'm sure Mark and his colleague will give us great insight when they come over for a chat in a bit, as Ashton just lets that go past, and it was a wide. Rash informs me, so unusual for Tony today. He's been bowling well, certainly sending it down with a bit of zip for my money, but England batsmen just need to steady the ship a little bit here, really. I think top scorer is still probably the extras column, isn't it? They ain't half running well between the wickets as well. They're taking on everything like we saw the other day. They're not dawdling between the wickets and taking anything for granted. But again, as Rash has explained, competition for places is really, really high in this England team this summer, and there's no greater honour than facing the old enemy, the Aussies, in the Ashes. So they're all battling hard for their places. That's a little forward prod from Aston again, misfield. There at cover, would you call that? Cover's just misfielded. It's not quite made the boundary thanks to some cover fielding behind him. But the first time, Tony's looked a little bit loose in his delivery.
Yeah, certainly. He's looked quite short, hasn't he, so far on that delivery. But as we say, as we mentioned, if you missed that interview with Trevor McIntosh, that will be played again at tea. It's a great insight into all the history here at Handsworth. Great ground to be a part of here on this Sunday afternoon. 47 for the loss of 2 wickets now. 10 off 7 deliveries from Steve Aston, 9 off 31 for Radic.
It's a very useful person to have in your side, Steve Aston. Normally bats in the middle order. It was quite rightly named as keeper of the tournament in the World Cup in India, Chennai in February of March. 14 dismissals, I think. And can certainly bat. England used him as an opener in the tour of Australia in November and December of last year. Made some good knocks. Likes to get on with it. And a great knock with Jason Cornton, the third one-day international at Tanunda at Australia, squeaking by in the third game with just 2 balls to spare to regain the Ashes. But if he does get in and he's feeling it, that scoreboard will go whizzing along. Zamin Amin just in discussions with Carlisle Stewart. He's going to continue from the pavilion end.
Do you think Stuart saying can I have a bowl skip? And it was met with a swift no. After his opening effort. The skipper comes down now. Oh, again, good delivery. Misfield again there. Covered, to be fair, by Carlisle Stewart and thrown in well. He's
thrown into the game now, Matt. After that shaky start.
I know we're early in the game, but you see that run rate of 4.72. We were talking about 11s and 12s in the last game, weren't we? So just shows how much tighter their bowling seems to have set the field really well. A lot of shots that they've played have gone straight to fielders, so skipper's all over that. And again, he sprints to pick up his own delivery there. Sure, he's really feeling a couple of wickets for himself here, the West Indian skipper. The way that pitch is turning, these boys have just got to stay in and build partnerships, as we always say in this game.
Yeah, that's what we saw so, worked so well for England at Dunnington and early on against Wales as well, when Richard Merriment almost reached his century, getting 91 at Newport Cricket Club just under a month ago. And that was a great start to England's summer, beating Wales by 141 runs.
Well, that's another good over from the West Indies skipper. 5 overs, 1 maiden, no wicket for 7. But I think this is exactly what England needed, boys. You know, they've got off to really good starts in all the games. It's allowed the batters that are coming in to come in with no pressure whatsoever. Different pitch here today. 11 gone, 48 for 2. I think the West Indies boys will be the happier of the two camps. But we need to see a bit more from the England boys now. A bit of grit and determination. Can't all be crash bang wallop. Knuckle down. Build your partnerships, as you said, Matt. Interesting phase of play.
Yeah, Boyka's first delivery there, just forcing Radic into a forward defensive shot, offering him no room whatsoever. And how many overs they allowed each? 9. So yeah, the skipper's got a few left to throw down. He's hit that straight through the gap there. Yeah, I was surprised at the size of that gap that you mentioned at the start of play there. Rash, there's a big old gap there. He's just driven that straight through it for 4 runs.
Yeah, as England reach that half century, 52 for 2 now. as we've just entered that 11th over. "18 minutes to 2 here at Handsworth Cricket Club here in Birmingham. Great to be back with the England seniors team. And great to be, as we say, 50 runs for England now. In the 43 minutes that we've been here, we just ticked off at just short of 1 o'clock. With that rain delay. Yeah, still plenty of time for England to reach a decent enough total here at Handsworth, but really limiting that are the West Indies at the moment. Really pleased that they've been able to gain, they'll be really pleased that they've been able to gain 2 early wickets. Well, that was a close one again there. A few close calls there for England, Rash, and they've got to be, you know, that delivery, those deliveries are just very, very dangerous. You know, West Indies will be really pleased with that.
Yeah, Paul Radage, very lucky boy. Looking to hit that square on the offside. Thick inside edge, bounced down, narrowly missing the leg stump. And allowed him to get a single, but very lucky indeed. Steve Aston, just asking someone to move away from the sight screen. Oh, I think it's one of our team. I think it's young Dave who's been asked to move.
In comes another delivery from Boyka. And that's the end of another over. 53 for 2. Now for England. As we say, Paul Radage and Steve Aston just looking to try and build that partnership now. 28 balls they've faced in the just short of a quarter of an hour that they've been in the partnership. 19 runs for them so far between them after that spell of losing Steve Smalley. Went out at 24 for 1 and Mel Hussain at 34 for 2. A slightly longer tenure than he had at Dunnington, but still not as long as he would have hoped. And that's the frustration, isn't it, Rash? When you want to get some minutes out there, and you're not. It's through I say through fault of your own. You get batted out, bowled out, sorry. But like in terms of, that's the frustration, isn't it? Heading into quite a big series, they want to get some minutes out there on the field.
Yeah, they do, Owen. But cricket's a great leveller. Yeah. You can try your best. As we saw with Steve Small, 2 sparkling innings for England. His first 2 appearances. 80 against Scotland, and then that unbeaten century on Wednesday at Dunnington. Out for 5. So a change of bowling. At this pavilion end, Steve Linton replacing the skipper Zamin Amin.
So it's just coming up to a quarter to 2 here in Handsworth as another delivery comes in. And we've got some special guests here alongside us now. As I say, we met some lovely people here at Handsworth this afternoon, and we can now say hello to the cricket chair of Handsworth Cricket Club, Ken Rose, And alongside him, the youngest captain in Handsworth Cricket Club history, Mark Knight. Welcome, gentlemen.
Thank you very much.
Hi, and welcome to Handsworth Cricket Club.
Great stuff.
Good to have you here.
Thank you very much. Yeah, and Ken, we'll start with you. Obviously, being the chair of this club, you must be very proud to just be part of this community and really just, see how much it means to people. Because you see so many families here today, and to be able to stage a game like this, a seniors international, how pleasing is it to see this in your local club?
I don't know about pleasing. It's so emotional. Yeah, very emotional. I'm so proud. Really, really proud. If I couldn't really explain to you, or let you imagine where all this is coming from. I think.
Yes, Mark, you didn't allude to that. Just how it's great to see this in Handsworth, as we mentioned with Trevor earlier. In terms of the only black club in Birmingham, and you look at how that is proud history there, isn't it? Going back to the 1970s, of course, you've had some brilliant history yourself, the youngest captain in the history of this cricket club. That's a fantastic achievement to be able to have on your resume, if you will. But even just to be involved at this club, locally, it's such a privilege, isn't it?
Well, yeah, thank you very much for that. Handsworth Cricket Club means the world to me. I was brought out of Gordon Hillock School as a youngster. I think I was about 15 years old. And it was myself and another guy called Terry Robinson. And I can remember just coming to this club and seeing all these tall gentlemen, looked really tall to me at that time in my life.
Can I just chip in there? The man, one of them who started all this, Mr. Frank Nation, we've got to give him a mention. He was the one who brought Mark Knight, David McKnight, all youngsters, because that man, he had a passion, not just passion for the cricket, he had vision as well. And I'm going to get around to that slowly. I got a bit emotional earlier, but you can understand. Yeah. Okay. This club here now, Handsworth Cricket Club, as it is now, is born out of two clubs. Back in the day in the 60s, Continental, the club I used to play for, they were formed 1960 by Francis Nation. The other club that I was involved, they were formed sometime in the 70s. I played for them for a brief while. Rangers, that's the two clubs. Mr. Blackwood was the man who was running Rangers. Now, him and Mr. Nation had the vision. And as youngsters, we didn't really understand what their vision were, but we went along. Along with the police, they tried to get this place here. Mr. Webb, Inspector Webb, Thornhill Road. He helped them to get this place. Now then, at the time, if you can imagine, that we didn't have all this. Well, that was just before my Mark came along. You know where we had to change? There was I don't know if you would know them wooden picket fences. They used to have this, they put that around the pitch. And we had to change down there in the open. So, obviously, you got to make sure you put your jockstrap and stuff on so that when you change, you're not exposing yourself. That is where we're coming from. And we started changing there, and they said, "Nah, we'll give you the bandstand." Behind you?
Yes, yeah.
Right. This is a funny story. Now, the bandstand, it was okay. We thought, well, yeah, this will do. At least nobody can see us.
Until it rained.
Hang on. You're coming on that one. Yeah, carry on, man.
Yeah, the bandstand was great until it rained. You could have been changing in a couple of inches of water. But, the club, it came on. As Ken mentioned, we went on some amazing tours which was down to Frank Nation and the police. You know, we toured Trinidad and Tobago, played some really exciting games with some West Indies A-class players. Following that, we went to Jamaica, and maybe one of the best tours, which wasn't a cricketing nation, but we also went to Paris, France, playing cricket, you know. So, you know, this club has done so much, you know, in its time, and it's great. I mean, I now live in Yorkshire, Doncaster. I still play a little bit of cricket, but it's always great to come back up here, see the old guys, boast about my time as captain, because I lost one game in my second year, and the good thing is I was away in America the game they lost. So I have got an unbeaten record, you know, here at Handsworth Park as captain. But the amount of cricket that has been played here and what it's done for the community, you know, in Birmingham, and it's good to see that it's still going as a club.
Yeah, that's fantastic. You know, even just I'm only local myself. I only live about 45, 50 minutes down the road in Kidderminster, near there. So I'm not too far from here, down my neck of the woods, and it's been great just to, you know, as soon as you came here this morning, you could just see the community, and that's what you'd love to see. You know, so we've been to quite a few cricket clubs around the country covering the Inland Seniors at the moment, and this has been the one that's really felt the most. You feel like you're just part of something that's really been a part of this part for over 50 years. It's incredible, Ken.
That's the sort of effect that Handsworth has on people. Every team that come down here for the first time, you mentioned Kidderminster, we played them yesterday.
Oh, fantastic.
We played them, unfortunately, it was like a, can you call it, 48-pointer game, because we were bottom, they're above us by 5 points. So, anyway, unfortunately, they got a winning draw out of it, which a few more points than us, but yeah. And you know what? What amazes me when I turned up yesterday is the amount of people from Kidderminster that were here. Yeah. I don't know if they follow them like that everywhere, but I think it's because of Handsworth Cricket Club. Everybody wants to come to Handsworth Cricket Club. Yeah. Now, we were talking about the history of the club. I would like to talk about the future of the club. Now then, all this was built and opened 84. Yeah, this was opened 84. In 2021, the two club became one. We call it Handsworth Cricket Club. Yeah. Made sense because people were getting old and whatever, so the two club came together as one. We were put into the Warwickshire League. I can't remember what division was, like division 8 or whatever, and we came through the ranks into the Premiership. We got into Warwickshire Premiership. Now then, at the time, when you win the Warwickshire Premiership, there used to be a third division of the Birmingham League. They've scrapped that now. Yeah, but yeah, we got into that 2 times, Birmingham League. Anyway, we were there, you know, just plodding along. And then came the younger generation, Ricardo Gardner, Dwayne Kraskill, he just walked past, and Omar Kraskill. Those 3 guys came to me and they said, look, we want to push this club as far as we can go. Let's aim for the Birmingham League. Now, I mentioned Dwayne Kraskill, he was the skipper. That guy, last year, built a team I haven't seen a team like that down in Handsworth. I've been here since, by the way, I've been here since 79, 80. I'm giving my age away. But yeah.
Still a young man.
Yeah. And now this is getting to where we are now at this present moment. Yeah, there's one of them. He does the ground. He does the groundwork, and we've got one of the best wickets right now in the Birmingham League. That guy there, that's Omar Kraskill.
Yes.
Yeah. Anyway, they had a vision to go further, and Dwayne built a brilliant side last season. We won the Warwickshire Premier by 24 points or something. You always in touch about that, innit?
Yes, yeah.
By 24 points. Now then, we're in the big league. We're in Premier 2 in Birmingham League, because there's only 2 divisions in the Birmingham League now. As I said, they scrapped the 3rd.
One moment, sorry, Ken, as we just head into the first drinks break, we just quickly mention our sponsors here that are helping us stay on air today, and great sponsors here for the Inland 60s. Obviously, we've got Stonehill, we've got Sporter Tours, MV Play, Matt Tech, the Jube, and Clean Clad. Thank you very much for sponsoring the Inland 60s team. Without your help, we wouldn't be able to stream on YouTube. Thank you very much to all of our sponsors. So yes, Ken, you're on about the future, obviously, and you carry on about the future of this, great club. As you say, a really bright future ahead.
Well, you say bright future. I hope so, but that's going to bring me to something I want to say. In fact, I'll say it now. We mentioned community. This has always been a community club, but more so from this year, we're really putting effort into that, bringing the community and getting them involved. Now then, I was talking about the getting up into the Premiership 2. We're punching way above our weight, to be honest. We are punching way above our weight.
But even just to get there, that's just an honour in itself, isn't it? That's, to get to those heights in the first place, that must be fantastic for you to see. How proud of you of that. That's incredible.
As I was saying, those 3 guys, I'm so proud of him. Yeah. I don't want him to get too big-headed, but I've got to give them a mention. Ricardo Gardner, Dwayne Kraskill, and Omar Kraskill. Yeah. The future, as I say, we're punching above our weight at the moment because, okay, how can I put it? It's like, say, for instance, Newport County, or say Kidderminster.
Yeah.
Within 3 years, getting into the Premiership. Can you imagine the extra finance and whatever?
Oh, yeah.
This brings me back to the community.
Yeah.
We would like the community to get involved more.
Yes.
And if there are any businesses out there, can get sponsorship in cricket club. That's the main thing. All these cricket clubs that we're playing against, like Kidderminster, they've been around for years.
Certainly, yeah.
You understand? And we're in a league now that they can afford to pay 3, 4 semi-pros.
Yeah.
That's what we're up against. You understand? So if there are any business people in the community around there, please come down and see what we're trying to do. We've built it. It's not like we're not trying to help, because you cannot ask for help. This is where we look at it. You cannot ask for help unless you're helping yourself.
Yes.
You've got to show people that you're helping yourself. So anybody want proof of that, come down and see what we've done in that club. You see, you've never seen a place like that, have you, Mark?
This is my first visit this year. As I say, I live in Doncaster, and I can see the development, but I can also see what's needed for this club to move forward and to keep it in the community and to get future stars at this club who possibly could go on and become the next Joe Root. He started in a local club in Yorkshire, no #1 batsman in the world. Why can't that happen in Handsworth?
Ricardo Gardner got to Warwick. He's from the youth scheme here.
Mm.
We've produced a few youngsters that got into work from down here.
That's
you know.
fantastic.
But as cricket is at the moment, it is very expensive. Very expensive. And we need sponsors.
Certainly. Ken, Mark, it's been a pleasure for you to join us today. I've got to say, just having you there, having you here to be able to just speak how highly you know of this club, how the proud nature of it. Thank you very much for joining us. Just a big thank you, and just the best of luck for the future of Handsworth Cricket Club. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you for having us.
Thank you. Take care,
Thank you.
guys. Thank you. Really good. Thank you, mate. Thank you.
Edit the bad ones.
Brilliant. Thank you, mate. That was Ken Rose and Mark Knight, their cricket chair of Handsworth Cricket Club, and of course the youngest captain in Handsworth Cricket Club history, Mark Knight there, the two of them. Thank you very much for joining us. So yes, we're back here alongside. Since over the drinks break, and at the moment 74 for 2. Rash, you've been keeping an eye on it. What have you made of those last few overs?
Thanks, Owen. Really nice to hear Ken and Mark's words. Really passionate about this club, and quite rightly too, with a heritage attached. It's been better from England, I'm going to say. Settled in a bit. Steve Aston, very combative player, looking to play his shots. Probably the shot of the innings so far, the square drive that he played. Paul Radich in the last over, just before the drinks interval. Bit streaky, but it went for 4. Going along quite nicely, these two. 74 for 2, as you say.
Yeah, you're right though, Rash. Ken got quite emotional when he was speaking about how much Handsworth means to him, and as you say, quite passionate about how much the community means, and just how much support he's had over the years for this club. Obviously, as he said, punching above their weight now in the Birmingham lead now, which is he said, an honour to be a part of. They're playing Kidderminster down my neck of the woods yesterday. But yeah, fantastic to see just how much it's developing here in Handsworth.
So the first delivery after the drinks break, Tony Boyker from the far end. Steve Aston just plays it out gently into the offside and trots through for a single. One more to him. 75 for 2.
Yeah, that's what England need now, isn't it, Rash? To be able to build that first partnership that we've seen so prominently at the likes of Dunnington and Newport, and in Scotland, where that first or second partnership has been quite world beaten in terms of, look at the likes of, obviously it was Steve Small getting that 119 not out, but then you looked at the likes of, Merriman when he's been in there, Radich. It's been, that's where England have been able to, that's been the main starting point for England to be able to get a big total. So that's what they need, but the West Indies making it difficult for them at the moment.
Yeah, we saw it in the West Indies fielding effort at Dunnington, Owen, didn't we? Yeah. Remember the drinks break, England were going on quite nicely. There was 2 quick wickets, bang after drinks, momentum shift, and it always beaten. Great bit of work by Roy Singh. Steve Aston, he'll appreciate that. World-class stumper himself. But yeah, momentum's a great thing in any sport, really. And England were largely untroubled until that drinks break, and then those 2 quick wickets. And don't forget, those 2 drop catches by the West Indies fielders. I think if those catches had been held, and let's be honest, they were relatively simple, England are suddenly 5 down for 130 odd. Yeah. Different complexion. I don't think they get up to 367 in that occasion, but the hoik from Steve Aston. That's running away. It's a long chase for Chanderpaul Singh. And it's a good chase, but 3 runs to Steve Aston. But it is fine margins, as we've talked about it last year, boys, and the Ashes series, it happened, the Pakistani series last year. England winning that series on the final ball of the 5th and final one-day international. Things can turn very, very quickly. But it's been a very committed and energetic performance by these West Indian players here today.
So it's fine margins. We keep talking about it. And when it comes to that Ashes series that of course starts a week tomorrow at Littleborough, that is when it's these crucial margins. And that's where bits and pieces of where we saw the fielding from England, as we mentioned earlier, Razi Ahmed literally running into a wall to get that ball, and Richard Merriman rolling into a crowd to just prevent a boundary, that's the endeavour that you'd want to see in any game, isn't it? But when it comes to that Australia game, my goodness, that could be the difference between, a 3-4 run victory. That's what you want to see, and I think that's what's pleased Ed Gordon-Lennox with the series and the summer so far.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, these are senior players, folks.
Yeah,
let's not forget
that's
that.
right.
But they throw themselves around like 25-year-olds. Play with passion, play with endeavour, play with spirit, no little skill. And as I say on nearly every commentary I do, it's a real honour and a privilege to be around them. They are an absolute inspiration. All the players in seniors cricket, 40s, 50s, 60s, 70s, for what they are doing and continuing to do. That's a lovely shot by Radish, just played out into the offside. Chanderpaul Singh comes in from his position on the deep extra boundary to do the fielding. 81 for 2 England without single. Paul Radish moves on to 28 from the 50 deliveries he's faced. His batting partner Steve Aston, 23 not out from 28. And as our colleague Matt Evans alluded to a few hours before the drinks break, it's about England settling down, building a partnership, plenty of talented batsmen to come. But they've steadied the ship very nicely indeed.
It's another cracking shot, isn't it? But of course prevented. That boundary again by Chanderpaul Singh. But England, like you say, that's what they need to do now. As we say, just steadying that ship, just so they can really get that partnership going, because they don't want any more stunted starts of these partnerships now. Hopefully that'll be the case for Aston and Radish now.
Well, going along at this run rate, so England comfortably get up to 225, somewhere in that region.
Yeah.
You'd think with the normal rate of acceleration and the England batting lineup to come, wickets in hand, they'll exceed the 225 as the 50-run partnership comes up. Off 57 balls between Paul Radish and Steve Aston. What a shot by
That's a
Radish.
great shot.
Beautiful pick up. Over square leg for 4. So with that wonderful shot by Paul Radish at the final ball of the over. 17 overs gone here at Handsworth Cricket Club in Birmingham in the West Midlands. This third and final one-day international. England move on to 88 for the loss of 2 wickets, having won the toss and elected to bat. And whilst this is the final international match of the West Indies tour, it's not the final action for these West Indies players. They'll be moving on down south to play games against a few county sides. Kent, I think, Surrey, Middlesex, and I think there's a club game against Finchley. So they're here for a while yet. But they'll be looking to finish the international series off on a high. And try and register a victory. There's my colleague Owen just goes for a little break. We welcome back Matt Evans into the commentary area. How are you feeling, Matt? You okay?
Yeah, good shot there from Aston. Yeah, I'm feeling good. I'm really excited actually. This game's going in. I've got a feel it's going to be a good one. Good one. There's a bit of movement on the ball. It's crazy. And making the batsman really think. But Aston and Radic are just creating a partnership here now that it's exactly what he wanted. So it's building up to be a classic encounter. I've got a feeling in my waters as Radic just leans back there, plays a lovely cut shot. He's left him a bit shy. Oh, I think the bowler was a bit upset there that he ran in his way a little bit, but that was half a run-out chance there. Very risky. We were commenting how well they've run between the wickets there, but that was a little bit risque, that one, Rash.
Well, they went on the misfield, but Zamin Amin did fantastically well at point. Tony Boyker, actually, he's throwing his arms around and he's a bit annoyed at the skipper, but what are you taught as a kid, as a bowler? Get behind the stumps. He didn't. That was a really good throw. I think if he's behind the stumps, Paul Radish is in trouble. Oh, chopped down by Aston. No harm done on that occasion. Yeah, throw looked to be in and around the vicinity of those stumps. The problem was Tony Boyker was stood in front of them. It's allowing Paul Radish to get in.
Yeah, I couldn't agree with you more, Rash. You'd have been in the right place behind the stumps, like you said, as we taught as children. I think it would have been a really strong run-out opportunity as he just nudged that into the offside, and the skipper's a bit sloppy there, just stepping over the ball, and they thought about running two for a second, but after that risky half run-out chance, they think again as we halfway through the 18th over. It's 90 for 2, England in bat. Won the toss and chose to bat, which took us a little bit by surprise. Me and Rash had a look at this wicket and thought there's a bit in it, a lot of grass on the surface, and it's turning to be so. I think there's a bit of movement out there, and certainly Boycott at this end's really pinging them down and making these England batsmen think about what they're doing. He's just inside edges one there to the leg side, and Chanderpaul makes a dive but misses it. As they've run two, they're going to try and risk three, but no, he's got a good arm on him, Chanderpaul, as he's shown 2 or 3 times already, and he gets that in just to avoid the England batsman running a third. So I was looking at the clouds there behind me. There's a bit of blue sky behind us, so touch wood. Hopefully we don't see any more rain today. We can get all these overs in.
Yeah, that's what we want to see, Matt. After that early rain delay, of course, we were meant to get off at midday. Just coming up to 2:15, and we're not halfway through our overs yet because of that. Oh. Yeah, well, as you say, well prevented there from perhaps reaching that boundary. But as we keep looking around the pitch, that boundary is quite far, isn't it? In terms of different areas of the pitch, it's, you know, we're fairly close to it right here. We've seen a few boundaries trickle over towards us.
Yeah, I think if you're pulling it square legged and cutting it to point, as Rash pointed out at the start, it's the long boundaries. Yeah. Drive straight at us aren't so long. And I think the far boundary at the far ends, we'll call it, is a little bit long on this one, but certainly the sideways shots, as we'd call them, would be a long boundary. But they're having a deep convo here now with the skipper, which I don't know if that means change a bowler or what's going on there, Rash.
It's Carlisle Stewart saying, I'm ready, Skip. I'm ready, Skip. I'm ready. Bless him. He must have been nervous, but goodness me, that was an over and a half, wasn't it? I think he bowled 2 overs in his first one, didn't he? I don't know how many wides there were.
Yeah, and even when a shot goes towards Chanderpaul Singh, even with that longer boundary, still gives him a chance with his pace to be able to get to it as well. So that's, you know, in a way, in helping him, you know, preventing any more boundaries for England. He's got some pace on him, hasn't he, Chanderpaul Singh?
Yeah, he looks like one of the fitter fielders in the side, like Rash said earlier. Let's remember these boys are 60 plus. So if I'm pinging around a cricket field at 60 plus like Chanderpaul, I'll be surprised. I don't think I can do it at 48 now. So and he's got a lovely arm on him. He's chucked a couple of returns in very nicely to the keeper's end as comes in, just guided that down, kind of deep gully areas, returned in by the skipper. But yeah, England doing what they need to do right now, just building a partnership.
They are. They're doing it very well. But knowing Paul Radic as I do, just signs that he's really warming to his task. When he starts planting that front foot down and just angling the face of the bat into the offside, it genuinely means that he's comfortable. Oh, there's a chance. Just bounces in front of... Oh, dear. Well, poor old Carlisle Stewart. Lofted by Steve Aston. Bounced about 10 yards in front of him. Didn't have to move far. Got into position, but unfortunately misfielded. Another boundary to Aston. He moves on to 31. England 1 away from the century. 99 for 2. That ball's going to follow him like a magnet now. His big yellow cloth.
Yeah, I think if Aston Radish has got anything to do about it, he's having a blinder, isn't he? 9 wides in his first over a misfield. He's probably wish he was back on the plane going home again. But big job for the skipper, though, isn't it? You know, he's going to low in confidence. He's got to bring him on at some point and just get those cobwebs out of the system and let him put that all behind him. Really, you can't have that hanging over him all summer. That one over, he's got to give him a go at some time.
Oh, definitely. Yeah, you know, you got, as Rush alluded to on Wednesday, they've still got some internationals to play. A few games to play for them, for the West Indies. A bit later on. Another delivery in. Ooh. And that's another wicket lost.
That defo seemed to the offside, that didn't it, Rash, from here? That's just taken the top of the off stump. Perfect delivery.
Well, that's a belter of a delivery from Steve Linton. Yeah, no complaints without Steve Aston. Bowled for 31. Ball that pitched and seamed away as he prodded forward. Crashed into the off stump. And Matt mentioned it last over. Still a bit of movement out there. Very green, that pitch, as we said on the pitch report. 99 for 3 then. Steve Aston out for 31. Bowled by Steve Linton. Brings Graham Shaw to the crease.
I don't think he'll be too disappointed with that 31 at the end of the day, Rash. I think that's going to be kind of par score for these batsmen, because that definitely moved off the seam. And talking about junior cricket earlier with fielding, that's exactly what you teach. Top of off stump is exactly where it hit that off stump, and he was really, really pleased with the delivery of the bowler, as he should be.
Yeah, it was an absolute belter of a delivery. There's not much you can do as a batsman, that, because you're picking the line first off. There was no movement in the air, so Steve Aston is actually playing it on length and where the ball was going to pitch. It did. He was playing it on that length, and it just seamed away. Absolute belter. Yeah, no disgrace getting out to that.
So Shaw faces up here. Bowler coming from the pavilion end, a little bit downhill. He really celebrated that with some vigour. So again, another West Indies bowler that seems to have his tail up. Lovely clip off the legs there by Shaw. Great stop by the fielder initially. Yeah, Keith Searley stood on it. I thought he was going to roll his ankle there, but he's managed to stop it, and they just got a single, but gets Shaw off the mark. As we come to the end of the over, still on 99. Oh no, click through for 100. Scoreboard was a bit slow there. Just click through for the century there. So a lot slower than the other day. 5.26 run rate. It's over half of what we were at Dunnington, but completely different circumstances.
I fancy it's time for Emerson Jordan. Looks like I've got great knowledge, folks. It's only because Tony Boyker's finished his allotted 9, so he couldn't bowl another one. But that looks like Emerson Jordan to me at the far end. Now, we were impressed with him on Wednesday. His first over was a sort of gentle introduction, but his second over, and with a lot more pace, got one to nip into Paul Radage. It was ultimately his downfall, but he was beaten for pace. So it'll be interesting to see what he does on this wicket, which is offering a bit of variable bounce, but genuine movement off the seam.
Give or take that change of over at the start, Rash. Well, that means Boyker's pretty much bowled his over straight out, which is probably very rare at this over 60s level, I should imagine.
Yeah, it is. You normally bowl 5 or 6 overs maximum, but he bowled pretty well. Let's see what Emerson Jordan can muster then. as in he comes. First ball to Graham Shaw. He just plays it out into the offside where Carlisle Stewart does the fielding, and there's no run. But yeah, he was very impressive on Wednesday. Jordan.
Graham Shaw had a cracking score in his own right in a Lions game against Scotland at Seaton Carew Cricket Club at the end of May. 65 for him against Scotland. He'll be open to continue that. Now for the over 60 side. Another player who's looked very, very good in the Lions. There's been so many really good players in the Lions trying to get their way into that 60s side. That music is still going. I don't know if they forgot to turn it off, but they've was on at the drinks break, but it's still going, which we'd like to hear.
Do we? Oh, good cut shot there.
Very good.
Again, field as well positioned, cut off. Just the single there for Shaw. Moves him on to 2. Radic back on strike. He's top scoring now on 38, I presume, Radic, yeah.
Yeah.
Although strike extras must be running him close still, is he?
Yeah, 38 off 56 for Paul Radic. As he looks to try and add a few more to his total here.
Big swing and a miss there.
Yeah. Very careful.
Looks a bit off balance there for the normal Radic there, Rash.
Yeah, I was chatting to Paul before the start of play, and we were just talking about the delivery that he got from Emerson Jordan at Dunnington. So he is mindful. He'll have seen what the ball was doing, but I did say he looked. Yeah, that's well watched. Yeah, and that certainly moved. Good contest this.
Well, as they say, it's missed, so it was a good leave.
Yeah, it was. It was a good leave. Recognised the length early, but as it seemed away. He's just going to be careful because Jordan got him with one that seamed in on Wednesday. Well, streaky from Radic, back in his crease. Not where he intended, but he'll take that. 4 more to him. The last ball of the over, he moves on to 42. England 106 for 3. 20 overs gone. 25 to go.
Yeah, quick delivery in, wasn't it, Matt? Oh, so he found that. What a cracking shot by Radic in the end to find another boundary for himself. 106 for 3 now for England.
Yeah, I mean, it's a bit of luck both ways. I mean, that's about the 4th ball that has top edged and either fallen short or gone over the kind of deep gully position. I mean, you can't position for that, so they're just going to take the rough with the smooth there. But Radic looking to play shots, back foot looking to cut it down to kind of 3rd man area and just got a top edge and got away with it. Moves him on to 42 off 59 as England 106 for 3. So we start the 21st over. Shaw facing the new baller Linton coming from pavilion end. Again, the wicketkeeper just having a little reshuffle here of the West Indies field. Nice drive straight back past the bowler. Good swift run in by Shaw there. Oh, just dropped short, yeah. Not really a chance, just dropped short. It was a well struck. Real crack of the willow around this ground. It just dropped short of the fielder. Playing it again. Oh, it's well stopped again, half stopped. Just got under his body. But again, a cracking diving stop there down to his right hand side. Just checking out a graze on his knee. But again, remembering these guys are 60 plus, that was very agile point.
Yeah, he's led from the front, the skipper. Yeah, Steve Linton straying down the leg side. Signal the wide by the umpire, Vic Clements. Standing at the pavilion end.
So, Matt, what do you make? What do you think Ed Gordon Lennox makes of this so far? He's watching on quite intently. As captain, you know, as he mentioned to us earlier in the interview he gave us, a lot of selection headaches ahead of Australia next month. But watching this now, as we say, a bit of a one-off now that they've won the Stonehill Cup. But to see out this series, what do you think he's made so far? You know, 24 overs to go, halfway through the overs, almost 109 for 3. What do you reckon he makes of it so far in Handsworth?
Well, I think he's getting out of it. We wanted to get out of it. They want a couple of other batsmen to have a knock and see some deliveries and have some time at the crease. Give them some warm-up before his kind of selection against the big Australia match. There's a lovely drive by Shaw again, straight back to the bowler, well stopped. But he's seeing what he wanted to see, and after a kind of initial wobble, I think all in all, from where we're sat, it's not the easiest, as we've said, but there is some sea movement. There's been a couple of cracking deliveries. So I think after an initial mini collapse, let's say, in a couple of early wickets, which caught us by surprise, we've not really seen it yet from England. They're such a strong batting lineup. I think they've steadied the ship, built that little partnership with Radic in the last wicket that fell, which was Aston, wasn't it? Yeah. That was a bit of a partnership. They've just got to go again now. So we're only 21 overs in. There's more than half the overs to go. So they're not tearing out. I did say to Rash when you were having your chat with the lads there that, you know, I think the England bowlers will be licking their lips at this surface with the movement we've seen, because they've got the artillery to make it work for them.
Yeah, definitely so much. 24 overs to go then for England. As Chanderpaul Singh picks it up once again. Off the delivery. And off the shot from Radic.
What are the spin options they got here, Rash? Because the way the captain licked his lips and kind of dived in there, I thought he'd maybe have another spin bowler on to see if he can get some grab off that really lush green grass in the middle there.
Yeah, slight misfield by our man of the moment, Mr. Stewart, out in the covers. And that's Paul Radic to scoot through for a single. Yeah, they've Chanderpaul Singh, who bowled pretty well. He's bowled pretty well actually throughout this tour. You've got Gerald Singh. He can also turn his arm over. Keith Seal as well. Oh, well, Graham Shaw advancing down the pitch. I fancy he didn't hear the no ball call, because he was advancing before the umpire called.
He went
no
very
ball.
early, didn't he? Yeah.
Yeah, trying to show his intent. Now, Emerson Jordan, it's his second no ball, but he'll enjoy seeing that. Yeah, pictures it fuller this time. One thing with Graham Shaw, even defensive shots like that, they come back like a tracer bullet. He hits it incredibly hard. But this should be a good contest. Worth watching, I think, boys.
Yeah, it sounds like a loud crack off the willow when he connects with the ball, for sure. from the, there's another one straight back past the bowler. Is the fielder going to get there? Half cuts it off, does old Roy. Another step on it, and then a throwback. I mean, he's not going to be starting for Real Madrid this time next week, but he stopped the boundary eventually. But yeah, I think that snorter of a ball from Linton actually probably just made the skipper think about the seam rather than a bit of turn off the pitch, because he was certainly licking his lips at having a go, and I felt there was another spinner coming on, and then when Linton threw down that peach of a ball to Aston, I think he's just forced the skipper's hand really to just keep a bit of pace coming through, and there's still a bit of movement because they're just swinging at stuff and it's moving away and missing it.
Yeah, I think you're absolutely right, Matt. The other thing as well, don't forget Paul Radage is still in there, and he was dismissed by Jordan with a really good delivery on Wednesday. So that might have been in the back of his mind. Jordan, well done. Straight out to Carlisle Stewart, and the covers brings the end of the over. 22 overs gone then here at Handsworth Cricket Club in Birmingham in the West Midlands for this third and final one-day international between England and the West Indies. England winning the toss and electing to bat have reached 113 for 3. The men out in the middle at the moment, Paul Radage, who opened up, he's 44 not out off 63 deliveries, and his partner Graham Shaw, he's 5 not out off 14.
Yeah, that just took me back there. 44 not, he's just trickling along, isn't he? And all of a sudden, we're kind of sounding a bit negative about the batting, and before we know it, Radage is heading towards a 50, which is never a bad innings for a cricketer. He's stayed in from the word go while others around him have fallen, and he's if what Rash says is right, if he gets his eye in and starts getting a little bit more confidence, he could have a big score on our hands.
Well, he's an incredibly talented cricketer, Paul Radage. Very, very good in the field as well. As Linton comes in, that's a nice shot, slaps straight down the ground. Chris Ramdat does the fielding in front of us. At long off, just the one more to him then. He moves on to 45, does Paul Radage. Yeah, hit the great Aussie bowler Tony Panicasio, who we'll see in the coming weeks. 3 sixes and an over in the second one-day international at Caulfield in Melbourne during the Ashes tour. It's not often that Tony Panicasio gets the hook, but he did after that over. He's got all the shots in his locker, Paul Radage. Can he go on and get his half century and go on from there? Well, what a delivery that is. Yeah, an acknowledgement from Radage. Just give Steve Linton, the bowler, a nod. Beaten all ends up. Well, pitched around middle stump. Exaggerant sieve movement. Left him, beat him all ends up.
Yeah, that's the sort of delivery that's just going to put that little bit of doubt into the batsman's minds. That was, as I say, pitch middle and just seemed missed off stump on the replay. So it's again, Linton seems to be really getting this this ball to talk and move.
England, as we say, trickling along, 117 for 3 now. Radage edging ever closer to the half century. 46 of 66 deliveries. Now, and Graham Short 7 of 16. 22 overs to go then. Just over halfway through here at Handsworth Cricket Club, 2:37. As we say, we were delayed because of the rain. I've got to say, there's a nice little crowd building on the benches. Matt, there's quite a few people watching alongside the people that have joined us here at the Cricket Club in the Pavilion this afternoon. You know, it's like, as we say, this Cricket Club smack bang in the middle of the park. the train line going along the edge of it really is at the heart of the community, isn't it? And you can see these people enjoying their Sunday afternoon here watching along.
Yeah, it's fantastic. A very British scene, isn't it? There's a couple of old boys leaning on the fence over there watching the cricket. Everyone just able to watch it, and what a treat, because it's a high standard of cricket they're getting to see for free. You know, these players are quality cricketers, and if you're out in the park just grabbing a bench and a few of them enjoying a tipple of the amber nectar, as the Aussie boys would say, and a lot of people here at the clubhouse. So again, a very, very vibrant community, family-based cricket club enjoying a cracking day's cricket. Oh, lovely little nip off the legs there by Shaw. Just
and even Chandipal's got to chase that.
Straying down leg side there from the Jordan, the bowler, and he's just clipped it off and bagged himself 2 runs. Very, very smart bit of batting there.
Yeah, that's really nice. And as it was edging towards the boundary, it was stopping and slowing down. So Chandipal Singh was able to gain that, as he almost has done with any boundary attempt at his feet. That's really nice. So Graham Shaw almost a boundary. He might get another run out of it.
Going to sneak it on, yeah.
Go for it, yeah. Good idea, though.
Sloppy from the West Indies there. It's a lovely cover drive from Shaw. Just cracked it past cover and looked like they just dealt with it for 1 run, but then got a bit sloppy and messing around with the ball and decided to run another, which the skipper is not very happy with, and I'm sure the bowler isn't either. No bowler enjoys his figures getting ruined by that sort of field and display. Again, Shaw cracks one out in the middle of the bat, and it's going to be a chase here to stop it. Oh, he stuck a leg out, missed it, and it's rolled for 4. So a couple of sloppy bits of fielding there by the West Indies rush, just allowing England to gain some momentum.
Yeah, the previous delivery, our friend Carlisle Stewart involved. Bless him. That occasion, I think it's Tony Boyker out there. Beautiful timing from Graham Shaw, and even with the rain, we've got a drying wind here. There's a lightning fast outfield beforehand. That boundary, Graham Shaw moves on to 14. England 125 for 3 then.
Yeah, that ball actually went out of the ground, and a spectator had to just retrieve that and get it back into the back onto the pitch.
Had to put his bottle of beer down and everything. Get off his bench, retrieve the ball for Tony and send it back. As again the skipper has a little reshuffling. Is there any sense today, Rash, that they'll end up cutting loose and going for it? Just to, you say they wanted people to have time out in the middle. Do you think at some point the batsman will start playing shots just to bump up the score and give some other batsmen a look at the wicket?
Yeah, I think they will. I mean, first and foremost, you're playing as an individual and you want to impress. As Jordan comes in, and Shaw just tries to turn that out into the leg side. Inside edge onto his pad. Chandipal Singh does the fielding. Yeah, individually you want to create an impression, don't you? You want to put yourself in the management's thoughts, but yeah, 10 overs to go. If they've still got 4 or 5 wickets in hand, I expect to see some fireworks. Well done by the skipper again. Shaw just dabbed that out into the offside. 1 more to the total. See, all these players, as we've said, be desperate to be included in the sides to play Australia. Both the Lions fixtures and the England senior fixtures.
Yeah, we'll be covering a few more of the games alongside the Lions, and that 5 one-day internationals will be next up in Grappan Hall for the Northern 11 that will take on Australia. The first test for Australia, really, before they get to face that Lions side. And of course, a week tomorrow, that's when the first of the 5 one-day internationals takes place. England and Australia, the start of the Grey Ashes, as England look to regain a win. That'd be fantastic for them there if they can regain the Ashes. You know, we've spoken to Phil Deakin at Newport, and obviously Ed Gordon-Lennox today, and a lot of the players there relishing that chance, Rash, to retake that urn.
They certainly are. Right on cue. You need to put my lottery ticket on, Matt. Spin. Steve Linton. 6 overs, no maidens, 1 for 36 from the pavilion end. And it's going to be a spin of Chanderpaul Singh. Long discussion with the skipper, trying to get his fielders just right, in the right position. There are some big gaps on the leg side, and Graham Shaw, wily old character that he is, he's just had a sly look.
The way he was striking that ball as well, Rash, there could be some flying objects at the boundary we're sat here. The way he was cracking that ball, if he reads this spin right, it could be heading our way very shortly.
He's had a couple of looks over sort of wideish mid-wicket. There's 4. Loosener from Singh. Shaw onto it very, very quickly. Swivel round. Hit it backwards a square for 4. But yeah, he's definitely eyeing up this leg side.
$130 for 3 now for England. 47 off 68 for Radage as he's still approaching that half century. Graham Shaw 19 off 22. That run rate trickling now to 5.38 and over. 20.5 left to play as another delivery will come in from Chanderpaul Singh. But yes, Matt, it's the start of our northern adventure, isn't it? Come midweek when we take up to Drappenhall and Cheadle. That's another 4.
Another 4, yeah. Getting whipped off the legs there by Stewart, and as Rash pointed out, these gaps in the field, Shaw has just pounced on them and bagged himself a couple of boundaries, yeah.
Well, there were 2 bad deliveries, Matt, and they deserve the treatment, and they certainly got it from Graham Shaw. He's not going to pass up an opportunity like that. And he's another one of these England batters that, when he's in the mood, he can destroy any attack in the world. We saw it with the Pakistan tourists last year, the first match when they played Yorkshire. Big 100 from Graham Shaw. Oh, a bit more air that time, yeah. He was eyeing deep mid-wicket. Should really have looked to be playing it through the offside.
They're a shiny pair of boots, aren't they, that Chris has got?
No harm done.
They're new out of the box, those ones, I know.
Very nice, Tris
Especially
Ramdas
for the Summers tour.
in front of us there.
Go on, that's the one. Ooh. He's trying to tempt him here, isn't he? I think that's the game plan, isn't it? He's floating these up, Chanderpaul, just to draw Shaw into the shot, and very disciplined there, where he just pushed that defensive stroke forward there and kept it on the ground, because pretty sure that's what they're looking for, the way those fielders are back looking for the catch off the Chanderpaul bowling.
Yeah, it's high risk, high reward though, Matt. Graham Shaw, if he connects with one, it's going over the boundary ropes, but we saw twice in that over, Singh dropping short, allowing Graham Shaw the freedom of the leg side. But he won't shy away from it, will Graham Shaw. Likes to play shots, and if it's there to hit, he'll definitely hit it. 134 for 3 then. Emerson Jordan's going to continue from the far end.
But those gaps starting to open up for the West Indies now. And, you know, a lot of the, you know, we praised them early on for really keeping England, keeping them at bay really in those early overs. But then, and obviously when we were praising them for getting those early wickets. But you know, those gaps have been opening up, Matt, and it's some of the fielding has been a bit sloppy at times in terms of just slightly missing. Of course, you can miss time of ball. You're never perfect, are you, in terms of But that just, you know, is a few in a row now. That was a close one. But the West Indies will be disappointed because they started off really, really strongly, Matt.
Yeah, that was just signalled wide there, as Rash rightly pointed out. Yeah, I actually thought about this a couple of minutes ago, actually, and just I think it highlights how athletic and flexible the England team are. And again, let's reiterate, they are 60 years plus, these guys, and a couple of Windies fielders haven't got the mobility and they kind of go down with their feet, whereas we've seen all summer in the couple of games we did last year how much the England fielders dive and roll around, and I say, you know, the couple of fielders running into buildings and crowds last time, so they're just maybe a bit more mobile, a bit more athletic, but again, credit to the England fielding. I guess that's the standard we've got used to, and they're not getting down as easily, these Windies, and there has been some sloppy fielding that we probably, you know, 3 or 4 boundaries they could have stopped from some decent field, and it's been a little bit sloppy in the field.
Nice shot. Lovely. Lovely tuck off his hips by Paul Radage. That's running away. He should bring up his 50. Is he going to take the third? Yes, he is.
He's gone for it, yeah.
Or Radage brings up his 50 then. Off 69 balls, 5 fours. Well done to him. Played very well. Been out there right from the start. Tricky first few overs. He managed to negotiate. But well done to him. 139 for 3 then, as Jordan comes in. Shaw just tucks that into the onside, straight to the fielder at square leg, and there's no run. One thing I was going to say, boys, there's been a definite shift by Zamin Amin, the West Indies skipper. I think because he knows of Graham Shaw and his reputation and how quickly he can score, he's gone a lot more defensive. And because of that, because he's trying to stop those boundaries, or from when Chanderpaul Singh's bowling, trying to induce him to hit, the gaps are there, and you really can't give players of this calibre the opportunity to score easy runs. The West Indies were on it early doors. They just seem to have retreated in their shell a bit as England have fought their way back into this contest. And that's gone as well. It's a long chase for our friend Chanderpaul Singh.
He's going to get it there, isn't he?
Bless him, and he gets there. It's a good chase and a good throw in.
I wouldn't back myself in a foot race against him now. Really good field. I mean, it's a slow outfield after that spot of rain we've had, but he still did well to get that. Carlisle Stewart out there was left for dead by Chanderpaul. He's again getting around there really swiftly and looking for the run out, but Shaw was wise to it and put a bit of speed on himself to get down to the bowler's end. And again, like I said before, it's, you know, we've got to wait to see what the England bowlers do on this and what the Windies batsmen do on it to really gauge what effect this pitch is having in the seam movement that's being produced. That's a little outside edge there. That's going to be 4 runs as well. I think he was looking to open the blade, but it was a bit edgy and slightly fortunate, but again, not the greatest mobility from the Windies fielder down there at third man to stop the boundary, and that just clicks the scoreboard. As we get to the 27th over, 146 for 3. I think that bit of momentum this morning, alluding to what Rash said, heads are down, hands on hips. I think at the start the Windies thought, do you know what, let's put in a good performance last game against England, let's get something out of this, and that almost just seems to be sucked out of the winds have been sucked out of their sails with that little partnership before with, you know, Radich and
yeah, we mentioned body language on Wednesday, and there's a lot of West Indies fielders now, double teapots, starting to just turn against them. We've got to keep plugging away. We know Graham Shaw won't shirk the challenge. Field spreading far and wide for him.
And that comes towards Chris Ramdat. Off the effort from Radic, coming towards us, but he prevents the boundary.
Defo new boots those, aren't they, as we get a close-up of them. He's had them out of the box before he got on the plane.
Very nice. That wind though, still picking up as we head towards 3 o'clock. Oh my god. Hands are flying everywhere at the moment. And that's towards the bowlers and batters a bit of jip though, isn't it, if that wind keeps coming. As we said earlier, really got to adapt your game. As another delivery comes in from Chanderpaul Singh.
Good old-fashioned hike. I do like to see a good old-fashioned hike.
Yeah, I thought he was driving that covers and he swung right around to the leg side. Same again there. Oh. Really waited for that to come onto the back there, Rash, didn't he? Just back foot and drove it out there. Just took the single run, 149 for 3.
He did. Nicely played. I fancy there might be a bowling change at the far end. Emerson Jordan, the penultimate bowler, that's over. Out in the deep mid-wicket boundary. And indeed there is. Jordan being replaced. Gerald Singh, I think it is. Who's going to replace him from the far end.
Is that more spin, Rash, or?
Yes.
Looking at his run up, it looks like he's a spin bowler.
It is, yep.
So they're looking like maybe they are going high risk and reward the Windies for the attack here, just trying to tempt the England batsmen into playing shots, which aren't there, but they've been fairly disciplined enough so far. It's going to be Shaw on strike. He currently sits on 28. He's got to that number fairly quickly, hasn't he, off 33 balls. Radic on 17. Having faced just 7, sorry, no, that's 50,
that was their partnership of
right,
50.
55 off
74.
74, and that's the 50 partnership, is it?
That's right, yeah.
Wow.
28 for sure off 33 in this partnership of 35 minutes, and Radic 17 off 18. So that 50 partnership, coupled, of course, with Radic's half century of his own. Fantastic to see.
Well, 0 for 23 off his 2 overs at Dunnington on Wednesday for Gerald Singh. 3 overs, no wicket, no maidens for 30. On Friday up at Martin.
Very defensive field, isn't it? As the umpire signals a wide down. I mean, all the fielders are virtually on the white discs. No one in close at all apart from the bowler and the wicket keeper. Another wide signalled.
And with that wide, the England 150 is brought up. 117 minutes it's taken them.
Yeah, Paul Radic just calling yes, allowing Graham Shaw. Yes, he can run. It is safe to do so. Another delivery will come in from Singh to Radic. It's a nice effort, but stopped as once again by some good West Indies fielding.
Shaw looking to open his shoulders up there, but just hit it straight to the fielder again, just for a single. As Gerald Singh finishes his second over, was that? Yeah, first over. Oh, C Singh and Cheese, yeah. Gerald Singh first over for 5, so not too bad. It's a bit of a cagey part of the game here. They're kind of who's gonna break first? Are the England batsmen going to start swinging and maybe cost themselves a couple of wickets, or are they going to start finding the gaps and putting some more runs on the ball as Chan the ball shines the ball again and looks for his start his third over?
I think if these two remain out there now with 7 overs to go until you get to the 35. If England are anywhere near 190, approaching the 200, I think you'll see some fireworks.
Yeah, it is a crucial moment of this game with 17 to go.
Yeah, with the series already in the bag, and again, Gordon Lennox, the skipper, telling us they want some batsmen to have a swing and get some time out in the middle. You'd think that that's exactly what they'll do with 10 overs to go, like Rash says. If they near the 190, 200 mark, they're going to just play a few shots and give a couple of batsmen the opportunity to get out there and have a bat and time in the middle, but obviously still wanting to win the game, obviously. Oh, that's coming straight to us where Chris is going to field this and put it back in, and then it's down to the England bowlers and see what total they put up for the West Indian batsmen to chase.
Definitely so, Matt. Oh, that's nice rise into. Yeah. Oh. Yeah. It's a nasty one at pace, isn't it? But yeah, the West Indies have only batted first once in this series, and of course that was last Monday at Littleborough. Of course, they were 63 all out, as we say. Quite a few factors there against them in terms of is a long flight. It's just being looked at there. Chandapal Singh is okay to continue for the moment. Took a bit of a jolt though to the knee though, Matt. That's not nice at any age, I suppose, is it? He goes again. Nice delivery.
They can't afford to lose him in the outfield, can they? The
No.
way he's been bouncing around like a gazelle, stopping all sorts of fours and throwing the ball in. So they don't want him to get any knocks. Like Rush said, they've got a lot of county games coming up, and they definitely want him in the outfield.
No, definitely, Matt. Definitely. That's a nice delivery again. But yeah, it's obviously, as we say, only batted once this series. 63 all out they were. As we say, it was a bit of jet lag on their part. It was a long old flight, as it always is. But in terms of it was that long flight plus the Lions game that they had. Couple then playing at Littleborough on the Monday, saw a much better account of themselves on Wednesday at Dunnington, but they had to chase the second highest total in England over 60s cricket history, 367 for 5. England acquired up in Yorkshire, but a crucial part of the game here now, 158 for 3.
Yeah, let's not forget, boys, 5 games in a week.
Oh, definitely, yeah.
And travel. It's a tough old ask at any age, but when you're senior cricketers, they deserve a lot of credit. A lot of credit. They're a great bunch as well. Really good set of lads.
Again, really hurrying up the run in there, getting every ounce of runs they can get out of these slight little misfields by the West Indies. And Radic rated really late for that ball to just get into the slot so he could just square cut it out to point there. And he moves him on to 58 now and looking like a really seriously good knock on what's seemed a tricky-ish wicket today. Just prods forward and pushes one back to Singh.
Yeah, they seem to have shored themselves up a bit more, Matt, this last few overs, the West Indies. Since that, bit of sloppy fielding and a few fours in a row. Just starting to limit England a little bit more. Still, England trickle over to 160 for free. Radic once again gets the ball from Singh. Close one again. Goodness.
Ooh, he was close there because he was falling forward on that replay. His back foot left the ground. Taking that on the full toss there. Over pitch by the bowler and just fielded out in the deep. Just the one run. As that wind starts to throw our little tent around again. If there's any loud noises you're hearing in the background, that's the canopy trying to take off.
Yeah. We had that in Newport, didn't we? Absolutely taken off. It's another great shot.
Nailed that.
Brilliant.
Straight back past the bowler. No one's stopping that.
Cracking boundary.
That was Shaw who's just driven that. You could hear again the lovely crack out the middle of the willow. Straight back past the bowler. And he's 36 off 42 balls. So he's really tearing along at a good rate since he's come in. Again, probably just wanting to get his eye in and have a few shots before the selectors make their choices, and obviously to impress as well, Owen.
Yeah, definitely. That's the main thing. It's nice to see players, slightly jigged up the batting order in terms of getting the likes of Steve Aston, Graham Shaw as well. Players who normally, early on in the batting order, we see the likes of Richard Merriman, and we see the likes of Daywood. And of course, Steve Smalley we saw go out fairly early this afternoon. But that's the choices that Ed Gordon-Lennox will really be. He's glad he's got those decisions to make, but it's as captain, that pressure really is on him. As the second of the free drinks breaks comes now. It's 3:05 here at Handsworth Cricket Club, here in the West Midlands. And at the moment, England are 166 for free. Here in a lovely, it's just been a lovely area in the West Midlands. And another word on our sponsors for the Inland 60s. A big part of why we're able to do what we do, and a big part of why this Inland side are able to play some fantastic internationals here, there and everywhere across the country. A big thank you to Stonehill, Sporter Tours, NV Play, Matt Tech, The Jube and Clean Clad. Without any of them, as we mentioned earlier, a lot of this just wouldn't be possible. So a big thank you to all of those sponsors. As you see them emblazoned on the Inland kits, don't you? And some great kit sponsors as well. So a big thank you to all of those. But Matt, it's a big moment now it's a sort of a turning point in this match now, because as Rash mentioned, it's if you're about 10 overs remaining and you still haven't reached that 200, that's where you sort of need to see a bit more from your batting side.
Yeah, absolutely. And if those who don't know what Rash looks like, he was the handsome gentleman in the waistcoat just in your picture there as we were calling the sponsors out, having a little stretch of the legs. But yeah, it's going to be, from what Edward Gordon-Lennox said, it's going to be open the shoulders up and give everyone a bat and a chance.
Graham Shaw's really impressive. I've got to say, don't normally get to see him because of some great partnerships along the way.
Yeah, he's gone at a good look, hasn't he? It's
really good.
Unsurprisingly, Carlos Stewart's taken his time getting back for drinks. The lone sad figure on the field there, not really rushing back to chat to his teammates.
Well, no, it is. Look, as soon as he gets towards the boundary, everyone will start walking back on. Bless him. I did feel for him. Carlisle Stewart, his first over. Oh my goodness me. There's the England line skipper, the Sheriff, Jason Cohn, on drinks duties today. Good to see JC. Skipped the lines really well.
So is that the same as the normal setup, Rash, that the Lions are like the B team? Is that how it works at this level as well?
Yeah, there's been some debate as to how do you class the England Lions. I would like to think that England management team have looked at it and said, listen, we've got such a big pool of players to choose from here. We need to get them some competitive matches. Because, yeah, the county championship is competitive and there's 80 rounder matches and all these boys playing the first teams, what have you. But it gets much of a muchness because you're playing them all the time. Now, it is a big step up from the county championship to international cricket. So I think what they decided to do was nail the colours to the mast, name a squad of 33 for the West Indies series, and split them down. Obviously, availability comes into it, illness, injury, etc., etc. But I think there's a core of players that have been knocking on the door for a few years that the England management team wanted to have a look at. And they've been given the opportunity, and they have impressed. Steve Small, although he's missed out today. Steve Hunt, he's a really, really good batsman. I fancy we'll see him in some regard in the matches against Australia, whether it's the Lions or the full England team. As the players are just making their way back out onto the pitch after the drinks break. But it's the competition for places, which is what the England management team wanted. And they've certainly got it. When you think of the calibre of players like Graham Shaw, who wasn't available for the Australia tour, he had a knee operation. The likes of Tony Burbeck, who had an absolutely wretched World Cup, but showed his true colours in his quality and class with 2 innings so far. That 130 not out against Scotland at Saltburn. People like that coming back into the fold. You've got Jim Phillips coming back in here. I think he's been right up there in terms of scoring runs for his county over the last couple of years. Was moving up into the 70s, but he's playing here today. The likes of Nick Gayward, we've seen him open, as you boys were saying. We've also seen him back number 4, number 5, number 6. It's a different dynamic. Yeah, there's a lot of moving and shaking going on. But I think it's good. I think it will benefit England in the long run. The headaches come, when you went into the word headache going, you've got a lot of quality batters.
I think that's one of the facts that, Richard Merriman, former captain, looking in at Ed Gordon-Lennox now, I think he's glad he's not having to make the decisions like that anymore, in terms of, he's still a big part, an integral part of this England side, Richard Merriman. But,
yeah, it certainly is. I mean, I can't. I'm looking to my right. I can see Jim Phillips with his pads on, Ed Gordon-Lennox with his pads on. Can't see Richard Merriman. You've also got the likes of Monty Douglas, don't forget. Wonderful year last year, Monty. So we're just about ready to resume then. Chander pulsing from the pavilion end. Graham Shaw, the man taking strike. He's on 37 not out. He's part of the Paul Radich at 61 not out. 166 for 3 then. This thing comes in. And Shaw just smashes that back down the ground. Chris Ramdat does the fielding. And keeps it to 1. Good bit of fielding from him. 167 for 3.
Yeah, a bit of a bobbly ball there. Chris Ramdas had to watch that, and he did so with a plump. Another delivery from Sindh. To the field in from Tony Boychuk. That's a hell of a shot. Yes. Well fielded by Ramdat to prevent that boundary. 168 for 3. Ramdat integral in preventing a few boundaries. It comes towards himself again. Well fielded once again as he pushes it back towards Chandapal Singh.
No.
172 for 3 now. 14 overs remain. Great little partnership coming up now between Paul Radage and Graham Shaw. Ooh.
Good delivery from Gerald Singh, that one. Saw Paul Radage come in, fired it in flat and low. Did well to dig it out in the end.
Yeah, you mentioned that competition for places, as you said, Rash. Another delivery. In from Gerald Singh. But yes, it's, you say, Monty Douglas, who had, like you say, a fantastic year of it last year. The likes of Nick Dodaro came through last year as well. There's places just up for grabs, and this is why now, especially with just short of 13 overs remaining in this game, Graham Shaw's really knocking at the door now of a performance like this. That's what you want to be able to. That's what you want to see from these players ahead of those fine margins, as we keep reiterating. But it's a team like Australia. That's another good shot from Graham Shaw. Some cracking contests up and down the country. Starting a week Monday.
Yeah, it's a 16-match tour that the Australians have, taken in all parts of the UK, up to Scotland, down to Wales. If you visit the England Over 60s page on Facebook, give a list of all the fixtures and venues. Please come along if you're in the local area and send it to people that have got an interest in cricket. You get the opportunity to see on our shows the current world champions and current Ashes holders. 5 one-day internationals, 3 international matches against the Lions as well. So visit the Facebook page for more details. I think we're covering most of them, aren't we, Wayne? I don't think we're covering the third one-day international at Tame.
Yeah, I think we've got 4 out of the 5. You're right, Rush. Yeah. That's a great shot, and it's going to trickle towards that boundary. It certainly is. Our friend Carlisle Stewart couldn't reach out. That's another boundary for England. 178 for free as they look to creep towards 200. Well on their way to doing that now. The great partnership between Graham Shaw and Paul Radish continues. Another nice one from Shaw. Yeah, we're edging ever closer to that series against Australia, and that's another nice shot from Paul Radish, but it will be prevented, that boundary, by Zamin Amin, the West Indies captain.
And I've just had the legend, there is Tony Panicasio on the comments on the YouTube feed. Please get in touch, folks. Happy to read out as many as we can. He's just put, thanks Rash for reminding me about Caulfield. I mentioned earlier on for those just tuning in. Tony Panicasio, the IMC over 60 player of the year. Wonderful, wonderful bowler. Got the treatment from Paul Radish, 3 sixes in an over in that second one-day international at Caulfield Park in Melbourne, which got him the hook from the Aussie skipper, Peter Jensen. Looking forward to seeing TP and the rest of the Australia squad. I think many of them are here. Many are travelling, I think, today. The team meeting up in Manchester before they embark on the first game of their tour on Thursday, which we will be covering. 33 gone then, 181 for 3. Graham Shaw is 48 not out of 53. His partner Paul Radish 65 off 90.
Yeah, great return from them both. And we just got another comment on the YouTube. Thanks for getting in touch. George McPherson, he said, who won the other 2 matches? Yes, that was England. 63 all out with the West Indies at Littleborough Cricket Club, which allowed England to get that score of 64 last Monday. Highlights coming from Neil Braithwaite, 28, and Richard Merriman with 22 runs there. On it went to Dunnington in Yorkshire on Wednesday, which England won by 141 runs with that cracking score. As we said, the second highest that the England over 60s have ever reached, 367 for 5. So we saw that 119 not out by Steve Small. And Nick Gaywood cruelly prevented his century on almost, as he was caught out on almost the last ball. I think it almost was the last ball, wasn't it?
No, it was the pudding, yes. It's not the first time I've called Nick Gaywood a pudding, but he'll forgive me. Yeah, he was caught out on the last ball for 98. It was a wonderful, wonderful knock.
Yeah, we spoke to Ed Gordon-Lennox earlier in the day, Rash, when he was pleased to see how many players have been getting, another player in Paul Radish, and Graham Shaw's approaching that half century now. But how many players have got that this summer so far? That just shows that this, the runs are being shared across the team, and some great half centuries and centuries all across the batting order.
Yeah, England's strength, as we know, those who've been watching seniors cricket over the last couple of years, is predominantly their batting. It's a good shot. Chanderpaul Singh out there. Oh, well done. Cover the ground really quickly. Just kept it to 1. Yeah, England's batting lineup is absolutely stacked. Really talented players, and they've been talented players for a long time. I don't think there were any worries about the batting as such. We'll just break off. Graham Shaw just slaps one into the covers. Yes is the call, sets off immediately. Slight misfield allows him to get to the other end. One more to him. Which brings up his 50. 50 for Graham Shaw off 56 deliveries with 5 fours. Congratulations to him. Radish down the track. That's hit powerfully out. Well fielded by Carlisle Stewart out there. Took a really nasty bounce in front of him. End of that over then. England move on to 185 for 3. Graham Shaw just reaching his half century. He's 50 not out. His partner Paul Radich with that single, 67 not out.
Matt Evans rejoins us in the middle. As we say, Matt, you've just witnessed Graham Shaw, another player reaching his half century this afternoon. Pleasing to see from an England perspective.
Yeah, and done it really, really swiftly. Hasn't 56 balls. It's a kind of up there with the modern T20 rate of 100 strike rate. And it just sounded to me, though, looked to me there, I was watching on the side, that they almost decided to open up their shoulders on that over was the time they decided to start having a swing and give other people a chance. And really, like Rash said, they're about 180. It's the 34 over, so Rash called it perfectly there. I just overheard Gordon Lennox and the couple of batsmen say, yeah, they want to get in and have a little look. So I think the nods happened at let's start swinging a little bit, and if you get out, never mind. It's time to get a few people out there and give them some minutes on the wicket.
It's all about reading situations, I think, boys. It's obviously England should be looking at 250 plus. I'd say where they are now, north of 280. But they are going to play their shots, and then we've got plenty of batsmen to come. But it's what happens if this happens next week or the week after. And it's about playing sensibly. Yeah, you want to put up a big score. You want to try and bat the opposition out, don't you? Before they've even taken the field in their batting effort. Well, that should be a wide down the leg side, and it is. Umpire Vic Clements signals as such, one more to the total. I think England will back themselves with their bowling attack. That's a quicker delivery. Despite the fact that the West Indies, yeah, they've got some decent batsmen. You know, Chris Bramdak, Keith Seal, Roy Singh, who's had a very, very good tour. And the skipper, Zamin Amin. Yeah, that's going for 4. Used his feet nicely, Paul Radich. The pitch of the ball flew across the turf for 4. Oh, there's an injury here. Might be a calf or a hamstring. Oh dear.
Doesn't look great.
Doesn't look good at all for Tony Boyker. He just started to run to his left to try and stop that ball disappearing to the boundary, but he's in a lot of pain. That's his left hamstring, boys. That is, oh dear. Somebody needs to give him a hand because he's
not a lot of assistance coming, is there?
Not a lot of assistance at all. Goodness me. Been there, Tony. I feel your pain, my friend.
Unless it was just a touch of cramp, was it? He's stretching it out there.
Well, 10 to go then. But wasn't far off. Yeah, 196 for 3. I'll put my own lottery ticket on that, I think. Yeah, 10 overs to go. 7 wickets in hand. England should be looking really on a track that seems to have flattened out a bit, boys. I don't know what your opinion is. I think it's flattened out a bit. It's become a lot more batter friendly. Looking at probably another 110, 120 from here. 10 overs to go, 7 wickets remaining.
Yeah, they'll certainly be looking to hit the 300 mark when they, at minimum, from here, I think, Rash. And I certainly agree with you. The ball doesn't seem to be moving as much. I do think our bowlers hit the ground a bit harder, if that's the right expression, and come in with a bit more pace. So I'm really looking forward to seeing our bowling attack on this, because I think they will get it moving and cause the West Indian batsmen some issues. That injury just seems to have caused a bit of a fielding issue that they're just juggling around trying to sort here as Singh comes in for his first delivery. And again, Shaw's, oh, he's opened up there. Is that 6? That's well and truly gone.
Well, that ball's coming back with air miles on it. That has cleared the boundary rope, clatters into the fence. Carlisle Stewart out there in the deep. He just watched it sail over his head. And with that 6, the England 200 is brought up. Oh, that's gone again. Graham Shaw, stand and deliver.
Yeah.
That's an even better one. Straight back over the bowler's head for 6, back to back. It's for him. Brings up the 100-run partnership between these two, 103. Oh, he's definitely in the mood now, Graham Shaw. 63 off 59 strike rate. Nudges over 100, 106.8.
Big question, where did the ball go?
Struggling to get the ball back. Yeah.
Here it is.
Oh,
somebody's found it. Yeah, just to get a bit of a metric, I know it was a different game at Dunnington on Wednesday. But with 10 overs left, England were at 259 for 4. And those 2 sixes have really helped the cause now, get us past 200. But that just shows how it's been a different contest this afternoon, up to this point.
But I wouldn't be surprised if they didn't finish with a higher total. Because like Rash says, the pitch is now flattened and they're starting to swing the bat. So they're going to go for it. Although it was a slow start and we lost a couple of early wickets, I wouldn't be surprised the way Shaw's swinging. If he stopped it, yeah, it's just behind him. He didn't know where it was, did he? He stopped it. He took enough off it not to hit the boundary. He's struggling with that knee as well. He's feeling that knee again, trying to pull. But yeah, I just had a little thought to myself as you said that. I wouldn't be surprised if they didn't finish on a higher total now, because Shaw, for one, is really going for this now, isn't he?
Yeah. Another delivery into Shaw. Looking to try and reach that boundary again, but it will just be prevented by Carlisle Stewart. That was a close one. Radic had to be careful there.
So here's your bet then, Mason. Who gets to the 100 first, Shaw or Radic?
Ooh, now that is a good question. Yeah, Shaw 66 off 61, a great return off from him. 76 off 99 for Radic. Yeah, the way Graham Shaw is going, 12 runs off 2 balls just moments ago. I think he's well on his way on this metric to reach that century.
Well, I was lucky enough, as I mentioned about 10 minutes ago, to watch Graham Shaw in action for Yorkshire in the opening match of the Pakistan tour at Stonehill Cricket Club. And he absolutely destroyed their attack. He hit the ball so far, it went out of the ground, over the houses, and lost the ball. And did exactly the same in the next delivery, much to the annoyance of the umpire. And certainly the annoyance of the Pakistani bowlers. But he's a very powerful hitter. He's been a great player for a number of years. Now playing his cricket for Yorkshire. A stacked lineup they've got there. So it's the West Indies skipper. He's going to bring himself on. Zamin Amin replacing Chanderpaul Singh at the pavilion end. Graham Shaw on strike, 66 not out of 61. And that field is scattering.
Yeah, again, they go for risk and reward, aren't they, Rash? They're trying to tempt him into now Shaw's opened his shoulders a bit. They're going to try and get him to hit one straight down the fielder's throat, I guess.
They are, but there's a massive gap here on the offside. Wide-ish mid-off. Carlisle Stewart out at long off, just to our right. Steve Linton, nice bit of fielding there at point. Prevents a single being taken. But big gaps on that leg side.
Yeah, and I don't think he took a wicket early, did he? I mean, the skipper, so he'll be desperate to get on the scoreboard, so to speak, because he was looking really bouncy and keen earlier before the... Just so wide, yeah. They've given a few of those away today, haven't they? They'll something for them to look at going forward. That rash, the extras they've given away.
They have, yeah, plenty. And this is pressure. I mean, Zamin Amin is a decent bowler. You know, his first 4 overs only went for 8 runs. But it's the pressure of knowing that Graham Shaw's such a powerful hitter. Anything that's a bit of width or anything short is going to disappear. So you just try that little bit harder. Your action goes slightly, try and push the ball through a bit quicker maybe. Induces the wide. 2 off the over so far.
Just over 8 to go then, in terms of overs. And that is another wicket lost. And unfortunately for Paul Rannage, he won't be able to reach his century.
Just missed it, didn't he? Swung across the line and missed it. It's nothing. It was a wicket-to-wicket ball, which I thought I was just going to say they need to start bowling more because the amount we're swinging, it just takes one to be missed. And Radic obliged and leaves the field 76. Good knock though, Rash.
Yeah, I'm pleased for Paul. As I said, very accomplished player. Plays his cricket for Cheshire. 8 fours and that's it, 76. Just coming down the track. And the West Indies skipper, Zamin Amin, has been the pick of the West Indies bowlers. 5.5 overs, 1 made and 1 for 9. And in the context of what we're seeing, an excellent return so far for him. So Paul Rogers departs. And it's the elder statesman of the England team, Jim Phillips from Kent, who makes his way out into the middle. Prolific scorer in county cricket. Doesn't really get a bat for the England boys. Normally comes in a few places down. But he's a very capable and talented cricketer.
A little bit rich there. Carlisle barking out instructions.
Him and Chris Ramdat having a bit of a talking to there.
Oh, silly. He's out for a duck and he run out.
Goodness me.
That was a total breakdown in communication. You look at the replay there. He came halfway, then Shaw sent it back, and then they went again, and he's not going to be happy with that, is he, Rash? Run out on a duck.
And that's a lapse in concentration that you do not want to see against the Aussies next week, Rash, is it?
You don't want to see it at any
At
time,
all.
Owen.
Yes, that's right.
Jim Phillips will be very annoyed.
Straight down the tunnel.
Very annoyed. I mean, he did call, in fairness to him, and it is his call. It was in front of the wicket. Graham Shaw initially said no, but then said yes. So it's difficult to apportion blame on that one, boys. I was always taught if it's in front of the wicket, you, as the striker, make the call. If it goes behind the wicket, it's your partner either in the non-striker. Having called yes, Graham Shaw put up the big stop sign, but then said yes. So he was in 2 minds, Jim Phillips, but he'll be very disappointed. No less, another wicket for the West Indies. 2 in 2 balls. Jim Phillips, the man gone. Run
Hat-trick
out.
ball. Never commentated on one of these before. Not sure it counts with a run out, does it, Raj?
We'll give it them.
Oh, it's not. It was change of over. That was the last ball of the over.
But the West Indies skipper leading from the front. OK, that was a run out, but 6 overs, 1 made and 1 for 9 is a phenomenal return. 1.5 runs per over. Which brings the England skipper out into the middle. Ed Gordon-Lennox. He's going to be taking the delivery. And it looks like
Linton down the
Steve
far end.
Linton
Yeah, switched
at the
ends.
far end. Gerald Singh, 5 overs, no maidens, no wicket for 34, operating from that far end. He's been replaced by Steve Linton, who's going to bowl his first delivery to the England skipper. Changes in the field being made. Chris Ramdat being deep, fine leg. There's a deep mid-wicket, wide-ish mid-wicket, wide-ish long on, long off, orthodox cover, man at point, man on the deep cover boundary, and man at third man. Now Chris Ramdat's been moved in towards the circle, back to square on the 45, as Linton comes in then. Gordon Lennox, watchful, just plays that out into the offside, straight to Emerson Jordan, and there's no run.
Oh. Right.
Yeah, Chandler sprinted around that boundary like we've commented all day. The speed on the fella is rapid. He was miles away from that, good 30 metres away from that, and he got round and prevented the 4. Really, really good fielding again from Chandler Paul.
Really hasn't lost that pace, has he? Fantastic to see.
Well, he's fit as a butcher's dog. There's not an ounce of fat on him.
Yeah.
Unlike some members of the commentary team. I won't mention who. And I am oh my goodness me. Ooh, 1 bounce for. That's the power of Ed Gordon-Lennox. Yeah, I am including myself in that comment, Owen. Just you give me that look.
I think we're all including that comment.
Oh, fantastic. So our scoreboard in the ground has been updated, but we can tell you 221 for 5 for England now. Ed Gordon-Lennox, 8 off 4, 9 off 5 now. Just over 7 overs to go. Graham Shaw. Another nice one from him. 67 of 64 balls. That's a great return from him.
Yeah, just looking both to play shots now, aren't they? I think going just to get the scoreboard ticking over. Get his eye in before the innings is done. And again, that catch that went down, just the sort of mobility or lack of mobility you wouldn't see from England fielders, the way the Windies fielders struggled to get round for that really high catching chance, and no one was even underneath it when it came down and hit the ground.
Yeah, it's a great leveller in seniors cricket. That's a really good point to make. They're all talented batters, they're all talented bowlers. It's the fielding aspect. Now, 40 plus years ago, these boys would be running around. You've got to accept the limitations with age and things like that, but they still put on a decent show. But the fielding at the seniors level is the great leveller, and we found that out as a touring side in Australia. It's something the England management team have wanted to improve, and they certainly have improved. It's a nice delivery from Amin, actually. Just hurried up Graham Shaw a touch. Just works it out into the offside. One more to him. He moves on to 69. Ed Gordon-Lennox, the England skipper, just taking guard. He's on 9, having just come to the crease. Big 4 in the last over from him. And a couple of 2s.
I think the West Indies skipper's definitely, I mean, just definitely quickened up this second spell he's gone to bowl. He's definitely given that a little bit more zip as it comes out the hand compared to his first session of bowling. And again, I was impressed when I was again watching when you had the guests on how he's zipping around. He's always backing up in the field. He's everywhere. So if anyone deserves a couple of wickets, it's the skipper. Oh, that was driven straight past him by Gordon-Lennox. Tried to get down to it, Amin, and stop it, but it came out here to Carlisle Stewart. Oh, he's bowled him across the line again from Shaw, trying to hoik that out of the ground for one of his big shots. Similar wicket to the Radic one. He's just played across the line, missed it. It's actually taken the top of leg stump, and he's going to go for 69 Shaw again. Great knock, 69 off 67 balls, so nothing to be ashamed of there. And as we said, they're just playing their shots now and getting a few out there to have a bat.
Yeah, they certainly are, Matt. But I did mention it's about situational awareness, game management. And 3 quick wickets. We were talking not more than 3 overs ago about a score 280 plus, approaching 300. Yeah, we're now 225. With 5 down, is it? Or 6 down? Graham Shaw, clean bowled by Zamin Amin for 69. 2 big 6s and 5 4s. Good innings from Shaw. But just reward, as Matt was saying, for the West Indies skipper. Score of 225 for 6. Just coming up to complete his 7th over. 2 for 11 so far. Outstanding. And he's certainly led from the front.
Yeah, it was for 6. That score was just ticked over now. So it's, yeah, I was just thinking, amazing. 35 overs, we were talking about hitting 300 and getting the game away from them. And a couple of early wickets. That's well played off the hip. Nick Newman's just knocked it out there onto the leg side and got himself off the mark.
Well, one of the finest knocks I saw in the World Cup in India. The SRI Ramachandra ground in Chennai. Nick Newman and Monty Douglas. 150 odd run partnership between them two. Nick Newman reaching his century. That's a nice looking shot as well. Played powerfully out into the leg side. They're going to come back for 2. Yeah, that's very, very good running. Excellent running. Put the pressure on the fielder straight away.
And with 6 overs to go, England trickle over to 229 for 6. Newman, 4 off 2, 10 off 6 for Gordon-Lennox.
Yeah, if you want to search on YouTube, folks, how World Cup was covered, live streaming and ball by ball commentary. Very fortunate to be out there. We're going to get the match up for England-South Africa in the group phase. Nick Newman went absolutely berserk. Wonderful, wonderful knock. And just exceptionally clean hitting. I think the discussion at the other end is just trying to work out how many overs Steve Linton's got left. He's got 2 to go. The skipper, Zamin Amin, he's got 2 to go. Which, if my calculations are right, means that somebody else has got to...
Come on, Stuart. Maybe we'll make the 300.
With the best will in the world, Carlisle Stewart, he's been banished to long off. That's right in the Ed Gordon and Lennox zone, however.
It's a cracker of a shot for 4.
Yeah, Lennox has dragged that across the line, smashed it for 4. Because Linton before that, he kind of hit a Yorker right from the block hole, and Lennox hit it back to him. Really well stopped by Linton, but that's I think that's got over the fence for 4 runs as they struggle to retrieve the ball. Not in a lot of hurry either, are they, the West Indian fielders there? As the carrier bag blown across the ground's moving faster than them. Some helpful spectators come to retrieve the ball for them now, as England have moved on to 230 for 6. Gordon Leggett swiftly up to 10 runs off 7. He's definitely swinging the bat and trying to use that power he's renowned for, as Rash said. And there's going to be that, joking aside, that 1 over, I think, like Rash says, that we're going to need to fill. And you wonder whether the skipper will give Carlisle Stewart another look. And you wonder if he doesn't, what it would do to his confidence, really. If he avoids him after that 1 over, it's a bit of a shocker, really, isn't it, Owen?
Yeah, certainly so. Right at the start of the innings, that second over that seemed to last a lifetime. It's the longest over I've seen covering the cricket in my short tenure as a cricket commentator.
You haven't seen me bowl.
Ooh, he's got him stumped, yeah. Really good glove work there. That was absolutely excellent on that replay. Have a look at this. Yeah, brilliant.
Wow,
very good.
that.
He's been looking for that all day, hasn't he? He's finally got one.
Brilliant work by Roy Singh. He's been exceptional all series as well. Nick Newman departs for 4. Stumped by Roy Singh off the bowling of Steve Linton. England lose another wicket. $235 for 7. As the former skipper Richard Merriman, normally an opener for England, makes his way out into the middle to join the current skipper. I don't know how you view it, boys. 235 for 7. It's 4 wickets that have gone in next to no time, really. It will cause some consternation amongst the England team, because they were in a position to post a score, certainly with the batting they had. 280 plus. They may still get there, of course. But the West Indies have fought back really well, and credit to them. They just went through that lull, as Matt mentioned. Body language was a bit all over the place, double teapots. But they fought back well. as a result of the skipper bringing himself back on with that verve, that energy and the enthusiasm he's shown, he's bowled magnificently well. 7 overs, 1 maiden, 2 for 15 for Zamin Amin. But Steve Linton brought back into the attack. Has done his job. It's nicely played by Merriman. And backward point. Off the mark was the first delivery. 236 for 7 now.
Well, with Merriman coming in so late down the pecking order, Rash, it's like having an opening partnership out there virtually, isn't it? So looking at that score and saying we've stumbled a bit. I mean, I think there's been some kind of confident batting, playing your shots, letting people have a go as the series is won. And then I completely forgot Merriman was coming in down the pecking order, but now they're faced with what could be an opening partnership, and maybe England will get towards that 300 mark if these two can put a bit of a partnership together.
Very good effort on the attempt to catch from Emerson Jordan. Almost catching the England captain out, Ed Gordon Lennox. 238 for 7 now. As we say, 5 overs remain then.
Just Tony Boyker to our right, sorry, Owen.
That's all right.
With a wry smile on his face. Tony had to go off with what looked like a hamstring injury. So it was left hamstring. Offering words of advice to Emerson Jordan, which I don't think's been particularly well received, judging by the way Emerson Jordan was pointing at him. But it was a fabulous effort.
Again, as you can see from the pictures now, a bit of an in-depth discussion here of who's going to finish these overs off and how it's going to go. I'm pretty sure the skipper's going to have another one at this end, leaving 4 overs after that. And Jordan and Stewart were both in there having a chat with him, looking for maybe the skipper to pick them for an over at all. In fact, Carlisle Stewart still chatting to the skipper now, as he finally retreats to his fielding position, and the spin bowler looks to tempt these English batsmen into a swing and a miss, and lots of catching positions out there. 3 or 4 fielders right back on the rope, looking for those big hits that these two batsmen are more than capable of.
Four minutes to 4 then, at Handsworth Cricket Club. That's another good hit from the captain, and a bit of miscommunication there. Opens up, surprisingly, for a boundary. Carlisle Stewart missed that. Maybe more of the same then. Here's the captain again. That's a lovely shot again. And that'll be another boundary for the captain, Ed Gordon Lennox.
We didn't have a replay of that Carlisle Stewart boundaries. He completely lost the flight of the ball, obviously, because he was running the opposite way to where the ball was going. But Edward Gordon Lennox playing a beautiful little open the bat up and slice it down through the third man area, trying it again. Just kept his balance, because that wicketkeeper really is on the ball for stumpings. And right up to the stumps now with a face mask on for protection. Looking for anyone just falling out of their popping crease to whip the bails off. Oh, he's caught that straight at us. No chance. Oh, what? Oh! That just hit our commentary position there. As the West Indies coach driver returns the ball to... oh, Carlisle Stewart has a little juggle. Tosses it back in. Thought that was landing on our desk there. Rush, the hero, was straight bailing out the side door there. He wasn't hanging around, was he? Left me and you to it, Owen. The one cricket amongst us, he was off.
Women, children and big wusses first. Oh, goodness me, that's nearly decapitated the umpire. Straight back over the bowler's head for 4. Well done, Vic Clements. Avoiding action needed. Whilst despoiling Zamin Amin's figures slightly, but this is what Ed Gordon-Lennox can do. Very, very powerfully hit.
Yeah, and bringing up the 250 within the 2 smashes there for the England score. 255 for 7. Skipper giving the Carlisle Stewart a pat on the back. He's going to need a rub down with the sporting life tonight, isn't he? Couple of red stripes, no doubt, being the old Jamaican beer of choice. So we've got a change of ends after that thunderous boundary by Gordon Lennox, 33 off 16. I mean, that's a better run rate than 200, better strike rate than 200, isn't it? So we've got Jordan back on at the far end, running up the hill to the pavilion. He was the first one to get a little bit of movement happening early on in this innings, so whether the skipper's looking for a bit of that. And remember, Merriman's only early into his innings here, having faced just a couple of balls. He doesn't seem to be flailing the bat around as Gordon Lennox is. He's still playing his shots. But again, all of a sudden we're on 255, and there's, what, 4 overs to go. We could, you'd imagine they'll be trying to get to 3. I don't think they'll make 300 now, but as Rash has said, the 380 mark must be in their eyesight, especially if Gordon Lennox faces many more. And if he does, we should all have to be on our toes at this spectator end with those cricket balls flying around.
Another single then added. Nice run from Merriman and Gordon Lennox. So we just approached 4 o'clock here at Handsworth Cricket Club. Thanks for joining us this afternoon, as we're just approaching the end of England's batting. Gordon Lennox, careful there. At the moment, England with just under 3.5 overs remaining. 256 for 7. Of course, a delayed start to this afternoon's proceedings. If you've just joined us, that rain delay. We've only 3 overs to go till tea, and of course that West Indies batting still to come this afternoon.
Yeah, we've done well, haven't we? I mean, the way that the day started with that rain, I thought would be on and off and all over the place. That's put in the air and a chance of a catch, but the fielder just hung back and didn't come for it. He's launched a lovely throwback in, but the England batsmen have run a really swift 2 there to send Gordon Lennox on to 35. Yeah, the way the day started, I thought we were going to have one of those on-off days. And I mean, the last time we were in this area of the country, Smethwick, last year, we were actually abandoned playing, went home with our tails between our legs. So really pleased we've got out there and we've seen some cricket. And that's another cracking shot from Gordon Lennox, who's, ooh, that was brave by the young lady over there. She was braver than Rush. Anyway, she was running towards the ball and like running away from it like Rush did. But I think that was a 6, wasn't it, for Gordon Lennox? He's really chasing this half century before he runs out of balls.
Yeah, 264 for 7 now. Ed Gordon Lennox, yeah, 41 off 19. That's extraordinary. It's going to be a hell of a century if he reaches it, Matt. My goodness. Half century, I mean. Might even reach a century, who knows? Here he is again, the captain.
Go on, Chanderpaul, you can get that. Oh, he's had a little dive at it as well. I think the other fielder put him off there, didn't he?
Yeah.
Kind of ran in front of him and committed to it and then didn't stop it. So it put Chanderpaul off making the stop, unfortunately.
Didn't allow the maximum Chanderpaul pace there.
He's looking, what's that moving him on to? 41 now? So we've got...
I think it'd be 45. I think.
Is it? Was that?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a bit
there we
slow
go.
on the old scoreboard today. So 45 up, 1 left in this over. as the batsmen decide to come in and have a little chat. And unfortunately for England, Merriman's actually holding his holding his hamstring here, Merriman, which isn't good news for the upcoming series against Australia. He just grabbed the back of his leg there, and
Maybe do, yeah.
looks like he'll be joining young Tony on the physio's table.
Yeah, it will be a replacement here. Richard Merriman, the former England captain, having to come off. Mike Palmer to come on then for England, unfortunately for Richard Merriman. Quite unfortunate. With just over 3 overs to go. And that's going to be another boundary.
Really, really classy shot there. Rocked onto the back foot, just guided it to the boundary there. As Tony tries to field it with his bad leg down there by the practice nets. And that's Gordon Lennox on 49, I believe.
Certainly.
Palmer's coming to bat. He'll be facing now at the change of the over. England on 272 for 7. As we start the 43rd over. Three remaining. That's it's getting reading the news from Headingley in the England games. Very close game. England been bowled out with just a 6-run lead for India. So really, really close in that that game with 2 days to go. Might actually see a 5-day test for a change. Depending on the British weather, obviously.
Yeah. Yeah, cracking few overs from Ed Gordon Lennox and company. Reaching that target of 272. That 300 is not beyond the realms of possibility just yet. Gonna have to have a few of those overs that we've just seen from Gordon Lennox. That last wicket of that quit spell, of course, was Nick Newman. 235 for 7. We had that spell, didn't we? It was Radage. It was Phillips within 2 balls of each other. Out for a duck, of course, Jim Phillips. Then, of course, Graham Shaw at 225 for 6. And as we just mentioned, Newman out 235 for 7. But since then, you know, what are we? I did almost 40 runs since then. Really settled down and just, yes, that tactic of really just trying to get as many people out hitting as you can has really worked, because the captain has almost reached his half-century and certainly will reach it by the end of their innings here.
Great drive. What a way to get off the mark there from Palmer. Showing how keen Lennox is. He was nearly lapping him on the run in there. Left-hander just stepped into that and driven it straight into the offside. It's well cut out by Jordan. Got enough athleticism out there on the boundary to stop the boundary. That's down the leg. That's another good drive by Palmer, who's in a hurry himself to bowler screaming at his fielders there, the West Indian bowler, just disappointed with the pace in which that ball was returned, which can quite often be the difference, as Rash was explaining to us. At this level, it's Linton on this end again. Obviously finishing his last over up here at the pavilion end. Palmer's bagged himself a couple of 2s to move on to 4 runs as we are in the 43rd over. It's 2-7-6 for 7 for England. Gordon Lennox stranded on 49, looking for that 1 run for a half century as Linton strides in again, bowls it, just fended away there by Palmer, who's only going to get a single, giving Gordon Lennox the opportunity to make his half century now as he's facing. Skipper Zamin just making some fielding adjustments, knowing how much Lennox was swinging the bat a minute ago. Wicketkeeper and captain disagreeing here with where the kind of mid-wicket should be deep or orthodox, and I think he's been Skipper's overridden there and gone deep. As Lennox looks to face up here on 49, looking to get a single for his half century. Wicketkeeper's right up to the stumps as Linton charges in. Throws one down, little nudge there from Lennox as well, stopped and well fielded, but that will be 50 for Edward Gordon Lennox, really doing a skipper's job here and showing how it should be done.
Certainly so, Matt. Another great return by Ed Gordon Lennox, the captain. .280 for 7 then, with just over 2 overs to go of this England innings. Way off their 367 that they reached in Dunnington on Wednesday, but still a decent total nonetheless. It's not over yet with 2 overs to go.
Well, Ed Gordon Lennox reaching his half century in that over of just 22 deliveries, 8 fours and a 6, and a strike rate of 227.27. Fine knock from the skipper, chaps. Fine knock indeed.
Something you don't see very often now, is it? A game of dominoes going on, a real traditional West Indian pastime. 4 old boys just playing the old dominoes there. I think someone just lost because someone stomped off to the bar to get the drinks in as we have 2 overs to go here.
Great crowd though forming, as we said earlier, in and out of the ground. Nice from Gordon Lennox again.
Jordan, isn't it, charging up from the far end. Now, what odds are we giving Carlisle Stewart for the last over then, boys? I mean, it's all about giving everyone a tryout, isn't it? So the series is gone.
I think it'll be the skipper with the last over, boys. I think he's got one up his sleeve.
Really good running between the wickets today from this England side. That's a really classy single to take. Again, at this level, seniors cricket, they're not dawdling or hanging about. They're getting every run they can out of this. And again, like Owen alluded to earlier, real professionalism from the England side. Not taking it for granted, still treating it like a game. They want to get 3-0, bit of pride in the team. And looks like they're really trying to get to the 300 mark for my money.
That's another boundary then. .288 for 7 now. That run rate. Impressively going to 6.62. Oh. Almost read it. Brilliant from the captain. Nice from Palmer as they, with 1 over to go, trickle over to 293 for 7. Run rate of 6.66 now. A really nice return from England as they look to almost reach that 300. Still within reach with 1 over to go. See some of the England players there under the tent, under the canopy, if you like. Captain's out. Umpire was quick to notice that. And Ed Gordon-Lennox, unfortunately, is out in the final over. But another wicket gained for the West Indies.
Cracking 56 off 26 balls, was it, I think? Really, really good knock. Put the pedal down and got himself some runs on the board. Took the team on the brink of 300. 293 for 8. Which I'm sure they'll be more than happy with, that kind of too early wicket start that the England team made as he comes off to a round of applause. Much deserved the way he's cracked the ball around there and really swung the willow. Aziz Ahmed makes his way in, is it, I presume?
That's right, Razi Ahmed.
Razi Ahmed comes into the
Gloucestershire native, similar to yourself, Matt. For this final over, well, half over now.
Razi Ahmed, of course, one of the heroes from the 4th One Day International in Perth, together with Simon Routh England somehow managing to get home in an unbelievable last couple of overs. Not least helped by Razi Ahmed dispatching Bill Blair. Down the Western Boulevard in Perth. The most improbable victory. But England got there to get themselves on the scoreboard in that series. Can hit the ball a long way, Razi. Shouts of catch it. Well, it was in the air for a long time. Ahmed, lusty swing. Out into the deep on the leg side. There was a fielder there. Had plenty of time to look at it. Went pretty high, but as Matt said, just a bit of lack of fitness in the field, preventing him to get round and make a clean catch. So 4 off the first ball from Razi Ahmed. Takes England up to 297. Oh, that's gone even further. 4 more to Razi. So that 300 is reached.
For 301 for 8 now for England. In just over 3 hours and 20 minutes of their batting. 301 for 8 now for England. So the West Indies won't have to reach the heights of 367. They still will have to eclipse 300 and a little tiny bit more if they're to beat England in Handsworth this afternoon. That is a great wicket. Sorry. Gets Razi Ahmed out. Really well, wasn't it? I tell you, that was
a performance by the skipper. He's just run for everything. He's never given up there. They could easily give up here. 300 runs on the board. He sprinted for that and shied the stumps from mid-wicket and ran him out. Beautiful bit of cricket all round and a good little... tiny little couple of hits by Razi Ahmed. Are they calling that a day or? Yep, it's all out. Oh, it's all out. I was going to say. Oh, that's right. Yeah.
So with that, then 301 for 9. With Razi Ahmed going out on just a few balls remaining, but England have a target of 301 here in Handsworth.
Just quickly run you through the England batting card as the West Indies players get clapped off the pitch. Well, England opening with a new pair today, Steve Small and Paul Radich. And it was Steve Small who was the first man to go. 24 on the board when he was at LBW to Tony Boyker. Looked a pretty good decision, I'm going to say. Brought Mel Hussain to the crease. And the scorer moved on to 34. When he slashed at one outside the off stump, it went very, very quickly. Keith Lawrence, stationed somewhere between second and third slip, managed to hold on. 34 for 2. And then a nice partnership between Steve Aston and Paul Radich. Took the score up to 99 before Steve Aston was the next England batter out. Followed by a good delivery from Stuart Linton, pitched and seamed, hitting the top of off stump, which brought Graham Shaw to the crease. And a wonderful partnership of 114 between him and Paul Radich, before Paul Radich was the next man out, having completed his half century, bowled by a good delivery from the West Indies skipper, Zamin Amim. Radich out for 76. And from then on, well, a mini collapse. Jim Phillips was the next man in. Played one out into the offside, called yes, his partner Graham Shaw called no, who then decided to run. Good bit of fielding. Jim Phillips out first ball, run out. And then it was Graham Shaw, the next man out, who had also reached his half century. He was bowled by Amin for 69. Nick Newman, he lasted for a couple of balls before he was brilliantly stumped by Roy Singh. Off a no ball, off the bowling of Stuart Linton for 4. Richard Merryn, the normal opener, he came out into the middle, but he had to retire, which looks like a calf injury. And a bit of a late flurry from Ed Gordon-Lennox and Michael Palmer before Ed Gordon-Lennox was out. A wonderful innings from him. 56 off 26 deliveries, 9 fours and a 6. That was when the score was on 293. And Razi Ahmed, the last man in for England, couple of lusty blows, back-to-back boundaries before he was run out. A brilliant bit of work from the West Indies skipper, fielding off his own bowling, direct shot at the stumps to leave England 301 for the loss of 9 wickets. For the pick of the bowlers for me, the West Indies skipper, 8.3 overs, 1 maiden, 3 wickets for 40. Really good effort by him. And also backed up by Tony Boykin, 9 overs, no maidens, 2 for 45. And 2 wickets for Stuart Linton on his debut, 9 overs, no maidens, 2 for 65.
So, welcome back to Handsworth Cricket Club. It's me, Owen Mason, and Rash Mahmood alongside us. Matt Evans is also with us in just a moment. But England, as you saw in that first innings, acquired a score of 301, a loss of all wickets, and of course, unfortunately lost Richard Merriman due to injury. Hopefully not too sinister on that front. Hopefully he's all right. But Rash, 301, they did reach that mighty 300 in the end. But there was a point in that innings, as we mentioned. They had a bit of a mini collapse, but they coped with it quite well, didn't they?
Yeah, it was tricky batting conditions first off. Pitch was doing a bit. Delayed start. We'll catch up with the innings at summary. But as you can see from the pictures, folks, both teams lining up at the start of the West Indies innings. Very, very sad news that reached us today, that Sani Sheikh, the brother of the CAO Sibi, part of our valued Stonehill sponsors, sadly passed away. And his passing is a great loss to the Stonehill team and family. And on behalf of everyone here and all involved in England cricket in particular, we send our deepest condolences and support to the Sheikh family and the Widehill Stonehill sports family during this very difficult time, as we observe a minute's silence. Yeah, very sad news. As I said, just to reiterate, we wish the Sheikh family and everyone connected with the Stonehills all our love and support. But yes, Owen, going back to what you said, tricky conditions early doors. I thought West Indies bowled well. I thought England struggled early on, but they then applied themselves. I think they got into a really good position, but we alluded to it when you got to 35 overs. A score of 300, probably 320, a flurry of wickets. Just pegged England back a bit, but a formidable total posted. Thanks in no small part to the England skipper, the magnificent innings that he played. But I've got to give huge credit to the West Indies skipper, He, right from the start, and Matt mentioned it on commentary, a great spot by him. He was, after the second over, he was in. Change of bowling, that's it. Right, I can see something in this pitch. He bowled magnificently. And well deserved his 3 wickets. And of course the final dismissal. Fielding off his own bowling, one-handed pick-up, swivel turn, shy at the stumps to run out, Razi Ahmed. I thought he set the example. He's been a credit to himself and his team the whole of the tour. He's a really, really nice fella. And he got his just rewards for a fantastic performance from the front. But these West Indies boys, well, they can certainly bat. It's like I said at the introduction when I was speaking to Zamin Amin, can they all put it together at the same time? Yeah. The Michael Palmer from the pavilion end to open up for England.
Yeah, that sentiment echoed Rash on the chat, saying by Fawad Khan, great bowling, Zamin. Yes, fantastic, wasn't it? From the West Indies skipper. But Matt, it's an interesting test now for England, just to see, like similar in ways to Dunnington. They want to see a similar heroic fielding and bowling performance like that, because as we keep mentioning earlier today, Merriman and Ahmed really, literally going into a brick wall to field and defend. So here we go then.
Shot. Yeah, I'm really looking forward to this afternoon to see if England get as much life out of the pitch as the Windies did first innings. I fear Rash might be right with it just dampening down and not doing so much. And I'd really like to see a good batting display by the Windies, really fighting for not getting whitewashed in this this Stonehill Cup. So I think it's going to be a really, really good afternoon. It's a wide down leg side. So yeah, hopefully they can put a bit on the board and make a bit of a game of it. And again, the fielding, I haven't really spotted it in any of the games today, but the kind of lack of mobility of some of the West Indies. Already you see the England players walking in like you see in the, you know, the normal international cricket and stuff. There seems to be more on their toes. I think we take that for granted, just seeing it every game because we're always commentating on them.
Big old call there. Yeah, and a good call. Michael Palmer. Chris Ramdat didn't get particularly far forward. I think height. Height more than anything on that. Hits him above the knee roll.
Another delivery then from Palmer. Swing to the miss there. Bear with us, folks. The scoreboard will get updated on your screen. Just awaiting.
Well, just a hint of away movement there. That delivery from Michael Palmer.
There we go then. As it stands at the moment then, at the start of this innings, for the West Indies, a run rate is required of 6.79 to reach their target of 302. As we said earlier, it's not their target. It's not the target of 367 that they had to reach on Wednesday. Of course, lost out by 141 runs then, but still a fantastic performance by them.
It's got to be,
Yeah,
brilliant.
Loss of a first wicket then for the West Indies.
Palmer, I thought he had him first time, to be honest, and maybe the umpire's been generous, so he's just down leg, but he's definitely got him that time, hasn't he, Raj?
Yeah, I thought the first appeal was a good appeal by Michael Palmer. Chris Ramdat didn't get very far forward, but I think he was just rising, possibly going over the stumps, hit him above the knee roll. That one, I don't think he can have any complaints whatsoever. It was a little half stutter forward. Yeah. Ball crashed into his pads, just about shin height. I think it was a very, very simple decision for the umpire. Vic Clements standing here at the pavilion end. England strike early. First over. Chris Ramdat, LBW off the bowling of Michael Palmer without troubling the scorers. Which brings the always watchable Keith Seal to the crease. Very good batsman. But not the start the West Indies wanted.
Yeah, he just never left, his weight never left his back foot and didn't get far enough down the pitch to meet the ball there for that delivery. But again, looks like it might be moving still a little bit. There's a couple of little movements there for Palmer. So again, really looking forward to this innings. And just had Linton come over there, the bowler, which I thought showed the joy of the game. He just found out we're doing it on YouTube, and when I put it in his phone, he massive smile across his face because he stood 5 yards away from us watching it now. So just shows these boys really, really, really love the game as well as being out here performing. So yeah, cracking start, 1 for 1. Owen, what did you make of that?
Crikey, yes, that's the absolute nightmare start, isn't it, for the West Indies? And to lose someone like Ramdat isn't very useful at all for the West Indies. But Seal up next. In from Palmer. Can he fare any better?
Well, a good first over from Mike Palmer. As Matt said, that last delivery popped up a bit. There's still a bit of life in this pitch. But the all-important wicket.
Oh, hello.
Mel Hussain will be opening up from the far end. Going through a bit of a rough trot with the bat, Mel. Out for a 2-ball duck on Wednesday. Slapped the ball straight to the man at cover. Took a very good catch low down. And then dismissed today. Thickish edge, Wonderful catch by Keith Lawrence. At second or third slip area as Hussain comes in. Keith Lawrence, left-hander, seemed to jam down on that a bit. I don't know if he picked it up, but managed to keep it out.
It was right
There's
up in
no
the
run.
block hole, wasn't it? That was really, really full length. He bowls very tidy, Melder, doesn't he, Rash?
He does, and this should be a Mel Hussain pitch.
Like that. Oh,
That's
they've all
missed everything.
it.
That's running away to the boundary for 4. 4 buys, I fancy. No, he must have got an edge on it.
Did he? Wow.
Well, we didn't hear anything in the commentary box.
Is that a chance then, Rash?
Yeah, well, you've got to say.
If he's edged
it's
it,
a
is, isn't
genuine
it?
edge. It's not often that Steve Aston behind the stumps misses it. But it ran away. First boundary of the innings then. 4 to Keith Lawrence. West Indies 5 for 1.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing Mellor because he's very much line and length, and he puts it down there every time. And if this is just turning a bit, I think he could cause some real problems here. With 9 overs to chuck down, I think he could get a few. Wind whipping across the ground now, the dust coming off the pitch, and shirts flapping galore. It's getting to be challenging conditions, Owen.
It is, isn't it? It is picking up that wind. It's going to be interesting to see how that affects the game. As we've said, touch wood, that rain has subsided since just before 1 o'clock. It's close again, isn't it, Matt? Crikey. Just wide.
So I don't know what I've put ice on it. I've got anti-inflammatory.
5 for 1 then for the West Indies. Currently in then. Keith Seal and Keith O'Lawrence. Early days, of course, in this West Indies innings. Always on. That's another early wicket. Another blow for the West Indies, Rush.
Yeah, Keith Lawrence, tapped LBW. He's looking ruefully back at the umpire, Dave Gower. I don't think there was much doubt in that either. Right across the line to a pretty straightish delivery from Mel Hussain. West Indies lose their second wicket. Keith Lawrence, LBW, bowled Mel Hussain for 4, which brings out probably the best of the West Indian batsmen. He's batted very, very well throughout the tour so far. Roy Singh, the stumper.
Yeah, must be a bit of movement there. There's a bit of a big swing and a miss there for Lawrence, wasn't it, for Mel to get his first one on the board, Rash?
Yeah, we said it's a Mel Hussain pitch. Lawrence, there was streaky 4 during that over. But he was dead to all the rights there. I don't think he can have any complaint. Obviously, no batsman likes been giving out LBW, but I think that was pretty plump, playing across a straight one.
So that was the last delivery then of the second over. So Roy Singh's going to avoid facing here. That's going to be Searle. He's going to face Palmer, who looks very, very lively off this track. Swing there, passes the outside edge, doesn't get anything on it, but taken by the wicket. And have we got one of the younger squads, Rash? I mean, there's obviously a big difference between 60 and 69, as you'd know. Talking about the mobility of the Windies, you think, if they have a much higher average age, you know what I'm saying? They're obviously going to be less mobile in the field anyway. Is that the situation, or?
It is actually comparable, in fairness, Matt. There's a few elder statesmen knocking about in the England team. I'll just break off as Palmer comes in again. Oh, that's chipped into the leg side. No harm done as Paul Radish trots round, does the fielding, and there's no run. Yeah, there are a few youngsters amongst the England squad. There's a few past the age of 65.
And is that how do Australia compare on that tally? Are they a young squad,
no,
or?
It's about the same. They're trying to move in a slightly different direction. It's all about having the players being nominated and obviously selected.
And do you find an age where, I suppose everyone's a little bit different, that, you know, do you see when players get to 55, 56 that it shows up in the field, as you mentioned, or is it just different for every individual?
I think it's an individual thing, Matt. It's all about preparing yourself in the correct manner, you know, nutrition, sleep, etc., etc. But as you get on in years, the things that you tended to do when in your 20s, you find it just a bit more difficult to achieve. And of course, as you get older, if you do get the injuries, particularly hamstrings or calves, whereas you could recover probably 6 to 8 weeks when you were a bit younger, it takes a lot longer and there's more chance of having a reoccurrence. So these boys have got to look after each other and look after themselves. There's a lot being done with physios.
And with that in mind, I guess the Merriman pull up, I saw you just chatting to him there about the knee. He said he didn't feel like a hamstring like he's normally had. What did he have to say about the little niggle he felt there?
Yeah, he said it's something he's never experienced before. Richard's played cricket for a long time. He's had calf strains and pulled hamstrings, but he said it was a pain from just behind his knee that felt like somebody was pressing into the back of his knee, and he's not experienced anything like that before. So we're well aware he's obviously a very, very important member of this England squad. But we hope he's okay.
Yeah, it'd be a blow to lose someone like Richard Merriman, you know, a former captain and a well-respected member, as are all. But you know, a former captain who has shown he's still got the quality, some fantastic quality he's shown, especially this summer as well. So to wait and see on that front on his injury. But 8 for 2 for the West Indies as Palmer delivers again.
Talking about fit, we've got young Singh Chanderpaul behind us there. A cracking job in the field.
Very, very good.
Must be tired. He ate his lunch, didn't he? Running around fielding all those balls. 100%.
Incredible pace.
So we've had 3 overs. Mel Hussain back on the far end. It's 8 for 2. Let's not forget that England lost a couple of early ones, didn't they? And then steadied the chip. So the Windies will be hoping to mirror what England did in that respect.
Well, in the context of the game, England got off to a flyer, didn't they, with the unfortunate over from Carlisle Stewart. 9 wides in that, bless him. When he came off the pitch, he still had a big smile on his face. That's what we like to see. As Hussain comes in. Seal just prods into the offside. Paul Rogers again does the fielding, and there's no run. Yeah, England were at 24 after the middle of the 3rd over before they lost the first wicket. That was the wicket of Steve Small.
Yeah, which was a little bit of a surprise after the last knock. I mean, we all know 24 hours makes a big difference in this game, and your last innings doesn't reflect anything in this innings. So, at the form he's been in, we thought he'd be bound for longer. But that's just when the pitch was turning early doors. I didn't I didn't see if the roller was out or anything. That's a lovely little sweep shot round the corner there. It's going to be stopped. No, not quite. I don't know what he's... Small's gone for the old Van Dijk slide tackle there to get that ball instead of the normal cricket way. But beautiful little sweep shot round the corner there from Seal.
Yeah, 55, Keith Seal. Got at Dunnington on Wednesday. Very, very well crafted innings.
Yeah, just on that topic of fitness again, Rash, I guess when you're touring like the Windies, you know, they had a couple of serious looking injuries there. You're obviously coming out with a limited squad because you've got to pay everyone's airfare and digs. So you saying they've got a few county games after these ones, they're probably slightly worried a couple of knocks and niggles they picked up there in the innings.
Yeah, down to the bare bones, really. I think there was one of the squad who had some visa issues. I think that has been resolved and he may be joining tomorrow. Obviously, Carlisle, Stuart Linton coming in today. But a couple of injuries. Obviously, Tony Boycott. We don't know the extent of that hamstring injury. I'd be very surprised if Tony comes out to bat if needed. He looked in a lot of pain. Emerson Jordan as well, towards the end of the innings, diving for a catch in the covers. Looked like he may have just suffered a little tweak. We'll have to see. I think they've got 4 more games left. But it's been a really brutal schedule for them, as I said. It's the 5th game in a week, including your travelling as well. And Owen made a really good point. You know, travelling first off and landing on the Saturday, the time difference as well, 5-6 hours. But you played next day, the Sunday, and the day after the Monday. 1 day to recover. Brutal. As Palmer in again from the pavilion end. Singh just watchful. Dabs down on the ball as it goes out to Kevin Watson in the offside, and there's no run.
Yeah, the tour manager didn't really do him a lot of favours there with that opening. I mean, at least I know it's money and stuff, probably in real terms, but you know, at least land a couple of days before your first game, just for your body to adjust to jet lag. And we've seen it's pretty much what it is because they performed 100% better on the second 2 games after that jet lag game, as we'll call it. Ooh. Absolutely blinding delivery there from Mike Palmer there. Just batsman still looking a bit perplexed how that got past and missed his stumps, I think.
Well, he looks perplexed, but he's got Steve Aston in his logo. He never shuts up.
I think it's part of Wiki's job there. I used to love it when I was behind the stumps, giving a bit of abuse.
Long run up then from Palmer.
And is that an attacking field rush? I mean, I've just noticed over on that leg side, there's no one out there on the boundary, is there? So they've obviously got a lot of faith in Palmer keeping it on the offside for where the field's set.
Yeah, you've got your fielding restrictions in place for the first few overs. Only 2 people allowed outside the circle. That's beautifully timed.
Yeah, lovely shot.
Beautifully timed. And one of those 2 men outside the circle, Melisane, at 3rd man. The other is at fine leg. I think it's the first 8 overs you've got to have. It might be the first 6. No more than 2 outside the 30-metre circle. But Roy Singh showing his class. Beautifully timed shot. Whistled away for 4.
It's a great effort.
Another boundary one. Over pitch by Palmer. Got the full treatment. Straight through the covers. Back-to-back boundaries for Singh.
.22 for 2 then now for the West Indies. That's really decent. Really decent batting. Palmer coming in again with the run up. And to try another one, he's going to get it as well. And that's the third in a row there. Fantastic.
Absolutely sweet strike that. You can hear that was right out of the middle of the bat. And he's obviously going to use his time at the start of the innings here to make use of those fielding restrictions, because that's 3 4s in a row. Absolutely beautiful batting by Roy Singh out there in the middle.
Yeah, he's a class act. Class act behind the stumps. And he's been a standout batter on this West Indies tour.
Yeah, 3 cracking boundaries in a row. 26 for 2 now. Shaving up a bit of that run rate with those. Still a tall task, but it's still early days in these overs. And despite those 2 early wickets lost for the West Indies, as we say, there was a spell that England had a few early wickets lost as well. You looked at the likes of Steve Small and Mel Hussain, 34 for 2, around about a similar time in this innings for the West Indies.
Cracking little sweep round the corner there by Searle. Seale's just done a really good job there and just run the single, got in Roy on a strike, which looks to me might be a bit of a tactic the way he was pounding the ball around there. Strike hitter maybe for this opening of the game.
Well, Mel was saying that's a very good in-dipping delivery to right-handers, and Bree should just be helping him if he can find the right spot. That's certainly not it. Wide down the leg side, well taken by Steve Aston, but 1 more to the total.
Most unlike Mel Hussain that. He's normally bob on for his line and length. Shot,
That's
you're
a
not
cracker.
stopping that. Just hooked that shot straight over the boundary in the flash. Roy with another boundary. It was looking like a half decent over there for Mel Hussain, just with the 1 run and the wide. And it's been put to the sword there by again Roy Singh, who's crashed that through the fence again, I believe, and some park goers had to retrieve the ball to throw it back to the England fielder on the boundary. It's 32 for 2, and there's 1 more delivery left of the 6 over.
Yeah, we're short. Sat up. Begging to be hit. And prayer of the calibre of Roy Singh wasn't going to miss out.
Yeah, 17 off 14 deliveries. Brilliant from Roy Singh.
Good afternoon, everybody.
Oh, you can hear the DJ. Don't know about raffle tickets. We haven't got one every Matt, unfortunately. Don't know what's on the raffle.
20 minutes, half an hour. So last dibs on the raffle tickets. Make sure you get them in. Got a grand prize of a 2-litre Grey Goose bottle with the glasses. Great gift set. If you don't drink, it's a great Christmas present. Get it in early. £5 for £120 gift. It's a no-brainer.
32 for 2 then for the West Indies.
Two litres of Grey Goose, I'm off to do the raffle. So it's £5 a ticket, he said, isn't it? It's a bit steep.
Yeah.
Mind you, these clubs kind of rely on stuff like that. These are raise funds for local cricket and
Oh, definitely.
Keeping them going as Palmer comes in. Oh, he's just slid that one past the outside of the bat again, almost just angling it away from the batsman who's looking to play shots. I think Palmer knows that, and he's looking for the edge to the wicket, judging by what Rash says about his normal performance behind the stumps, with that kind of wide 1.5 slip almost. Looking to take the edge as he just angles it across the batsman.
Yeah, another grand run up from Palmer.
He's Mr. Reliable with ball in hand, isn't he, Rash? Palmer?
Yeah, Mike Palmer. His figures genuinely do not reflect how well he bowls. Yeah, that's a cracker. Right on cue. Well, Keith's in a bit of a pickle here because he doesn't know whether to come forward or not. And whilst he's had that indecision, the ball is whistling past him and his feet really aren't moving at all. Mike Palmer does possess a very, very good in-swinger. I think he might try it in the next couple of balls if he can. If he's going to plant his feet in the crease. Yeah, bowls well all the time. Palmer.
Yeah, I think he was trying to set him up there, wasn't he, with a kind of 3 or 4 deliveries sliding past the outside edge, and then probably wanted to jag this one back in, but unfortunately they've run a single, so it's...
Yeah, you heard his exasperation. He shouted he knew. I think we called it right. He was setting him up for it.
Edged it, but that was well wide of the kind of first slip, as we've said. You can't really call that a chance. It flashed past him at the speed of light. It's gone down to a third man for another 4 for young Roy. He's ticking along nicely.
Yeah, he's had a cracking return so far. 21 off 15 for him now.
I thought that, as that hadn't hit the stumps, I thought it had gone down leg side, but he's not signalled a wide. He must have just flicked off the pad, didn't it? Yeah. So that's end of the 7th over. 37 for 2. Got Seal on 8. Young Roy on 17, I think. Was it 21? 21, yeah. I thought we were going to have the old raffle taking part there, but I think one more over from Mel Hussain. Might see that happen. Comes in from the far end again. Oh, that's got to be someone underneath that. It's gone very high. Taken very well by skipper Palmer, isn't it? Yeah, Palmer's just finished his over and taken a catch. Tried to hook that round the corner again. It's been a shot that's come off a couple of times today, but that one just found the top edge, and Seal's walking back to the clubhouse.
No pun intended. Yeah, Keith Seal, I think a bit of frustration in that, as Matt says, trying to play it out into the deep on the leg side. Top edge, went quite high in the air, but Mike Palmer, very, very reliable fielder. Took a very good catch at Dunnington on Wednesday out in the deep, running in from the boundary. West Indies lose their 3rd wicket then, and it's Keith Seal. Caught Michael Palmer, bowled Mel Hussain for 8. 37 for 3, the West Indies. And a 2nd wicket for Mel Hussain.
Yeah, you called it, Rash. You said it was a sane wicket. It's whether he teed it up the innings over before, but signed, sold and delivered that wicket.
Brings the West Indies skipper Zamin Aman to the crease. And a very, very good player. Need a captain's knock.
Yeah, he deserves it. It'd be nice to see him get a few runs on the board after his fielding performance and the energy and effort that he put in to drag his team along, which we said again at Dunnington, didn't we? He did the same there. So if anyone deserves a few on the board, but we all know what this game's like. Nothing's given for free.
Certainly isn't. Here comes the captain then. Whoa. Could have been a early dud.
Yeah, he nearly bottom edged that straight onto his stumps, didn't he?
Yeah.
Just got the bat down in time and kept it away, but I think Mel smells blood here a little bit.
One point to add to the total then. 38 for free, that's the first point on the board for Zamin Amin, the West Indies captain. Can Roy Sin add to his impressive total? Not just yet.
Just wrapped his pads down the leg side. No run shouted to him from Amin. And again, cracking atmosphere around this ground, isn't it, boys? I mean, the chef's carrying food out to everyone. There's 3 or 4 games of dominoes going on. You don't see that. It's a real big West Indian tradition. And the barbecue smoking away and everyone enjoying a few bottles. So that's absolutely smashed away by Roy onto the leg side. And the skipper's been sent to retrieve that, much to the joy of some youngsters. It's gone through the fence and it's launched it back. But that's another 4 for Roy Singh. He must have a few boundaries on his tally now. He's certainly going along at a good tick. More runs than balls faced is always a good statistic to have. But yeah, again, another great game. So it's what cricket does for communities, isn't it? There's a barbecue going, there's families here, there's kids here, there's a really good atmosphere and vibe, and just everyone enjoying a fantastic day's cricket, which is seen a really good standard of play so far.
Certainly so, Matt. We spoke to cricket chair here at Handsworth, Ken Rose, earlier, and the youngest captain in Handsworth CC history. That was Mark Knight. They had some great words. They were so passionate about just how much this club means to the local community. And of course, we spoke to Trevor McIntosh earlier. All 3 of those just echoed the sentiment of how much just this local club, right smack bang in the middle of the Friends of Handsworth Park, how much it means to this community. And you can see it. We've met everyone today. Everyone has been fantastic to us. So a big thank you to them this Sunday afternoon as we head into the evening. Palmer in again then.
Oh, he's top-edged it into the gap. Just went to roll that round the corner there, and it just top-edged. I mean, the skipper, very luckily, both leg side fielders there, landed right in between the middle of them, and he manages to run a couple in the end. So that's a little warning. Again, that one seemed to stick in the pitch and just rise up, so just threw him off his timing. It was came to him a little bit higher than he expected, so there's definitely still a little bit of life in this wicket, and if anyone's going to get it out of it, it'll be Mr. Palmer charging in from the pavilion end. He's had a little cut shot there. Ooh, that took a horrible little bounce in the outfield and nearly caught the England player off guard there, but he left that really late. I think Palmer thought that already hit the stump, so he just got his bat down, cut it out to the point area, but just took a horrible little bounce before reaching the fielder, and the bowler's now sent that fielder right out to deep in the field.
I've seen this from Palmer before. Makes a big show of sending somebody to the deep extra boundary and tries to get that in dipper.
So as Palmer walks back and works on the shine on the cricket ball. A couple of balls left in this over. 45 for 3. Roycing on strike. Sends one down there, just tickles it around the corner. Really well timed shot again. I don't think they'll get to the boundary with this slow outfield, and it comes back in for a couple run. Again, decent fielding again by the England team. That fielder getting around there really quickly, kind of covering 25 metres to get to that shot. But it's 47 for 3. Last ball of Mike Palmer's over. We've seen them change around about 5 overs apiece normally, isn't it, Owen? From what we've witnessed in the previous games.
Yeah, that's right. Oh, goodness. Yeah, it seems to be the commonplace. But the good thing that we're seeing from England, fielding-wise, is they're really limiting the West Indies to anything here. And that, you know, that's going to frustrate the West Indies. It just shows how like strict they are. They don't want to lose any runs. Yes, they've got a target that they've put to the West Indies of 301. But even as we saw against the West Indies at Dunnington, as we saw against Wales, you know, this is a lead that they don't want to diminish at all, do they? They want to keep a strict target, don't they? Really?
Yeah, absolutely. And as predicted on the 5th over, which I think Mal actually had 4, didn't he? So I think Kev Watson's coming in down there at that far end, giving Mel a little rest, and it's going to be.
Well, they bowled well again on Friday. Kev Watson in the Lions game. Good opening spell from him. Was brought back on by Jason Corn. Took a wicket with his first delivery of his new spell. Completed that over and then took another wicket with the first delivery of his next over. Conditions should be to his liking.
Ooh, again. He did stop that. I thought he'd got underneath him there. Left that so late there. The skipper was facing there again. Zamin Amin cut it really, really late. And Razi Ahmed at point there did stop it, but it just got away from under his body. He managed to run a single. Roy's cuffed that straight, very short. Russia's called that straight away too short. It's been dealt with straight over the boundary for 4.
Yeah, very much like the Mel Hussain delivery. Previous over from that end. Short, sat up. Crashed through mid-wicket for 4.
So Watson charges in for his 3rd delivery. Edged. Oh, no one there. That's going to go for 4 runs. Oh no, well stopped. Couldn't see the fielder there because old cameraman was in the way. Palmer stops it. They've run a couple, did they, I think, in the end? But he's had a big old swing at that, Roy, and it's just edged over wicketkeeper's head. No slip or deep gully or anything in place to take the catch. Nice shot, just guided it down there, yeah. 52 for 3. he keeps doing that, they'll soon stick some slip fielders in, won't they, Rash?
Yeah, I'm a bit surprised at that, to be honest, Matt. We know what Kev Watson can do. Conditions should be in his favour with a pitch that he's still doing a bit. I'd be tempted to put a couple of slips in, to be fair.
Catch. Oh, nailed it. Nailed it over covers, straight 4 runs. It's a bit negative as well, isn't it, Rash? I think it doesn't show much attacking intent, does it? You know, no slips in there. I thought they'd go for the juggler a bit more here, England. Whether they want some time out in the field, I mean, I highly doubt it. But there's, you know, no slips is very negative, isn't it?
Well, it's a difficult one. I don't know what's going through the mind of Ed Gordon-Lennox. But Roy Singh, you're giving him that opportunity because he does like to play the ball late, as does Zamin Amin. Putting a couple of slips in there and a wide-ish gully just refocuses their mind. If they are going to open the face, they're going to make sure that they do it properly, otherwise there is a chance of it going to one of the close infielders. England have got a lot of runs to play with. You know, they've got the West Indies 3 down. I think you can afford to give away a few runs and go on the attack. Slips in for Palmer, however. Yeah. A couple of slips in for Mike Palmer. Orthodox point. Kev Watson at cover. The skipper himself at mid-off. You've got a fine leg, square leg, and Razi Ahmed at mid-on.
Any reason for the change of plan at either end, Rash? Is that, I mean, look, for me, this is slightly downhill, probably downwind from here, with Kevin Watson coming uphill and into the wind. Is that, you know, the ball's not going to travel to the slips as much? Is that any thinking behind that?
No, I don't think so. I think Mike Palmer's bowled it pretty well. If you're going to get Kev Watson on, I don't think it's at the expense of Mike Palmer. Well, might have a blow after this one. I don't know if Mel is still suffering the effects as a result of getting wrapped on the hands whilst fielding on Wednesday. Made a wonderful attempt at a catch. I don't know if he's suffering any injuries from that or any lasting effects, but
And maybe it's just the change of end. You know, he might just have not enjoyed it down there, coming up the hill into the wind. I mean, he obviously hasn't had a Carlisle Stewart over, but there was a quick change there for the West Indies to get you know, someone up, the opening bowler down that other end, wasn't it? So maybe there's a bit of that in there, because he's not going to bowl all his overs here. Mike Palmer is in one go. He's going to have a rest sooner rather than later.
just seeing if I can see anybody else warming up. You've got the likes of Nick Newman, Jim Phillips, Razi Ahmed. Graham Shaw as well. So plenty of options for England. It's that final ball. It's just played out into the offside. There's no run. 11 overs gone here at Handsworth Cricket Club, Birmingham in the West Midlands, West Indies. 61 for 3 in pursuit of 302 to win this third and final one-day international for the Stonehill Cup. The Cup going the way of England, courtesy of winning the first 2 matches. And the England boys got amongst the West Indies batters early doors. But a good recovery from the skipper, Zamin Amin, and Roy Singh, who's been quality throughout the tour and showing his quality today.
Yeah, and it's a confidence game, this batting in this sport of cricket. You don't want them getting in for a long time. I mean, Roysing's already on 35, which is he's hit a few boundaries. The skipper Amin's already on 10, so if you just kind of let it trickle over for a spell of 4 or 5 overs and they've got their eye in and they build in confidence, you're kind of backing yourself into a bit of a corner then, aren't you?
Yeah, you are a bit. It's a strange move. I mean, Kevin Watson came on and bowled from that far end. Mike Palmer's bowled his 6 from the pavilion end, and there's an immediate change at that far end. Looks very much like Nick Newman to me. Left arm spinner.
Which is, I wonder whether that's what I was saying of
It's brilliant.
Mel Hussain going to come and bowl at this end. I don't know.
Another boundary then. For the West Indies, 65 for 3 now. Again, another attempt to get it on the field. Slides through, unfortunately, and right through to the boundary.
I fancy that was Mel Hussain.
Yeah. Trying to find it at the past the fence. Trying to ask one of the locals, and a young kid's got it, I think.
The irony of a 60-plus-year-old man saying, "Can I have my ball back, please?" to a 5-year-old schoolgirl. I was waiting for her just to wave the fingers at him and walk off. That would have rounded off nicely.
Another boundary then for the West Indies. That run rate squarely at 7 runs per over. Ooh. To reach that 302. Again, at this stage, Matt, you know, with it being only, I know we're only, 11 overs in, but that run rate isn't completely beyond them yet, is it? So at this stage, if they go at this pace, like you just mentioned, it's not a bad pace to continue at, is it, at the moment?
Well, exactly my point. And my point was England could back themselves into an unnecessary corner here, is what I should have said. Yeah. You know, the game's in their hands, really. The run rate is 7, which is high. If they went attacking again, we've got no slips here. That's kind of, in cricket terms, that's kind of defensive field. There's no one there getting an edge. Yeah. I just think if they're too coy, and these West Indies batsmen with stuff like that, you know, 4 or 5 overs under their belt, they get confidence. They start seeing the ball like a beach ball, and then they can play shots as we've seen they already can do. Before you know it, you're thinking, hold on a minute, they're chasing this down quite successfully.
Yeah, 4, 5, 6 and over for the next 6 or 7 overs. If these two remain in, suddenly you're over 100. And you've still got plenty of overs to go, probably about another 30 odd. It'd take a really, really monumental effort to get up to 302, but you don't want to give good players confidence. You do not want to give them time in the middle that they can just nurdle the ball around. Oh, goodness me.
I don't know how that's missed everything, but it did. And how deep do they bat, Rash? You'll know these players better than us. Are we going down a 5, 6, 7, or they got competent batters all the way? Or
from what they've shown so far in the matches, fall of either of these two, there's not much. Tony Boyker can handle a bat, but we don't think Tony's going to come out and bat. I'll be amazed if he does. So it's incumbent on England. They know the strengths of these two. They're exceptionally good batters. They've shown it all the way through the tour, bar the first one-day international at Littleborough, where I think it's fair to say the whole West Indies batting lineup had an absolute shocker. But no alarms as it stands. West Indies 66 for 3 off 12. Going along at 5.5 and over. Yes, and a double change. So Jim Phillips from Kent.
So a bit more spin.
Yeah, spin. Jim just has that knack of wheeling somebody out. He's done it for years. Very meticulous with his field placings, however.
You mentioned Boiter. If he was to come back, it might be a case of one of the Pakistani players from last year. I can't remember his name now.
Oh yeah, had a
I
runner.
think yes, that was it. He'd come back after his pulling the calf. He came back in, didn't he? And had a really good innings.
Yeah, it's feeling very chess-like at the moment, isn't it? Just that next move's going to decide the destiny of this game. Obviously, England with the upper hand, having scored 300-plus runs. West Indies 67 for 3, so a couple of early wickets they could have done without losing. But you just feel that the way the spinners are on and the field's really thinking about where they're setting their field and looking for that breakthrough. And if the batsmen get their eyes in, they could charge off, and it's our first crucial part of this innings, really, I think, Owen.
Yes, certainly, Matt. That's another good effort. Won't make a boundary for the West Indies.
That's a little bit that mobility. If you saw how they ran between the wickets there, which I was watching, compared to England, I mean, they probably would have sprinted 3 Arkan Radic top enders that started there, whereas they jogged one and then happened to think, oh, we'll get another. That's one of the differences I've noticed between the two teams.
Yeah, but another factor, Matt, and we spoke about it early doors. The boundary lengths at the sides of this picture is enormous. I think the viewers, if you can see the 30-metre disc, the white disc, well, Razi Ahmed out on the boundary, the deep mid-wicket. He's probably another 30-odd metres, 35. So if the ball that he chased, obviously, he's running around to it, you've got to think, has he got a bullet arm from 65 metres in? No, he hasn't. So if you're on the first one hard, you can see where the ball's travelling, you can see the fielder's approach to it. You've got an easy 2, why not push for the third? But, again, this is senior cricket.
Yeah, but to be fair to the England boys, they did it, I think, 5 or 6 times I counted. They did that. They got to the second run as the fielder met the ball, and they backed themselves to, do you know what, he ain't going to hit the stumps, let's go for it. And 5 or 6 times they got a 3 or an extra run from just running hard the first one.
Yeah, it's got to be an exceptional throw. And, you know, these are good fielders, but it's a long way to throw a cricket ball.
Wow.
That was a great effort. He stopped it. Kev Watson was it. Yeah, that was a certain 4 he saved there, so great fielding. I think he's caught his hand a little bit, then hurt himself. But again, this West Indian batsman, this pavilion was looking to go again and was sent back.
Well, that's a brilliant effort from Kevin Watson, because I think that carried to him on the full. It was just dipping in front of him. Yeah, got his left hand down to it. Couldn't hold on, but a magnificent attempt.
Not sure if you can hear this over the stream. There's so many versions of music going on in the background. I don't know. Oh, right through the gap. Good shot. He's played for that, and that's that long boundary that Rash was talking about, where Rash is right out there. Yeah. They've just taken the one there, haven't they? Instead of kind of running hard and getting 2. Yeah, Razi Ahmed was miles out there. The batsman, I think, has played that really well and found the gap. But again, they haven't run hard. They've just jogged it and got a single. Again, little nudge around the corner. Sent back again. Probably wisely that time. That didn't travel as far as I thought it was going to. And there's like 1, 2, 3 fielders leg side now. 2 out wide. The rest on the offside. 1 over the bowler's head. Roy just prods at that. Sends it back down the pitch.
it. Getting distracted by the food offering. That's coming out now. Got a few people doing past with some lovely food here. Just shows the hospitality here at Handsworth Cricket Club's been second to none this afternoon as we head into the early evening. 10 to 6, would you believe? It's really flown by this afternoon. Time flies when you're watching cricket. And quickly mention our sponsors. As I said earlier, as I mentioned, throughout the day they have been they're so crucial as to why we are, watching these incredible England cricketers, get my words out, and how these England cricketers, they're allowed to play because of these fantastic sponsors and the support from them. So Stonehill, Sporter Tours, MV Play, Matt Tech, The Jube and Kleinklad. Thank you very much, everybody, for your continued support of the England over-60s seniors cricket team. It certainly doesn't go amiss. Thank you very much. 73 for free then. As we approach that first halfway point, well, the third of the way through, I should say. There you go. Get my...
the first halfway point, a third of the way through. If you want to message in on the app, talk us through that.
Oh dear. Third of the way through, there we go. So I should have just said that in the first instance. Here we go.
Ooh, floated that one up a bit more, didn't he? Looking for the hit there. Trying to tempt the batsman Amin into having a swipe. And again, a bit like the back end of the West Indies innings, they're just looking for a bit of risk and reward here. The spinners are just floating up, looking for a swipe, looking for someone in the deep to catch. There he goes. And that's gone. No one's stopping that. Straight past the bowler. Straight at the sight screens almost. Great little shot. And again, this decent game, well, good game really, that Amin's having, continues with bat in hand.
Yeah, use his feet nicely. Straight back over Jim Phillips' head for 4. A bit of width offered this time by Phillips. I mean, just backing away to leg to give himself a bit of room. Looking to exploit gap. Nick Newman is at backward point and Kev Watson at cover, so there is a gap there. The fielder at the deep extra cover boundary.
That's clever spin bowling though, that Rash, wasn't it? Because he dollied one up and floated it, wanting him to hit it, which he did for 4. And then the next one he zipped through, much flatter trajectory. And the keeper's taken it well. He only needed a little nick there, so he's mixing it up a lot here. Shot. That's gone. He's cut that. That's going to be cut off there before it gets to the boundary. They've run again. There, see? Amazingly, Amin's halfway down the wicket then. Has been sent back by Roy. I mean, he had longer to run back than to carry on going.
Very true. Mine's only a single though. 78 for free now.
And again, with these two batsmen in now, if I was the Windies, I would just up the pace a little bit. You know, those runs they're turning down, those singles they're not taking. I mean, there's plenty of gaps in this England field, which again surprises me. I'd just up the run rate now and, take that 5.20 to 6, and then you close it down. It's not, as we hit the first drinks break, it's not impossible, is it, Rash?
No, it's not. And we saw what Ed Gordon and Lennox did. 20 odd deliveries to get up to 50 plus. It can happen. At the moment, drinks being taken, 78 for 3, 15 gone. West Indies rebuilding very nicely indeed. I'm in the skipper, 22 not out of 23 deliveries. His partner Roy Singh, 39 off 41. Both going at a good clip, almost a runner ball. But the drinks break, normally a leveller. We've seen it throughout the last couple of seasons following England. Momentum can shift, little lapse in concentration from the batters. Bit of a team talk from the bowling unit. We've seen it time and time again.
And again, England got to be careful here, actually, because I mean it's a tale as old as time for a pun. You know, wear down your opening bowlers, your best bowlers, and then go for it. They've kind of done that. They lost maybe 2 wickets more than they wanted to, but with Roy and Amin in, they're kind of getting on top of the best bowlers and getting into your secondary lineup now, which I know England are strong, but they've just got to be careful. I know we're still probably in the driving seat, but I think they've got to be careful they don't let this slip away or get too dangerous.
Yeah, I think in the big scheme of things, Matt, 302 for the West Indies to get there is going to take some courageous and brave batting. You run the risk, of course, if the West Indies get to a point where they're obviously not going to get the runs, but they're content to block out and make England bowl the full 45. Your players are out there. You know, some of these played on Friday. He's played on Wednesday. Quick turnaround for the England boys. You don't want them to pick up any injuries. And the longer it goes out there, the more chance you've got of picking up an injury. I mean, Kevin Watson with that fantastic attempt in the deep, he was wringing his hands. Richard Merriman, we know he's just bringing the drinks out, but there's a question mark about him. We don't know about Mel Hussain and that injured finger. So you want to try and wrap it up as quickly as you can.
Yeah,
it's the opposition's job. Sorry, mate. It's the opposition's job to make you work for it.
Yeah, I'm amazed they haven't been more attacking in the field. Especially, you've scored 300, so the chances are they're not going to get the runs. You've got the upper hand. I'm amazed there hasn't been 2 or 3 slips, especially the way Palmer was angling that ball away from the batsman down that slope. I thought he was putting in the perfect deliveries, but there just hasn't been the slip cordons in place to kind of push home the advantage they've got so far. And quite interesting having a little bit of a huddle, it would seem now, rather than just walking off to their fielding positions here. The England squad have actually, the skipper seems to have held everyone in a circle here, just for the umpires are out at the wicket, the batsmen are in place, and the England boys are having a bit of a team talk. Hopefully about tactics and what they can do better, not what curry they're having tonight or where they're going for dinner, but it looks like they're having a few words with each other about things, so maybe people aren't as happy as it looks out there in the field, and there's some difference of opinions maybe.
Yeah, decent return from, the West Indies really forming a decent partnership at the moment between the captain Zamin Amin and Roy Sin. 39 of 41 for Sindh, and Amin 22 of 23 deliveries. So not bad from either of them at all. And as we say, at run rate at the moment, they're currently running at 5.2. The run rate needed is 7.47. 224 runs required to reach that target of 302. As we're just coming up to 6 o'clock here at Handsworth Cricket Club here in Birmingham in the mighty West Midlands. It comes in, and that's a cracker of a shot to open up this over, but it will not be a boundary, just about saved brilliantly there. Fielded really good by Ahmed. That'll be prevented only to 2. 80 for 3 now. Cracking shot again by the skipper, Zamin Amin. And that's going to be another 4 for the West Indies. It's done again. They're looking just to get it again. The kid's trying to find it, actually.
The youngster's lost where the ball went. It's been
Oh,
directed.
somebody's found it. Oh, behind the tree. No.
Still
Yes,
can't-
maybe.
walked straight
Oh, he's
past
got it.
The other lad's
He's
got
got
it.
it.
Chucks it back.
He's on the ball, literally.
Lovely swept shot that, wasn't it? Just straight over the circle of fielders on the 30-metre markers. And again, like Rash said, you know, if they decide to go Ed Gordon-Lennox here and put the hammer down and put a few on the board, and by the time we hit the next drinks break, oh my word!
Tracker.
Yeah, he's calling it. He's calling it. He's calling it. That's better. No.
Again, stopped dead, didn't they?
Yeah.
Maybe it's that risk, isn't it? Maybe it's that risk they need to take.
Yeah, but they have to, don't they? I don't see why. I don't see why England aren't attacking here, because they're not going to get 300 probably, and I don't see why the Windies aren't going for it, because they have to try and reach 300. So it all seems a bit on the negative side from my point of view.
Yeah, you're quite right there, Matt. That's the end of another over. And down on a minute.
Just interesting there. We just
Tony Boyker.
Tony Boyker. Rash mentioned he would be surprised. He pulled up with a looked like a horrific hamstring injury, but he is actually on the sidelines here, padded up and looking like he will come out to bat when his time comes. Maybe he's just going to hit absolute hammers over the boundary and do no running.
$85 for free for the West Indies. A decent take by the fielder. A good partnership forming now between Roy Singh and Amin. 18 and 29 off 26 and 28. That's 48 runs between them now, reaching that half century. One more allotted to the total, 86 for free now. That's a cracker of a shot, but it will be prevented from reaching that long boundary line. But they might get a few runs out of it. They've decided to run this time. They will get 2 for their triples this time. 88 now. For the West Indies. In from Phillips again.
And with that 2 in the previous delivery, 50 partnership between these two. 51 off, I think, 58 balls. So, coming very good time.
Few words being had of the West Indies captain. And Roy Singh. As Matt just about returns to us from his brief loan to the camera. Matt's about you able to get a bit of a bird's eye view there, a bit of a chat between Zamin Amin and Royce Inn.
Good shot that off the pads as well, down. Stopped again. Again, good fielding. That little difference like Rash talked about at this level where the England fielders are getting round and stopping those boundaries rather than them trickling over the rope for 4 runs. Yeah, that was nothing like a bird's eye view. That, I mean, it was like eye level. Oh, he's had a swing. Oh, God. Nearly took the bowler's head off that, but it's gone for 4 runs. And Mel Hussein's calling unsighted there. As that passed the bowler doesn't look very happy with that, does he? Did we get a replay of that? Went straight past the bowler's ear. Caught it sweet on the half volley. And again, we talked, I mean, last time I had this chat, Amin was on 10 and I think Singh was on 30. All of a sudden we're 45 and 31 here, so it's a cracking partnership building here. As they just keep nudging this scoreboard along. I mean, rightly so, as Rash says, they've got to up the pace a little bit, as they're going to get nowhere near it. But getting their eye in. Helps, and as Rash said, it's a game of confidence, isn't it? So the longer they're in there, the more confident they'll feel of playing those shots and knocking the ball around this ground and getting towards that 300 mark. So he's just driven that on the leg side. Just to what, mid-on. That's end of the over, so that's 18 overs gone. It's 94 for 3. I'm not sure who we got bowling at this end at the moment. It's the old grey-haired spinner Jim Phillips at the pavilion end, who, as I said to Rash, was bowling very clever. He was floating the ball up and it was digging in, and then the next ball was kind of flat trajectory and whipping past into the wicketkeeper's hands. So they're trying to break the code here, aren't they, Rash?
He's just a wily old fox, Jim Phillips. Very, very intelligent player. Oh, beats him. That's a good one. Slides outside the edge of Roy Singh's bat.
Phillips in once again.
Three wickets for 25 Jim Phillips took in that World Cup semi-final against Sri Lanka. Earned him the Man of the Match award. But tactically he's very astute. He has done it for a number of years. Good variations of pace and flight.
That's the first one he got wrong there. Last ball of the over, just floated up too high and the batsman pounced on it. And I think they ran just the single, wasn't it, I think?
Yeah, pretty good over from Jim Phillips. Just a 2 coming from it. 19 overs gone here then. The West Indies 96 for 3. chasing 302 runs to win. Zamin Aman, the West Indies skipper, 32 not out. His batting partner Roy Singh, 3 away from a very, very good half century. He's on 47.
Yeah, and I imagine these players are too competitive to not want to fight for the win. I know the cup's gone, the Stonehill Cup's trophy's done, they're 2-0 up, so but they're too competitive to just roll over and die. You know, you think they've got to. Amin now is the skipper out there. He's got to start pushing. We're hitting the 20th over mark now. They're well behind on run rate, and you know they've got to do something, haven't they, to get close to it or at least give it a go.
Yeah, they have. I think. Where are we now? Sharp.
Oh, there you go.
Right on cue. Smashed through the covers. Lovely shot by the skipper. Another boundary to him. He moves on to 36. I was just going to say, Matt, before that delivery, as the West Indies reach the 100 runs, I was just going to say that if they get to the 25 over point with these two still in and they're sitting there about 130, 140, there might be a few jittery England players. That's all I'll say.
Yeah, if they start nudging up, and great to see Amin do that shot because that shows a bit of intent of you know, again, it's the way I am as a sportsman. I'd rather go for it and get out, go down fighting, as they say, than just keep nurdling that and losing by 150. You know.
Yeah, there's another aspect as well. They're here to show the watching crowd, and there's a big crowd here. You know, that they deserve to be on the same pitch as England and make them work for it. They certainly showed a lot of intent on Wednesday and drew a lot of plaudits, you know, having been skittled out for 63 on Monday, to come back and score 220 odd against very powerful, and that's a good shot as well. Razi Ahmed's going to have to wriggle on there.
Oh, he's got some ground to cover out there, hasn't he?
Yeah, that's good running now. That's good running.
Better, yeah.
Yeah, it's all about the viewing public as well around the world. You know, West Indies want to promote seniors cricket. Must applaud all their efforts in this tour of England. May give them opportunities to play against more opposition more frequently.
Ooh,
that's down the leg side.
Stumped him.
Ooh,
No,
it's not given. It is given. Finally, wide by
it was a wide.
umpire Dave Gower. Trying to attract the scorer's attention. There's a load of people in front of the scoreboard
I
as
know,
well.
can't see it now.
Really nice crowd here.
Yeah.
But that shot in anger off the first delivery, then a 2, then a wide. There's your 7.
Yeah, exactly.
It doesn't take a lot.
No, that's
That's
my worry from an England point of view is, and it looks like Amin's literally just said to himself, "I've got to swing a bit more now and go for it." They've both got their eye in. They've both got decent totals already. If they start getting a few away now, it's and that's going to be 4 runs. Will it get there? There you go. So there you go. That's 10. That's 11 off that over, and that's not an unsurmountable run rate, is it? 7.86. No, by no chance. You know, no, not by any means. They could do that quite easy. They've just had 11 off that over.
As I say, if you get to 25 overs, if these two are still in and they're at 130, 140, yeah, it's still going to take a really, really good effort. But there will be a few furrowed brows out there for the England boys. And if you're talking run rates, as I know we do, 11 off that over, you only need 4 from the next over and you square away again, aren't you? So, but spot on, Matt. Good intent shown by the skipper.
Yeah, so that last wicket lost was, of course, Keith Seal at 37 for 3. Since then, 20 overs in now, 107 for 3. Great partnership, as we say. 42 for Amin off 39 balls, 47 off 55 for Roycin. Really good
Shot.
duo for
Got
them
They've
now.
got to get 2 there. They've got it. No.
They don't. Oh, almost
They
went for
haven't
it,
run
didn't they?
They've only run 1.
Well, they've seen enough of, and no disrespect to Razi Ahmed, he's miles away out there, but he hasn't got an overarm throw. It was a slight misfield. I think that's a comfortable 2, really.
Yeah. And he's got miles to cut. I mean, on a clock face, he's covering from, well, 2 o'clock to 5 o'clock on the boundary there. He's all on his own out in the deep, so. And you're backing yourself against a perfect throw and a perfect stumping, aren't you? Or run out, sorry. So, you know, that's all got to come off you just to get a move on. That's a good replay if they got that in there. Yeah, he's just totally missed that, hasn't he? He's gone to cut it out there and he's just totally missed it altogether. That's the one.
Another run then, trickles them over to 109 for free. Phillips comes in again. It's one Watson has got to chase. For 1 more added to the total.
Yeah, I was just going to say, I feel the temperature dropping now. There's not more rain rolling behind us, which is where it came from this morning.
Yeah.
We've had a really good run from that first delay this morning. I was just going to ask Owen how his body temperature is, having turned up in shorts and T-shirt today, thinking it was the Bahamas, but thinking England were playing away, weren't they, in this fixture? He must be freezing by now. I'm just wondering when his body's going to go into shutdown.
Yeah, from 1 o'clock to, where are we now? 6:15 in the evening here in Handsworth. We've had a decent spell, haven't we? And like you say, if it's just starting to, like, it has dropped, hasn't it, considerably in the last half hour or so.
Yeah, like Raz says, that normally means a bit of rain following behind us. You can't see because the truck's behind us, but I wouldn't be surprised if it's all dark behind that van and some rain coming in, which will be a real shame. We had a great run since that first delay this morning. So we're back down at the far end. Again, still just the wicket keeper. Oh, he struck that well.
There he is.
Oh, it's bounced. He hasn't got there.
Mr. Ahmed.
Oh, and he's misfielded again, and they've gone. That's more like it. There you go. 2 runs.
That's what they need to do more.
Yeah, well, those cheers you can hear at Roy's 50s come up, and the West Indian supporters have stood up to applaud that, and I think also applaud the fact he ran the 2 there.
Yeah, Roy Singh 50 off 51 deliveries with 8 boundaries. Can he go on? Make a big score.
So that's what they need, isn't it? Because that slip of the hand from Razi Ahmed there just allows those few more seconds, doesn't it? A few more seconds of comfort there just to allow another run. And they've hesitated a few times, haven't they, at that point today? That's a great shot. Or will it be a catch? No, it won't be, which is good for the West Indies persuasion.
They're picking out these gaps easily now, aren't they? They're just picking off their shots, and it's got to be, what's that, 3 or 4 off this over already? I think that's 4. It's gone up to 8, the run rate, but if they can just up those, taking the chances of the runs, making those singles into 2s, and the rain stays off, we'll get a bit of a run chase on. Shot straight over the bowler's head. Again, unfortunately, straight at the fielder. So they're only going to run a single. Well, that takes Roy Singh up to 53. As Amin himself just approaches the 50 mark. It's been a really good partnership. Very akin to the England innings, isn't it? You know, 2 early wickets down, a bit behind the 8 ball, and then a solid partnership's formed. Better running. That's better running.
The intriguing part of this, Rash, is if it comes to it in the games against Australia, if England are put in a position like this. If Australia reach a target of like around the ballpark of a 250 to 300, and then England have to chase the runs, that's when that pressure gets to them. Have to see how England do when it comes to, if it comes to that. But that's a nice point added to the total. 117 for 3 now for the West Indies.
Yeah, I mean, at this stage, boys, I mean, a run rate of 8 seems, quite high, but in the context of seniors cricket, it's not really. If you can manage to be batting positively, as Amin did, you take the first ball of that Nick Newman over him, the previous one, I think it goes for 4. Sets you up nicely because you can, as Matt has alluded to and pointed out really well, there's gaps in the field and they're finding the gaps. Suddenly, you've got 1 boundary, 4 or 5 singles, there's your 8. Going forward, of course, it's game management, isn't it? We saw that from the England team. Just had a bit of a sticky patch, losing 3 or 4 wickets quite cheaply. Partnership worth 80 runs now. Oh. Yeah, well fielded by Mal Hussain, underarm throw, direct hit. But Amin had made his ground. Single to Singh. He moves on to 55. His skipper, 45 not out. West Indies 118 for 3. 184 runs required to win.
Oh.
Well, stumbled through.
Yeah, and you wonder why with that total posted, Rash, of 302 needed, surely they'd have a chat before they came out to bat this innings. And surely they would have said, look, we've got to run hard for everything. This is a high total. We've got to go some to get this. But they've seemed to have just decided to start running now.
In fairness to your game plan changes with the early loss of wickets for West Indies. They were in a real hole early doors. Well, Roy coming down the pitch, made his intent clear, wrapped him on the pads, squirted past the off stump, and there's no run. Yeah, your game plan changes, doesn't it? Losing those quick wickets, but it's been a good rebuild by these two. Impressive cricket.
Yeah, it's a great expression, that, Rash. Good rebuild. The team under the cosh again mirrors the England innings when the 2 batsmen bowled him. Commentator's curse right there, wasn't it? Just he's gone to hoik that over leg side, Roy, and he's just completely missed it. Again, across the line, we've seen so many times today, and Phillips has just popped the middle stump out of the ground.
Yeah, Roy Singh. Here's an end to his innings. Another half century, 55 with 8 fours to go with his 53 not out on Wednesday. So he can certainly hold his head up high. He's batted very, very well on this tour. Oh, this could be comedy gold. Tony Boyker is going out there. He's obviously still limping, that left hamstring injury. Steve Linton is going to run for him.
He's not even taking a bat, has he?
Tony Boyker then. 120 for 4.
I was in a rush to get him tonight. He's backing up already. So I thought you had to have all equipment when you were a runner, because I've only seen him go 1 bat there.
Technically, you should be dressed exactly the same as the person you're running for.
But I don't think he's running. I think Linton's gone up the batting order because, Roy's back here, look. Yeah. So Linton's coming into bat now. That's why he didn't have a bat with him.
What on earth was Tony Boyker
He was doing drinks duty.
Was he? Oh, my
Yeah.
apologies. Steve Linton then. As Matt's correctly identified, the new man in to take strike.
I enjoyed his bowling, so hopefully he can have a good knock
Yeah,
with
bowled
the
well,
bat
didn't
as
he?
well. Yeah, did. So again now, Rash, you've taken a wicket. Would you apply a bit of pressure? Would you have a slip in, maybe a short fielder? You've broken that partnership up. Linton's obviously going to be a little bit nervous. Hasn't got his eye in yet. You've taken a little bit of the control back. They just seem to be sticking with the same old field here, England.
I think it rests with Amin, doesn't it? You know, give him a single, try and get at the new batsman. You know, the light is certainly not brilliant out here. It's going to take him a while to adjust.
Even I've lifted the shades up off my bloodshot eyes to get a bit more light in. It's gone very dark, and maybe that rain we were talking about behind hopefully flies on by and doesn't decide to drop here in Birmingham. You can't get more precise placement than that. He's top edged it right in between 5 fielders. Couldn't have split them more equidistantly than that. I mean, that's top quality batting by Amin. But Linton now takes his guard up here at the pavilion end. Going to face young Newman for the first time. Gordon Lennox just changing the field a little bit here, as we talked about. Maybe just trying to apply a bit of pressure. He's in close himself here, Lennox, so see if that can produce anything. He's absolutely cuffed that. Yeah, ain't catching that. That's gone for 4 runs straight away. Just swept it off his pads on the leg side, straight over the boundary rope.
That's a cracker, isn't it?
4 runs.
125 for 4 now for the West Indies. It's Kevin Watson. Collette's back for England. It didn't go over the fence this time. Run rate shaved a little bit to 8.23, but for Linton, 4. His first 4. His first points of the day. I'm in 47 off 48. He's 3 off a half century. And that's a great effort. And that'll be another boundary. And Tony Boyker's back on.
There's your 9 runs off this over straight away. So maybe Linton's come out here with a bit of intent to get the job done.
Went for a call, and the umpire remains unmoved at that challenge. What do you make of that, Matt?
I think that pitched outside. Looking at replays, he stepped very long way forward and across. So I think that was outside, off stump. Oh, he's bowled him. And Newman really enjoyed that one. Through the gate, taking the leg stump there, Rash.
Yeah, it was followed from Nick Newman almost at Yorker length. Steve Linton goes for 8, 2 boundaries. West Indies lose another wicket. Five down now, 129 on the board, and a first wicket for Nick Newman.
And Emerson Jordan strides into the pitch, as you can see from your pictures, and judging by the size of those shoulders, I'm sure he can launch a boundary or 2. He looks very relaxed, taking his time.
Well, just like in the England innings, a couple of quick wickets. They'll be hoping now they can run through the lower middle order of this West Indies batting lineup. There's a good delivery from Newman, full. As I said, almost Yorker length. Steve Linton couldn't get his bat down in time. The ball crashed into leg stump.
So yeah, 129 for 5 now for the West Indies, and after that loss of the 2 wickets, Matt, that's when it gets similar to England's mini collapse. I know it didn't really affect them.
Oh,
Oh, I'd have been another.
absolute snorter, straight across the line, past the outside edge. It's just become my favourite cricket ground because we've just been offered a cup of tea that's going to be brought to us without moving. So it's official. Handsworth Cricket Club is my favourite cricket club. Oh, he's got hold of that one. That is going. Wow. Oh, yeah. Great shot to come up, bring your 50 up, just short of a 6. He's got 4 runs though, and that's the second 50 of the West Indies innings, and met with applause from all the England players and the West Indies faithful on the sidelines here.
Yeah, lovely shot. I mean, I'm in 51 off 50 deliveries, 7 fours. Beautiful pickup.
He deserves that, doesn't he, after a great fielding performance. A century himself. A half century, I should say, for him today. The West Indies skipper, who's shown himself to be really promising, especially over the games today and at Dunnington on Wednesday. Phillips to come in again then for Emerson Jordan.
Yeah, Jordan seems to want to get on with the running. I hope he stays in for a bit, because for me, I thought Roy was the one that didn't want to run the most of the time there with Amin. He wanted to get on with it, whereas Jordan's sprinted down the one chance they've had there. He looks really eager, so if he can keep that little red ball away from his 3 wooden stumps, and they can start running between wickets nicely, as long as this light holds, as Rash alluded to, and the rain stays off. We are up near 8.26 run rate required now, so they do have to get a wriggle on. Ooh, it's wide, isn't it? Yeah, down leg side there from Phillips. That's going to be a wide. Is it this sloping pitch, Rash? It's been a lot of wides today and a lot of no balls, a lot of extras. I just wonder whether it's the slope of the ground or something that's helped towards that figure being so high. That's end of the 25th over. West Indies 136 for 5. I mean, knocking the ball around beautifully on 52. Run rate is now 8.30. Time to get a wriggle on, Rash, isn't it? 25 down, 20 to go.
Yeah, West Indies just losing those 2 quick wickets, particularly the wickets of Roy Singh. Just halt their progress somewhat. It's how the skipper views it. They want to go down in a blaze of glory, and they just want to see the remaining overs out. There's 20 of them. And if rain does become a factor, obviously DLS comes into play. They're 53 runs behind the our DLS score at this time. Well, it's just gone up actually. 56. DLS score 191. But Nick Newman, he's going to continue from the far end. 7 overs, no maidens, 1 for 48.
Great tunes going on here now, Owen. If you are in the Handsworth area of Birmingham and you're bored and you're having a quiet Sunday night, get yourself down to the cricket club. It's popping off, as the kids would say, isn't it?
Definitely so. It's been a fantastic afternoon and evening of it here in Handsworth. We've had lots of fun here in this beautiful, expansive park. There's been so many people just having a sit around in the park, and they get a free game of cricket for their sit on a park bench. That's always, nice bonus there. As another delivery comes in to Emerson Jordan.
Yeah. Yeah, it feels more and more like that rain's going to come to me. I hope not.
Yeah.
Wind's getting up even more. It was windy anyway. It's just gone cooler, getting up.
Yeah.
You must be freezing.
I know.
I think
Far cry from yesterday, I tell you. Goodness me.
when your lips go blue, I got to revive you, Ivor said. Yeah, just prodded on the defence there by Jordan on the leg side, and wicket-keeper retrieves it. And England very comfortable at the moment. I suppose they know, Rash, they've not got to do a lot. If it just ticks along like this, they've got the game in the bag.
Yeah, it's going to be a tall order for the West Indies now, Matt. 5 down. Just the one real recognised batsman out there at the moment, the skipper.
We've just checked on a well-trusted weather app. That's come the 7 o'clock hour, which we are 25 minutes away from. There's a 90% chance of precipitation. So we'll check another bit of a app. Mount, because obviously most weather apps do differ nowadays. If we get a bit of rain, it'd be unfortunate. It'd be unfortunate, really, wouldn't it? Depending on how good of a day we've had here in Handsworth. A good spell of about 5.5 hours really of uninterrupted cricket, plus that break for tea, of course. It does feel quite ominous.
Oh, thought we left that too late for a minute, but prodded it away nicely. Wind factor feels like -7 for Owen. And then serves you right for coming out in a t-shirt and shorts. I'll be having words with Joe about dressing you properly next time. We've got a week away in the bus next week, so don't be coming with one outfit. Prepare for all weathers.
I forgot. You best tell using the listeners what you're speaking about. It's like the Mystery Machine that Matt's driving. All of you, Scooby-Doo.
Yeah, so for the next set of matches up in the North Lancashire, Yorkshire area, we're with what we get paid and travel expenses, not worth coming up and down the motorway. So we're just staying away. That was a swing and a miss there.
You get paid?
Staying away in the only
well,
for overnight.
Where's this written into the contract?
Overnight stays.
What's this pay malarkey?
We're staying in the camper van and doing a tour of Yorkshire cricket clubs, which I forget which one you said was open till 11. We might park up in that car park and sample a few of the local pointages after day one. Hit it, nice. Straight to the fielder though. Yeah, I think we got 2 weeks on the road all in all. So
yeah, well, looking further ahead to the 4th of July, it's at my local club, Outerbridge, in the north of Sheffield. If you're in the South Yorkshire area, Friday the 4th of July, an 11 o'clock start for the Lions. That's a great shot.
Cracker.
Good effort by Kevin Watson. Yeah, Friday the 4th of July, 11 a.m. start. England Lions versus Australia.
Is that your home club, is it, Rush?
It is, yeah.
Nice.
Yeah, it is.
What's the bar and disco facilities like there for a...
We're travelling in blatant advertising here. The post-match function will be held in our local pub, the Cock Inn. So there's a raffle on, okie dokie karaoke. I've seen you tapping your foot to some of the tunes today, Matt. I can see you on the dance floor.
You know, into a mean summer loving. Hello. I'm not his favourite singer. That'll be Millie from university, but I'm first reserve for summer loving. Just have to check out the camping facilities in the pub car park. Have a word with the landlord.
Yeah, I can't wait for some of these games up north. It's been a great spell, especially those, some Northern 11 against coming up. That's at Grappenhall against Australia. That's our next venture on Thursday.
I think they've got the Midlands 11, haven't they, as well, the next day?
That's right. Yeah. Yeah, some great trips. There's some be interesting to see the tests for Australia ahead of that grey ashes. How they'll fare.
Hopefully they'll be more jet lagged than the West Indies was.
Well, a few of the Australian touring parties have been over for a few weeks. And a few of them arrived at early parts of this week, and as I mentioned, Tony Panicasio and his wife Tracy been having a tour of Europe and a cruise.
Yeah, lovely.
Taken in Scotland, the Lake District in Yorkshire. That's a nice little shot. Just tickled round the corner by Jordan. Steve Small doing the chasing. Comfortably come back for 2.
Good fielding as well.
Graham Shaw replaces Nick Newman at the far end.
That zipped through nicely, Rash. What can we expect from Shaw down there, the far end on his deliveries?
Yeah, he's normally very steady, Graham Shaw. Right on the money. Just has a little slider away to the right-handers. But normally very reliable, very dependable. Very much like Jim Phillips, and they have frequently operated in a tandem.
We might have Owen with us for another couple of overs then, as we've been brought a cup of tea now, so that'll keep him out of hypothermia for a couple of overs till it all kicks in.
Has he snuffled a biscuit? What have you got in your tuck box today? No more hoisin? Just echo what the boys have been saying. Wonderful, wonderful hospitality. We've had it to all the games so far. The Lions games and the senior ones. Littleborough on Monday. Fantastic day out. Wonderful club. Please get along there on the 30th of June for the first one-day international between England and Australia. You will not be disappointed. Wonderful club. It's near Rochdale. And Dunnington. Just half a dozen miles south of York on Wednesday again. It was a beautiful day. The club really pulled out all the stops to make sure everyone had a fantastic time, and that's been replicated here. Probably the biggest crowd that we've had. Everyone enjoying themselves. Away to our right-hand side. Barbecues are being fired up.
Yeah, that's the point. What happened to that raffle?
Yeah, Grey Goose was on offer, wasn't it? Away we go.
Here we go. Time for the raffle.
Quite a few prizes there, but yes, another quick word for our sponsors. As we say, a big thank you to the guys and girls at Stonehill Sporter Tours, MV Play, Matt Tech, The Jube, and Clean Clad. I'll get that right. Some great sponsors, and they have really just helped along the England seniors team. Gets them, kit sponsors on their shirts. That's fantastic to see. The support that this team gets from all of those sponsors is just fantastic. It helps us keep on air as well, which is what we love to see. It's been a pleasure really to be a part of this England seniors cricket journey as well, as well as a busy summer ahead. So a big thank you to all of our sponsors.
That deserves a wicket, that speech. Oh, shot and a half. That's a cracking shot. Is he not going to get there? Wow. That's a great shot. That's one of the world's best time shots today, was it, Rash?
Oh, right out the screws. Kevin Watson coming on to replace Jim Phillips at the pavilion end. Zamin Amin, full face of the bat. Wonderful, wonderful cricket shot. with that boundary. The skipper moves on to 60 not out, 56 deliveries. Oh, there's a bit of consternation here.
No ball.
No ball signalled by the umpire.
He didn't look very happy there, did he, the bowler, with that call?
No. Kev Watson is he's not happy. Right smile on his face.
Oh.
Beats him this time. Trying to play the same shot.
There we are. He's unplugged it. Spanked. Oh, there's a fielder up here. Come up in there, not here. We lost the score. We've lost the scoring for you at the moment. We're going to try and work on that, but it's 148 for 5.
There we go.
Here.
Scores back on. Plenty over in the truck. And as we say, this is when it comes up now with 100 balls remaining. They need 153 runs to win. So that's where it starts to have that countdown.
Shot. I don't want the cricket getting in the way of the raffle here. I think they should maybe pause for a couple of balls while I can't watch both. The raffle seems a little bit more exciting at the moment. The cheering that's
150
going
up
on.
for the West Indies. Two's the shout. Run the first one really hard.
Yeah, that's better. Much better.
Yeah, good cricket. Played that out into the onside, direction of Razi Ahmed, who's not moved from that position all day, bless him.
Fortunately, the batsman's won the grey goose. He's putting his hand up, but they're not. They're going to throw his ticket away. Yeah, they're looking fairly solid, these two, now, aren't they, Rash?
Another delivery then, 152 for 5. As you can hear, the raffle blarting behind us. Some great winners of the raffle supporting this great club, and that's the end of another over. As we say, 152 for 5. 150 runs to win for the West Indies, of course. 302 the target. 9.3 that run rate at the moment. Matt, that's the only problem with that. Keeps going up and up, doesn't it? And maybe it's that hesitancy not to run for a few of those earlier in the day. Maybe they would have been about 170 by now.
Yeah, in all fairness, they set a cracking total, England, of 302. It was always going to be a struggle, but yeah, I do agree with you that they didn't really start with the sort of urgency that we felt they needed.
Yeah.
I get Rashid's point that a couple of early wickets were kind of put them behind the 8 ball, but they didn't really start from the word go with that urgency, and the way the England batsman ran between wickets was kind of different level to the West Indian batsman. But I have to say, Jordan Hammond looked really tidy here now. They look like they've got a good partnership going. They're certainly running very hard at stuff and taking every run available. But yeah, we're now up to, you're talking 10 and over now. Those dot balls that Shaw's just thrown down are invaluable, aren't they?
That's right. They'll still reach 200, it looks like, by the end of the proceedings here. Similar to how they got to, 220 odd in Dunnington.
Brave shout that. They'll reach 200. I'll have to have a bet on that.
Yeah.
Owen's gone early with his 200 call. A lot of cricket to be paid between now and 200. Another big hit out there towards Razzie, who's must be starting to think this is an individual game, this cricket, who's stood out there on the boundary on his own for so long. Brilliant running that, Rash. And with that wind whipping up, Rash, what's the protocol if this rain does come now so late in the day? Will they, being as the series is gone, will they just call it a day, or will they hang around a bit, you know?
It depends how heavy the rain comes down, but drinks break at 30 overs. The DLS score is 205, so they're way behind the curve on that. I think you've got to be a bit pragmatic, you know. But thankfully, the rain, while it's in the air, it's a blustery wind, it's blowing it across. Hopefully it blows past us.
Just approaching 10 to 7 then, this final drinks break of proceedings here. It's absolutely flown by this afternoon, actually, and evening. My goodness, 10 to 7 here in Handsworth. Great crowd awaiting this, still awaiting this raffle. It's a hotly anticipated Grey Goose prize. But like you say, it's these raffles that keeps these clubs going. So a great bit of fun, isn't it? Great bit of, you know, raising money for a club that, as we've heard earlier from some great people at Handsworth. You know, of course, the cricket chair, Ken Rose, and Mark Knight, the youngest captain in Handsworth history. That's quite something. And they were saying earlier, Matt, that they now compete in the Birmingham League, really, you know, high above their station. They admitted that. And funnily enough, they played local to me, Kidderminster, yesterday. Tiddy were here yesterday, so mighty Kidderminster were here. I think Tiddy beat them, but yeah, as you say, in a lead that it's a tough lead, especially when you're getting into those regional leads, and there's some good teams around here. For a local side like this, apparently a side was built that was one of the best sides that Ken Rose had seen in his time at the club, and he's been here for many a year. So fantastic, really, to just see that progression of a small club like this, and a club that's kept going since the 70s, Matt.
Yeah, well, I'm just look at the back end of it. You know, the people here, how popular today is, the raffle going off. It's just, you know, you got those sort of numbers. You've got half a chance, haven't you, Rash, at local cricket?
Well, local cricket, as you know, boys, lives or dies with the either help or the non-help and support of the communities they serve. We've seen many cricket clubs fold over the last few years. A variety of factors. One of the factors, of course, is the availability of grounds.
Yes.
That's a countrywide problem. I know the ECB are looking into it. Grassroots cricket, it's the bedrock of our game, and clubs like this are a testament to the hard work of a number of individuals over a number of years. It is the beating heart of this community. A lot of events take place down here, and they should be rightly proud and rightly recognised for their achievements over the years, and we wish them good luck for this season and in the future.
By the way, the raffle was an absolute fix because the West Indies wives won about 5 prizes, including the Grey Goose. So win, lose or draw, I'm sure they'll have a good night tonight with 2 litres of Grey Goose on board. But no, and for all the clubs, Rash, you said, this year, last year, every club we've been to, great welcoming, great people, great facilities, and just keep supporting club route cricket because it needs the people.
It does, Matt, and also it's the prestige that these grounds have in having the England national team. Yes, they're over 60s, but they're still an England national team. It means a lot to the people here that they've been recognised and they've been allocated a fixture, and they do their utmost to make sure everybody is welcomed, looked after, catered for. It takes a lot of people. As Kevin Watson makes his way in after the drinks break from the pavilion end, Emerson Jordan just faces up that first delivery, plays it out into the offside, and there's no run. 155 for 5 then, 302 the target.
Yeah, and that was highlighted this morning when we arrived, and Trevor Trevor McIntosh, wasn't it? Who couldn't do enough for us. Let us in, sorted the power out, showed us the history of the club, was really passionate about it. And then with Ken and Mark here at the desk with Owen, you know, the guys filling up, telling us the story and the history of Handsworth Cricket Club. So it's the people like that make it run, and they're a pleasure to meet while we're on the road this summer.
Particularly with this club, it transcends sport. You cannot underestimate or devalue the effect of this club and what it's had on the community. At times in the UK, I think in the 70s, bleak times, it wasn't all rosy. So this stood out like a shining beacon. And as I said, good luck to everybody connected with the club. No, great work by Steve Aston. What a great take that was. Bell's off in a flash.
So quick, I thought you bowled him. Yeah, you're right. Had his foot down though, so no run, no stumping. Ooh, wrapped the pads, but going well down leg, so no appeal from anyone. West Indies run a single. One ball left in the over, that was one leg by. It's 156 for 5. Zamin Amin on 64. He's had a really good knock off 62 balls. Lovely to see him make a century here. Jordan on 5. As Watson bowls one down the slope. It's just nudged away for another single. As Gordon Lennox tries to G up the boys for this final push. It's the last third of the game. Or half, as Owen would call it. As the wind whistles and tries to blow us away.
University education, you can't beat it.
"31 overs gone then, 157 for 5. As the rain does look ominous at 5 to 7 here in Handsworth, but they'll keep on moving and keep on playing.
I was hit straight at Razi Ahmed, looked like an easy one, and then the first bounce it nearly took off over his head. Poor old Razi out there on his own, look, no one within 20 metres of him.
Well, he's obviously offended the skipper. He's been like Norman No Mates out there. He's not moved from there all game.
He's out in the cold so much, he's having to give us some few star jumps here just to stay warm. You have to give Owen some tips. It's a big swing and a miss by Jordan, but as Rash says, that's been signalled a wide by the umpire, so that's another one on the board for the Windies.
$159 for 5 now. That's good from Jordan.
That's one of those two. Yeah, cool, thanks for that.
.66 off 65 balls for the West Indies captain Zamin Amin. He's had a great return of it today, and the partnership has got 30 runs in round about the same time, half an hour.
Yeah, and he's been the Windies man of the match by a long way, hasn't he? Owen?
Yeah, and there he goes to him.
His bowling and fielding display and this batting display has been streets above anyone else in the Windies side. It has to be said. Really has led by example, hasn't he? He did the same bit the last game as well.
Yeah, definitely, Matt.
Yeah, he's an absolute class act on and off the pitch.
Yeah, hand of apology there, wasn't it, from Phillips, was it? Jim Phillips has let one slip there and cost the bowler a couple of runs, which they're never pleased about, these bowlers. We know how grumpy they can be. But Watson turns and comes in again. Arm in, face in. Has us flicks it off his pads. Lovely again. Oh! Lovely bit of juggling. Did we get that? Oh, yeah, we got the replay. Well done, Benny.
You
did, yeah.
Oh,
beautiful,
fantastic.
Benny. Great camera work from Benny. Got that beautiful little juggle there. Well, you know what that was, didn't you? Because he was half asleep. He's been stood on there so long on his own.
He was star jumping the previous over, but well done, Razi Ahmed. Brings an end to a magnificent innings from the West Indies skipper. He'll get a big round of applause as he comes back into the pavilion, and quite rightly so. 67 of just 66 deliveries. He's posing for some photographs as he walks off. West Indies lose their 6th wicket, 161 for 6, and it's the skipper departing, but it's been a magnificent knock from him. And well done, Razi Ahmed, keeping your concentration out there.
Tony's coming in to have a go on this dodgy leg. No runner included.
It was a very unorthodox way that Razi Ahmed attempted to catch that ball, I have to say. But he did well as it bounced off his palm. To collect himself, stick his left hand out, and regather the ball. So, Zamin 67. Caught Razi Ahmed, bowled Kevin Watson. Of 67 deliveries, 8 fours. Very, very good innings by the skipper. And as Matt said, Tony Boyker's out there without a runner. Let's see how he gets on as Watson comes in. That's a nice drive to start off with.
Yeah. Drove it straight back past the bowler and had a little jog up to the other end, so maybe it was a little bit of cramp or something. I don't know. He looked like he wouldn't be coming back on the pitch. I have to agree with you, Rash, when he went off.
Wow.
Yeah, he's not stopping that. Yeah, he caught hold of that, did he, Jordan? Yeah, he's quite a big lad, isn't he? So once he catches them, they're not coming back.
Well, Tony Boyker, when he walks off the pitch, he's walking faster than it is when it's my turn for me round in the bar. But he really was in a lot of pain. I'm surprised he's out there, genuinely, but
he's having a
to have
dance.
no ill effects.
He's having a dance now at the non-strikers end, look. Don't see that very often down Edgbaston. He's enjoying the music. Benny. Batsman dancing.
$166 for 6 then now. 12 overs remain. England fully in the driving seat though. 301 was the target.
And he's only got to get one of those deliveries, hasn't he, to be online, and it's LB, although Tony was looking quite casual there, he just missed it. And if Shaw can get one just rising up like a few... Ooh. So quick beyond the stumps, isn't he? The way his foot was up, I thought he was going to be given that, but so quick to gather that ball and then take the bails off behind the stumps there.
Yeah, I've said it before, Steve Aston is world class, but England are blessed in that department. Simon Routh, Gary Joyce.
Oh, gone for it. I was just going to call first maiden of the match. I don't think we've had a maiden yet, have we? Not that I can recall. Paid that close attention, but he was one away from it there. But they've run a single on the last ball there, West Indies. So that's 34 overs done, so 11 to go. 1-6-7 for 6 West Indies. They've broken a couple of big partnerships up in England. We've got Jordan 4 as... Oh, I'd love to see the replay of that. That was bottom edge, jumped over the stumps and trickled down for 4, didn't it? Unorthodox, but still gets 4 runs.
Yeah, he was a very lucky boy. I think from the West Indies, you know, 131, I don't think they're going to get there, but if they get the target below 100, I think that's a little moral victory for them.
Yeah, and I like to see that. You know, game's half done, but still being professional. Gordon Lennox throwing the ball in there to stop them running. Keeper taking it. They're still on their toes. Lots of clapping, lots of cheering. Still being very professional and getting this job done right to the end. Oh, that had some extra zip on it, didn't it?
Yeah, big swing and a miss from Tony Boyker, but that was a delivery with a bit of pace and a bit of bounce from Kevin Watson.
I think he was still lifting the bat up as it went past.
No, he's playing to the audience. It's Mrs. Watson's to my left.
Oh.
Yeah, but I've been impressed by, you know, the West Indies have had 2 very high targets to reach in recent days, on Wednesday and obviously today here in Handsworth. But they've kept it up, and they've really had a good go at it. It's been, you know, this is a team, as we mentioned the other day. We were talking to Roland Butcher, a team that is really still growing in terms of awareness, really, in terms of just, you know, comparing it to an inland side who, as we mentioned earlier with Rash, a wide talent pool. That's why obviously the Lions games have been incorporated this summer alongside the seniors games. But a West Indies side that has got some great players, on a side that on this metric will look to continue to grow for the years to come.
So the end of that, Kevin Watson over them. 35 gone, 171 for 6. Yeah, we talked about it at length with Roland, and very grateful to Roland for the time that he gave us on Wednesday at Dunnington Owen. One of the things that we were talking about was the growth of seniors cricket in the West Indies and the logistical problems that they have. Bearing in mind there's a number of islands, they come together under the banner of the West Indies, but it takes each individual island's national board to come along, get involved, set the tone, set the standards. set the criteria and get these players who have played club cricket, develop a pathway so they can ultimately play for the West Indies. You know, as I said on Wednesday, they were the only team to beat Australia in the World Cup. And it wasn't a fluke either. Played very well that day. Missing a few players on this tour due to financial issues. It's not cheap. But they've all conducted themselves really, really well. And we do wish them well for the remainder of their tour in England. Travelling down south to play Kent, Surrey, I think, and Middlesex. And a game against Finchley as well. So that should be out. Oh, he's dropped it. Well, Jim Phillips. And a bit of ground to make up to his right, but it certainly was catchable. He spills it. One more to the total.
Yeah, that was definitely a dropped catch, that one, wasn't it? He should have bagged that one there, top edge. Jim Phillips underneath it all the way and just didn't manage to finish the job off. Oh, it's a fine shot. A lot of power behind that. Well picked up, that.
Just feel a few spots of rain, but nothing too dramatic. It's a whole proceedings here. We've just under, yeah, there we go, 9 overs to go now. 173 for 6, 55 balls remaining then.
I'm fairly confident this will be the biggest pitch side sound system we have this season on our tour of Great Britain. Cricket grounds following the England seniors. Pretty sure about that.
Just to go back on the infrastructure thing with the West Indies, these West Indies players are going to derive a great deal of experience playing one of the top sides in the world away from home, and that's only going to help them in the future with their development and bringing people along. And for the viewing public back home in the West Indies, I know the team have received a lot of messages of support. We thank you for tuning into this live stream and ball-by-ball coverage. As Jordan just plays that down to third man. Graham Shaw does the fielding. One more to the total. 174 for 6.
Yeah, lovely little shot by Jordan, just opened the bat up and guided it down as Watson comes in again with inside edge. Is that 4? I think that's good. I think he's going to get it, isn't he? Yeah. Oh, he's taking a tumble and collecting it. That was never a leg by. He clipped that with his bat. Couple of spots of rain, but it hasn't got heavier yet. Panic from the TV team here with the obviously cameras and water don't mix too well.
Okay, as long as it stays dry, keep it like that. Right, so yours is just basically replaced this belly.
Have a delivery then from Kevin Watson. 175 for 6.
Good running between wickets again. Should have seen a bit more of that earlier on in the innings, I think.
Yeah.
From the Windies, where they're getting the hang of it now. Which again is more impressive than Tony as he limped off the field with that hamstring issue he's obviously dealt with. He's just put his smack into the front pad, missed it with his bat, and I think the umpire had no choice there really to give that. As the rain now starts.
Tony Boyke, LBW bowl Kevin Watson for 6. As the rain starts to come down pretty heavily now. I think the umpires just having a chat with each other. Obviously, the West Indies way behind the DLS par score of 255. I think they may well be coming off. Let's have a look. Yeah, umpire Clements walking towards the England skipper Ed Gordon-Lennox, and I think that's the signal to go off the pitch. It is indeed. So a break in play here. We'll get you news about the resumption, if and when it happens. You know, they're having a change of heart. No, looks like they're staying on.
Oh, crikey.
Looks like they're staying on. It's a squally wind. I mean, there is rain in the air, but it's blowing across the pitch, and that was a particularly heavy downfall. There's another one just about to start now. That might change the equation somewhat.
Yeah, with just about 8 overs left. The umpires are having a second look at this, and it looks like they're coming off again now.
Yeah, it's a particularly heavy downpour, but fueled by the wind here, very blustery.
So yeah, for the moment, at least, the England and West Indies teams are coming off at 37 overs, 176 for 7 now. The West Indies in pursuit, of course, of England's score of 301. It's a 7:15 here at Handsworth Cricket Club. We've had a great day of it. We've had a great spell, actually, since that early rain delay at about midday. Of course, we're meant to start at midday today. And with the delay, we then kicked off at 1 o'clock. So we had a good spell right up until tea. And we had about, like you say, about 6 hours of uninterrupted cricket action. But now the umpires are coming off, and that could be that. Just depends on the covers are coming on for the moment. But for now, at least, play is paused here at Handsworth Cricket Club in Birmingham.
Did you get all the extra bits and bobs? The batteries? Okay, lovely. Right, if you deliver that to Benny, Benny will break that down. You're right there, Benny. If you just work in that space there. I've been replaced as cameraman. Yeah, that's fine. Is this coming down yet? We're not restarting ever. I don't think so. We'll leave this camera on for a moment. Okay. So we can get away with that. But yeah, let's put camera links up here. Match abandoned, is that what I'm putting up? Or rain? Rain, I think. Do you want to bring that to me and then I can